zero chapter that is not part of your syllabus. So rest of the 4 chapters that you have to go through with it. So hope throughout the day you're going to be active to get the things, understand the concepts that I'm going to share, and highlight the key terms. Conceptually, if you learn, the content will become easy and simple for you people. So shall we start? All of you are active? Great. So be active throughout the sessions, because, and one more thing, it might not, like today's entire sessions are for 8 hours. So probably we are not going to stretch the session until 8 hours. So let's say it is going to be in between 6 to 7 hours, right? Because we don't have much of content. We all know we have 4 chapters. So when we revise the things, it may not take that much time. And hardly ethics, I'll brief you up all the concepts of ethics. So that's why it is like a psychological satisfaction in the beginning itself. Because you might be sitting in the class with a heavy heart, 8 hours, like 2 hours, 4 sessions until 7:30 in the evening. Let's say in the beginning itself you have been given that reward that it is not going to be that lengthy session. So that will give you good energy. Thank God. Anyways, it is not going to be up to 7:30. So you'll be active. All right. Your entire SM has been very systematically designed in 4 chapters. You need to understand the purpose of these chapters. Like first, SM is introduced to you, introduction to SM. And then we have analysis and planning, and then formation and implementation. The reason why these chapters have been given in this format, because in SM process, there are some steps are there. Like in SM process, followed through certain steps: analysis, planning, formation, implementation, and control. This is what happens in strategic management. If any company wants to implement strategies in their organization, this is the process that they have to follow. Forming, like analysis, planning, formation, implementation, and control. Even in the definition of SM also, same thing will be there. In that context, the chapters have designed in that way. Introduction to SM is there, analysis and planning, formation and implementation. Control concept is not there, but actually control content will also be there. The first 3 chapters talks about the process. And the last chapter, which talks about how we are adding technology to the strategies. That's why it is digital strategy. Organizations have to operate in a highly technologically enabled environment nowadays. So on that case, they have to adopt more of the technologies. So how technologies are helping to create some strategies. Luckily, digital strategy, the one lucky part is that most of the concepts that you discuss in digital strategy, again they will come in data analytics. Have you observed this? Most of the concepts will come, like cloud will come, AI will come. Have they repeated or not? BI will come. So that's why here I'll just give you a quick briefing of that. Only conceptually I'll explain about digital strategy technologies. Anyways, you will know that all these concepts elaborately in data analytics. That's a chapter, I think. That's a content. Data analytics is there. So that is how our journey is going to be for today. So to begin with the first chapter, we have introduction to strategic management. So let us see what is this chapter is all about. And the learning objective of this chapter helps us to understand these concepts. And what are the concepts? First, we need to understand what is strategic management. Then we have 3 content called vision, mission, and culture or objectives. Actually, these things are part of SM. Then we have vision, mission, and objectives. Here we have 3 things. And then we have organizational genomics concept is there, balanced scorecard approach, and then driven responsibility accounting. It's a normal concept to discuss, but here like we will be focusing more on these elements. Okay, so this is how the chapter that is going to be focused on. So if we get into first, let's understand the context of strategy. So when we study about strategic management, the primary thing that we have to know is to understand about strategy. First, we have to know what is strategy is all about. So what you understand about this term strategy? Okay, blueprint. Sir, I'm trying to recollect something that is already there. Yeah, what is strategy? Generalized. I'm not expecting any technical definitions from you. Look, this is not something that a separate class. This is revision. Understand this. Revision happens only when I can know to what extent you know. Don't say, sir, it is, for we it is like something learning everything like new, sir. For us it is not like revision. It is like learning again. So strategy can understood as plan. Plan adopted by the company to achieve different desired results, goals. Every company need to prepare strategies to achieve the goals. Let's say to defeat the competitors, to increase profitability, efficiency, effectiveness. For all these companies needs to have a plan, strategy. So in generalized term, that is what strategy is all about. Like as you said, blueprint. Yes, strategy is a blueprint that you have prepared to achieve something for future. Strategy is a plan adopted by the company to achieve desired results for future. All these terms we can use. Strategy is all about used by the company in order to effectively utilize the resources. You know what a resources stands for in the company? Yeah, 4M's: men, machine, material, money, resources. Optimum utilization of resources will happen if you have strong strategies. Like this, different outcomes of the term we can understand. But let's have a look how your content has been explained, because I'm just telling you what strategy stands for, but you can't write these things in the exam. You have to provide some of the key terms that have been given by your material. So before we go into this, let me remind you one more thing. When you are reading and writing, in the exam, don't write general terms. Don't do that. Like casually you are writing, this is very important for the business. Right. Following is the definition of strategy. Without strategy, company does not exist. Generalized terms. You have been asked to write about strategy. You have written everything apart from what is strategy. And don't expect marks. Got it? You have to give the key terms. So look at the term. The thing that you have to write is that the term strategy is derived from a Greek word called strategia, which means generalship. Generally understand, strategy term has come from a Greek word strategia, which means generalship. Do you know what is the origin of the term strategy? Origin. Used in business, but the origin is not for business. Strategy is something related to military term, which has been adopted by the army in the war field to defeat the enemy. Strategy is all about techniques adopted by the army to defeat the enemy, warship. Now the same context has been applied even for businesses also. Now who is enemy for business? Competitors. So strategy is about techniques adopted by the company to defeat the competitors. That is what the second term says. Although the word is Greek, yet the concept origin has something related to the art of war. Long back in 500 BC, someone have stated this strategy is related to art of war. Techniques adopted by the army to defeat the enemy. The same thing is applied even for businesses also. Techniques adopted by the company to defeat the competitors. That is what strategy stands for. And obviously, why strategy? Now for company, why strategies are adopted for company? Just before I have said to achieve goals. Like to fulfill their purpose, to provide customer satisfaction, to defeat competitor. Like that, so many dimensions are there for this term strategy. Look at the third term, that is what it says. A strategy of an organization provides a basic framework through which the organization will achieve its mission and objectives. So here you need to understand, in this context, objective stands for end results. Actually, in the next chapter, when we discuss vision, mission and objectives, there we will discuss objectives as targets. But in this context, objectives are end results. There is an ultimate goal the company wants to achieve. And to achieve that ultimate goal, whatever the plan that is prepared by the company is called as strategy. So what is the purpose of strategy? To achieve mission and objectives. Any idea what is mission stands for? Without knowing the meaning of the terms, don't read anything. What is mission stands for? Mission stands for purpose of a company. Vision stands for goal of a company. Mission stands for purpose of a company. Actually, objectives are targets. But in this context, objectives are end results. So, strategy is adopted by the company for the purpose of achieving purposes and end results. That is about another term that talks about. And there is a one more point that you have to seriously understand about strategy. Like when companies are adopting strategies, there is a one important reason why companies need to adopt strategy. In fact, the entire concept of SM depends on that particular term. The objective of strategic management is, understand this point carefully, the objective of strategic management is, it will help the company to gain competitive advantage. Very important term in the entire context of SM. Okay, what is competitive advantage? Yes, what is competitive advantage? There the answer lies. If you generalize the concepts, you know, it's very simple to learn. Competitive advantage. Yes, exactly. Advantage gained over the competitors. There, in the concept itself, you have answer. Competitive advantage. Advantage gained over the competitors. Like when a company is operating in a highly competitive environment, does a company need to gain advantage over the competitor? Is it needed or not? Definitely it is needed. Then only the company can survive for a long run. That's why. The point is, what is the purpose or major objective of SM? It helps the company to gain. Look at the term. The sole objective, the entire purpose, the whole purpose, the central theme of strategic management is that will help the company to provide competitive advantage. Competitive advantage stands for gaining advantage over the competitors. Understood with this point? Done. So generally strategies are prepared for long run. It will help to achieve certain advantages for the organization through proper utilization of resources, and company need to change as per the environmental changes also. You know, company will have business environment. Like company need to deal with customers, suppliers, technology, intermediaries, social, technical factors. Now all these factors will be keep on changing. Whenever there is a change, business have to change. That is a term says. The last point says that strategies are for long run, which helps to achieve advantages and configuration of resources within a changing environment. Whenever there is a change in the environment, accordingly business need to change. That's it. Meaning of strategy. Remember 4 terms in your mind. Okay, which origin of the term? Used in warfield. Ultimate purpose of strategy is to gain competitive advantage. Prepared for long run. Helps to change the company as for environmental changes. When you are answering the term strategy, you don't miss these 4 key terms. Accordingly, you write the answer. Instead of that, in the exam, like define the term strategy. You are writing first point. Very important for the business. Every organization needs strategy. Third point. Without strategy, no organization will exist. Like this, you are writing the point. Nowhere you wrote these key terms. Origin of the term, related to warfield, ultimate purpose is to gain competitive advantage, helps to achieve objectives. These points are needed. Then you might be saying that, sir, are you asking us to copy paste the content? No, you are not photocopy machines to do so. There are some students who are born with the ability to, they will have photographic memory. Whatever they read, they will take an imprint in their mind and they will represent the same in the paper. I don't think so everyone will be having that skill. So you need to follow a principle. Let's say 60-40 principle. 60% key terms, 40% you try to write in a general terms. Don't make it 80-20. 80% you are generally writing something and 20% here and there you are using key terms. You can never get good marks. In professional courses, what important is that you have to represent most of the key terminologies that are there in the question. Then while you are preparing itself, you better highlight the key terms. Next time when you are revising, quickly you can grasp that particular key term. There are small techniques that you have to follow, particularly for theory. Now this thing you can follow for any theory that you prepare. So we are done with our first concept to understand about strategy. Next, the next concept that we have is with respect to strategic decision and what are its consequences. Do you remember hierarchy of the organization? Generally, you might have come across with that in the subject hierarchy. Organization will have top level, middle level and lower level. You are aware of the hierarchy. In the hierarchy, can you tell me who will take major strategic decisions? Top level people will take strategic decisions. Generally, strategic decisions are long range in nature. Why are we saying this? What new business need to start in the future? It's a strategic decision. In the coming 5 or 10 years, companies deciding what kind of new business need to be established. It's a strategic decision. So when we say this strategic decision, obviously it has been done for the long run. So our next concept is to understand about strategic decisions. And when top level people take strategic decisions, what are its consequences? When you are preparing for, like, keep two things in your mind. First, understand what the concept is. Like when you read the question, you should know what this question is all about. Second thing, without knowing the meaning of the points, don't prepare anything. In the above question, let's say, when you have read this point, the sole objective of a strategy is to provide competitive advantage. Now you have no idea what is competitive advantage is. What is the use of reading that point? So only when you know what is competitive advantage stands for, this entire point comes with a meaning, isn't it? So understand this, two things. What is the concept? And when you read the terms, you should know the meaning of the terms. Blindly just don't read for the sake of remembering. I always say this, don't read to remember, read to understand. You are just reading it 100 times to remember, it will not serve the purpose. Read once to understand, then you can see the difference. Like once you have read the concept to while understanding the entire thing, lot of efforts you don't need to keep. Now to remember, you have to put lot of efforts. You are repeatedly reading it to remember. So small things that you have to follow while you are preparing. Understand that even your board have also raised the bar. It is not that there used to be a time, like plenty years back, they used to say that it is just a cakewalk to done with the CMA. Like happily you can complete it. Those days have gone. This board have also raised their standards. And it is equally has been considered, because if you observe their past percentages in a recent time, you can understand this. Their evaluation have also become strict. And when we check with the revised material, that indicates that how serious they are to deliver the content. So keep this thing in your mind and accordingly prepare. Just don't take the things on a lighter note that, okay, anyways, happily I can read and complete this. When I go and write the exam, things will like carry forward. It will not happen. So kindly be serious while you are preparing. Okay, let's understand about strategic decisions. So generally strategic decisions are taken by whom? Top management. Strategic decisions are taken by top management. That's why the nature of strategic decision is always long run. Top level management never think about day-to-day activities. They always think where to take the company for future. In the coming 5 years, in the coming 10 years, where should I take my company? That's why look at the very first point. Strategic decisions or strategies likely to concern with long-term direction. Like there are two things. One is something related to strategic, the other one is operational. Strategic elements are related to top management, long range in nature. Operational things are related to middle and lower level, day-to-day operations. Like day-to-day operations, nature is short-term in nature. That deals with regular operations like production, distribution, quality, stock, inventory. All these things are regular things, day-to-day operation. But which new business to start, which new product to launch, which new geographical area business should go into, all these are strategic, long range in nature. Are you getting the difference? That's why strategic decisions are always concerned with long-term direction. So obviously whenever business takes any kind of strategic decisions, they are for the purpose of achieving some advantage for the organization over the competitor. Now this concept is called as competitive advantage. Same point have come here. The very purpose of taking decisions by the top management, always they work on achieving some advantage over the competitors. That's the point. And strategy can be seen as matching the resources and activities to the environment. It's very important. Whatever the resources that are there in your company, you need to match these resources with the environmental factors. Do planning as per the changes in environment. Then only the company can gain advantage. That's the term says. And strategy can be seen by make bigger an organization. Like it is for the utilization of organization resources and competencies to create new opportunities, and capitalizing them is nothing but to take advantage on them. Strategic decisions likely to affect operational decisions. Like look at this point. There are two types of decisions in the company. One is strategic decisions. The other one is operational. That is what I have explained to you now. Strategic decisions are taken by top management, which are long range in nature. Operational decisions are middle and lower level management, which are with respect to day-to-day operations. Without knowing what is strategic decisions and operational decisions, you never understand this point now. Now, what is the point is saying? Strategic decisions impact will be on the operational decisions. Yes or no? Because top level, whenever they take any decision, certainly the impact of the decision will be on day-to-day operations. That is why the term says like that. Strategic decisions will have impact on the operational decisions. That's the last point says that strategy of an organization is affected not only by environmental factors and resource availability, but also the values and expectations of stakeholders. Every time strategy is not about the environmental factors and resources. Sometimes strategy is about values and expectations of stakeholders. When you are running a company, you are preparing a strategy every time not to gain competitive advantage. Every time not about environment and resources. Sometimes you need to take care of your stakeholders also. You know the concept of stakeholder. Stakeholders have some expectations from your company. You need to run your company as per the expectations of your stakeholders. Now prepare strategies in order to satisfy the expectations of stakeholders. That's the term says. So this concept is explaining about what our strategic decisions are, and if strategic decisions are taken properly, consequences are going to be like this. That's about another concept that we have. Now here, a typical business firm usually consider three types of strategies. So this is nothing but, we can say, types of strategies depending upon the levels. Top level, middle level, or lower level. Actually, in management, these three can otherwise be called as strategic levels. Strategic levels. Okay, just I'm giving you the other names in case just to understand the concept effectively. Strategic levels. So when strategy has been prepared, either it can be prepared at corporate level, business level, and functional level. Right? That's why it is called as three types of strategies. Or these three can also be called as strategic levels in the organization. Just before you have said top level, middle level, and lower level. So you have an idea who will come at top level? Top executives, CEO, board of directors, managing directors, these people will come. Middle level, functional heads will come. Done. At lower level, executives, not employee, executives will come, because CEO is also an employee. Right? So at lower level, we'll have executives. Now, top, middle, and lower level is the levels of organization, but when strategies are prepared, it can be prepared at three different levels. Now, technically, corporate level related to top level, functional level related to middle level. Middle level, not lower level. That is a difference actually. Many people don't understand that. You know that hierarchy is discussed. You know hierarchy will be in pyramid shape. Top level, middle level, and lower level. These are just levels of organization. But now we are discussing about strategic levels. There are three strategic levels: corporate level, business level, and functional level. Now top level will come into corporate level. Middle level is functional level. In between these two, we have another level called business level. Now, don't consider that this is business level. No, never be in that misconception. Did you get what is the concept that I am saying? These three are general levels in the organization. But technically, there are three strategic levels are corporate level, business level and functional level. When we compare the strategic levels with the hierarchy, top level is corporate level, middle level is functional level. Between these two, we have something called business level. Got it? So now, in corporate level, as you have said, we are going to have all the top executives. CEO, CFO, board of directors, managing directors will come at corporate level. Clear? In business level, we are going to have general managers. General managers. We call them as business level general managers. So understand this carefully. Whatever that has been done by corporate level, that will be applicable for the whole organization. If a CEO of a company takes any decision, this decision will be applicable for the entire organization. But whereas something done by the business level, actually who will come at business level? General managers. Now whatever that has been done at business level, that is applicable only for a particular business unit. Business unit applicable only for a particular business unit, not for the entire organization. You have appointed a general manager for a business unit, and this general manager, whatever he do, it's only applicable for that particular business unit, not for the entire organization. Got the point? And then we have functional level. Now who will come at functional level? Functional managers will come. Functional managers. Can you tell me who are functional managers? Who are functional managers? Oh, example, who are they? Finance manager, HR manager, production, logistics, R&D. All these are functional managers. Now they will come at functional level. Now whatever functional level manager do, it is applicable only for that particular department. Got the difference? Corporate level, whatever they do, applicable for the business level, whatever they do, it is applicable for a business unit. Like functional level is only for the department. Now you got the difference between hierarchy and strategic levels. This hierarchy, we have lower level executives will come. But in strategic levels, these three levels are there. About these three levels, remember two things. Who will come? Scope of operations. At corporate level, who will come? Top executives. What is the scope of organization? Scope of that level applicable for the entire organization. Business level, who will come? General managers. Applicable for business unit. Let's say if a particular company is having units in three or four places. For every unit, they will appoint a general manager. Now that general manager is responsible for that particular unit. Whatever the general manager do, it will be applicable only for that particular unit. Now for every department, we have a manager. Now they are called as a functional level. If a finance manager takes a decision or implement anything, that is only applicable for the finance department. I hope you got the clarity. Now these three are called as strategic levels. So as you can see, as you have understood the concept, corporate level is concerned with the overall purpose and scope of the organization overall for the entire business. Different parts of organization they will take care of. On the corporate level, strategy focus on three categories. They will try to establish stability, growth, retrenchment. These are strategies followed by the corporate level. Stability, growth and retrenchment strategies they will follow. At business level, as you can see, it's specifically related to industry or market segment served by that particular business unit, not for the entire organization. So at a functional level, who are going to have all the functional level managers will be there. So if you get it out, sir, why these three levels are? Actually the term has not given, but I'll tell you. Corporate level prepares something for the entire organization. Whatever they have prepared, that will be practically implemented by business level managers at a unit level. Like general manager will practically implement the strategy of a corporate level for a particular unit. What a functional level guy do? Whatever corporate level, business level people have created, that will be practically implemented at a department level. So got the point? Overall strategy is by the top level. and subsequently business and functional level people will implement those strategies. That's the term says. So that's about these strategic levels. Hope you are understood with 3 types of strategies. So next we have is strategic management and the 4 elements. The very starting of our session I have said that in SM we have certain stages: analysis, planning, formation, implementation and control. This is what happened in the entire strategic management. That is what our concept to understand. So strategic management consists of the steps. First, environmental factors need to be studied, then strategy need to be formed, and strategy need to be implemented, and controls need to be assigned. So these are the major steps that happens in SM. When strategy is implemented, why controls need to be assigned? Because in your subject much of control has not discussed. When strategies have been implemented, why controls need to be assigned? For the purpose of effective implementation of those strategies. Controls will check whether strategies have been implemented as planned or not. Right? You have planned a strategy. You should check whether this planning has properly implemented or not. That is why controls are must, because you have planned in one way but the implementation is happening in the other way. Then you may not get the desired result. That is why controls are must. So now in the entire strategic management we have 4 elements. Understand the flow. Analysis, study the company's position. Then form the strategy. Whatever you have found, implement it. Don't relax while implementing. Check whether they are properly implementing or not. And that checking is called as, this is the process of SM. Keep those small scenarios in your mind. Then subject becomes easy. Wherever, if this concept need to be right about strategic management and what are the elements of strategic management, there should be a flow of concepts in your mind. In strategic management, first the company do analysis. Then they will form the strategies. Whatever they have formed, they will go for implementation. With implementation, they are not supposed to relax. They need to assign controls also. First one is environmental scanning or analysis. So generally, why scanning takes place? Good. Like it is a term that is used in medical terminology. Scanning. Yes, scanning, or let's say in management terminologies it can be called as analysis. Analysis. Like both are synonyms, scanning and analysis. Concept is same. Generally scanning is the term more used in medical terms. When you go with a problem, no doctor will say bring brain analysis report. And in the organizations, no manager will say let us do scanning of HR. Mismatch of the things will happen. But the conclusion is same. When a doctor asked you to go for scanning, he wanted to know internally what is happening, because externally he could not able to judge. Let's say if any bone fracture happened, by looking from external, doctor cannot decide what amount of damage that has happened. For that he need to know what internally exactly happened. Then he say go for scanning. So to understand something in deep, we have to go for scanning. Same thing for analysis. Analysis stands for an in-depth investigation, an in-detailed study. It's called as like analysis. Now top management, what they have to do before they are going to implement anything, first they need to thoroughly study the existing things. When you have decided to start a new business, first understand your existing business clearly. That's the point. When you can understand your existing business clearly, only when you do analysis. Understand your position in the market first. You might be having big goals and dreams to achieve. Those goals and dreams cannot be achieved when you don't have clarity about your present. And the present clarity will get only when the company do analysis or scanning content. That is why first we need to discuss about scanning. So look at what is environmental scanning is all about. Monitoring. Like monitoring and evaluating the disseminating of information from where? From external and internal environmental factor. I hope you have an idea. Business environment is internal and external. External have micro and macro. In micro we have customer, consumer, competitors. In macro we'll have political, legal, socio-culture, technological. The entire business environment context. Now when you can study about your present, only when you study the environmental factors, internal and external. This is what environmental scanning involves study of environmental factors. So why are you studying? So that you can know your present and you can plan your future. This factors both internal external element that will shape the future of the organization. So understood the scanning purpose? Simple thing. Scanning can be done by studying the environmental factors. You remember this point. What environmental factors need to be studied? Internal and external. Then company can come to know about its present position. That's the point. After that, you will be following certain methods. Once analysis is over, then the company has to go for strategy formation. Now you are preparing long range planning. You have studied about the environmental factors. You have come to know what is happening in the environmental factors. Now you start planning. What kind of strategies need to be prepared so that you can achieve your goals in the future? That's what formation stands for. While you are forming the strategies after studying the environmental factors, strategies need to be formed by considering SWOT in the mind. Yes, SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. We call it a SWOT analysis, studying about the 4 elements. While forming the strategy, keep in SWOT. And by considering the SWOT, you decide everything. Like mission, objectives, development of strategy, everything need to be done by considering SWOT. So analysis is over. Formation has been done by considering the SWOT. Simply preparation of strategy will never help the company to achieve the goals. Whatever that has been prepared, that need to be implemented. Like application part of your plan. Formation has been done by top level. It is the responsibility of a middle and lower level to go for implementation. That's what the point says. Putting the plans into actions. Like strategies and policies are put into practice. Putting the plans into actions is implementation. Don't relax while implementing. You being sitting at a top level, you have prepared a strong plan. And the plan has been very effectively implemented. Now don't relax. Everything is happening perfectly in my organization. Like the last thing that you have to do is assign controls. Controls will help you to monitor your performance. Whether are you achieving your desired result or not. And one more thing, why controls? You have planned in one way, but the implementation is happening in the other way. Sometimes this also may happen. Because planning is done by top level, implementation is done by middle and lower level. Top level guy have been prepared in one way, but middle and lower level people are implementing that in the other way. Deviation. Controls will help to check with the deviation and put back the strategy into the track. So clear with the 4 steps? Very simple thing. Keep that flow in your mind. Analysis, formation, implementation and control. In that some key terms. Analysis by studying environmental factors. Forming by keeping the SWOT in mind. Implementation is nothing but putting plans into actions and assigning controls to monitor the performance. Now, by considering these key terms in your mind, now you write the answer. Now, instead of that, you are writing any of the term that comes in your mind. You will never get marks. So many students will be thinking, sir, I wrote so much of content even though I haven't got marks. In professional courses, it is not about the quantity, it is about quality. Keep this thing in your mind. Don't follow your graduation principles here. Probably their quantity matters. And you better know how you write that. Graduation exams. Stories. Filling the paper is a context there. It will not work it out here. It is not about the quantity. Whatever you write, make sure qualitatively you are writing the key terms. Understanding concept, remembering key terms. Purpose is served. Are you clear with this concept? Good. At any point of time, let's say if any of the issue come, you better ask. So this is about introduction of SM. So understanding what is strategy, after that strategic decisions, and then 3 levels. That will be enough. Now we have the concept of vision, mission and objectives. First, what are these 3 terms are you need to know. When we say strategic management is a process and strategic management is a journey to be followed, there are certain steps that need to be followed in SM. I will tell you in a broader context, then I will bring you to vision, mission and objectives. If we have to define the term strategic management, right? It consists of certain steps. Like already few steps we have discussed now. We have said that analysis, like I will just add something to it. Whenever a company prepares the entire strategic management, the first thing the top management do is that they need to prepare vision and mission. Vision and mission need to be prepared. After preparing vision and mission, they will go for setting objectives. Setting objectives. After setting objectives, strategy formation. Is it okay now? Strategic formation. So first vision and mission, setting objectives, and then formation of strategy. Once the strategy has been formed, then implementation. Implementation of the strategies. Is implementation is the last step? Then controls. Look at the steps: vision, mission, objectives, forming, implementing and controlling. Flow of activities. This is called process of SM. In this process, our next concept is to understand 3 steps in the process. In the process, we are studying 3 steps. What are they? Vision, mission, objectives. Look at the term here. Vision, mission and culture says the objectives term will come. So we are going to understand about vision, mission and objectives. Now what are these vision, mission and objectives are? These are the steps in the SM process. When a company runs the strategic management process, first they will be setting off vision and mission, and then objectives have been set. So here we have to understand what is vision, what is mission, what are object. Along with that, culture context is also given there. So this is going to be the second part of this chapter. In the first part, strategy understood, strategic decisions understood, types of strategy discussed, corporate, business and functional level. Now the concept is to understand steps in the SM process. Vision, mission and objectives. Nothing but culture. Objectives and culture are different contexts, but you have been given with the culture. So let's understand. First, to know about vision. Conceptually understand first. This is a general term, vision. If anyone asks you, like, what is your vision? They are not asking about your eyesight. That is not vision. The intention of asking what is your vision is nothing but what you ultimately wants to be in your life. Or if they ask you about your vision, they are asking where you see yourself in the future. Like there might be a thought in your mind that in the coming future, this is where I wanted to be in. Now that desired position is called as your vision. Same thing for the company also. What is vision for a company? Where, no, that is goal. Profit is what the company wants to get. But there is a desired position in their mind. So vision stands for where the company wants to see itself in the future. General terms. Ultimate goal of a company is called as a vision. If anyone have started the business and they are running the business, and if you ask them what is your vision, they might be saying that I wanted to see my company as #1 company in the world. This is vision, goal. Has a goal in his mind that he want to see his company as a #1 company in the world. Yes, it is called as vision, goal. So vision talks about what the company ultimately wants to achieve in a distinct future. Where the company wants to see itself in the future is also called as a vision. Now we'll understand the key terms. So look at the very first key term. What vision talks about? Desired future state of an organization. Desired. They have a desire in their mind that this is where they wish to see their company. That's why the term says desired future state. They are not saying that what actually company wants to achieve. It's a desired future state what the company wants to achieve. So it is about the aspirations around which strategies are prepared. When a company prepares a strategy, they are preparing the strategy by keeping in mind their vision. They have a goal in their mind, and to achieve the goal, they are preparing strategies. Now, some people say that, so why creating vision has to be the first step in the SM process? Now we are saying vision deals with goals. Then why it has to be the first step? For this, the answer is, when you don't know where you want to go, can you start your journey? That's why. Because when you know the goal, rest of the activities that has been performed are to achieve this particular goal. That's why first set a goal. Rest of the activities that you do are for the purpose of achieving that goal. That is why vision has to be the first step. That is what it says. And moreover, whatever the strategies that are prepared in the company are for the purpose of achieving this goal. That's why it provides aspirations to implement strategy. So let the next term is a general term. The image of what company wants to become in the future. What company ultimately wants to be in the future is also called as vision. It articulates the realistic, credible, attractive future for the organization. That's a general term. And some examples I've given here. If you take Nike, look at their vision to bring innovation and aspiration over the athlete in the world. Now, the Nike's vision is not just to bring aspiration in Indian athletes. The company wants to build like a global company, as it is a company that deals with sports, equipment or sports wares. That say that they want to inspire the athlete world. That's their goal. That is what they have built that company for. You know about Alibaba? You don't know about Alibaba? Jack Ma have built this Alibaba. Haven't heard about this. Which countries? Yeah, in China. Alibaba.com, e-commerce site. Have you heard this guy Jack Ma? Congratulations. Not the right time to talk about. So there is something called Alibaba. So they have a goal like to make easy to do business anywhere. Like this, every company will be having their vision. And one more thing. Where do we found vision and mission? If that question comes, usually in the company, vision will be in the form of statement. Statements. In fact, vision and mission are statements. Now, where do you found that statements? Let's say the example. There are three statements I have given. These are vision statement of a company. These vision statements are prepared by top management. And where do you found them in the company? In the websites of a company, you can found this. Prospectus of a company, you can found this. Sometimes even in the organization premises also, they will keep vision and mission. So vision and mission will be in the form of statements. They will prepare a statement, and these statements are prepared by top management. In those statements, they will educate about the goals, what ultimately company wants to achieve. Are you clear with the vision? Done. Then small concepts have been given here. Why vision has to be there? What are the benefits of having vision? It will provide inspiration for the entire organization. And vision will definitely represents what the company wants to be. Good vision helps the creation of identity and share a common purpose. Because when you have a strong vision, everyone in the company will be working that particular purpose, common goal. Because everyone who is working in the organization should have a same goal. So that commonality will be provided because of vision. And good visions should be very competitive, original and unique. This is very much important. Visions have to be unique. For your company, when you prepare a vision, you prepare in a very unique way that is differentiating your company from the others. Don't copy the other vision statements. You should have your own visions. And vision always helps to encourage experimentation for future. Vision gives you long-term thinking. You have a goal that you want to create a company as a number one company in the world. Then it gives you the vision that what you would like to take the company for, like long-term thinking. And vision represents integrity in the organization. I'm just highlighting the key terms. Integrity is nothing but everybody in the organization are working to fulfill that particular visions. So this is about benefits of having vision, meaning of vision and benefits of having vision. Concept understood? Done. After vision, the first step is developing vision and mission. After setting the vision, the next thing company have to do is to set a mission. Let's say, just to make it more clear, vision deals with goals of a company, where the company ultimately wants to be. Whereas mission deals with existence and purpose. Existence or purpose of a company. Remember these terms while you study the concept. Vision deals with goals. Mission deals with existence and purpose. Now, if you want to get it more clearly, let me tell you. Like there is a guy who have started a primary school. Just a small example I am telling you. A guy have started a primary school. Someone asked him, what is your goal? Like you have started a primary school, what is your vision? Not goal, what is your vision? Then that guy says that I wanted to see my school as #1 school in India in coming 10 years. Can we call this as a vision now? He want to see his school as #1 school in India in coming 10 years. Can we call this as vision or not? Definitely a desired future that he has decided for his school. That's why I said vision stands for where the company wants to see itself in the future. No, this is where he wants to see his school in the future. Can we call this as vision? Then he has been asked, why have you started this school? Then he says that I have started this school to provide quality education at affordable prices. Can we call this as purpose? The purpose of his school is to provide quality education at affordable price. And where he wants to see his school is as a #1 school in India. Now got the difference between vision and mission? Vision talks about where the company want to see itself in the future. Mission talks about the fundamental purpose of your company. What are you doing in the society? For what you have started the company. Now SR, hence mission talks about purpose. You don't say that the very purpose is to get profits. Actually, profit is needed to run the business, but don't consider it as your mission. You should never mention. You check with the vision mission statements of a company. No company will mention about making profit as their mission. Even though profits are needed, but you're not supposed to consider it as your mission. Got the context now? Yes. Look at the very key term. Company mission describes what? Its purpose and its present business. Deals with two questions. Who we are and what we do and why we are here. Now we understand these three questions answer is nothing but existence and purpose. Like who we are and what we do and why we are here. What are you doing? Providing better quality education. That's my purpose. The purpose of that school is to provide better quality education. That's what mission stands for. So look at the second point. Mission announces what the company is providing to the society through their products and services. That's why we are calling mission about existence and purpose. Look how simple all these concepts are. There is no much complexity involved in the concepts. When you understand what the concepts are conveying, reading and representing becomes so simple and easy. So don't unnecessarily complicate the content. Understand the meaning, know the key terms. Game is over. Happily you can answer all these questions in the exam. Even when you understand the concept, you don't need to worry about MCQs also. Even in the filling the blanks. Once you have understood the concept, if that question comes, easily you can answer with that. Even MCQ or fill in the blank come with that, with respect to that particular concept. Now, look at the next term says, same, vision has to be unique. Just previously I have said, same thing for mission also. A well-conceived mission statement defines the fundamental and unique purpose that is differentiating the company from the competitors. Same thing, vision. Vision should be very unique. That is differentiating your company from the competitors. That's how vision mission needs to be prepared. And mission also talks about values and philosophies of the business and how the business is treating its employees. Like some statements have been given here. Like Bharat Gas is having a mission. So look at Nirma, you also know. Nirma says that they are a customer focused company committed to consistently offer better quality products and services which create value to the customer. That's the purpose. Just now I said the purpose of a school is to provide better quality education at affordable price. Same Nirma says that they want to provide better quality product that creates value for the customer, which means they are spending less amount but they are getting great value. That is the purpose of the company. Like this, if you want to know about more vision mission statement, when you go through the websites of those companies, you can easily understand like how they are creating vision mission. The more examples that you check, the more you can understand about the concept. But no matter any examples that you check, every example conveys about the same content. In vision, they are talking about their goals, and mission, they will be talking about their existence and purpose. Meaning of vision mission, understood? Yeah. Once you have clear with the meaning, understanding the differences would be very simple. Like mission talks about purpose, whereas vision talks about ambition. Mission deals with how the company is behaving. Vision deals with goals. So it is permanent and constant. Your purpose should remain the same, but your goals can change. That's why it will be keep on changing. You're changing your goals as per the environmental factors, but don't change your purpose. Like you're not supposed to change your personality. You can change your goals. Isn't it? You're not supposed to change your values. Values are something that you have built for you and you will live upon them. Some people will even change them also, but you're not supposed to. You can change your goals. Like once you have achieved the goal of becoming CMA, then you can have another goal. You can't say that, sir, being CMA is my ultimate goal. After that, I'm ready to die also. So after CMA, you might be having another goal. Sir, I want to be an entrepreneur. Okay, I am done with my CMA. I have completed. Now I want to start a business. You can be. Nothing wrong in that. Can't a CMA be as an entrepreneur? Can be. No, there is nothing wrong in that. Like that. Goals can be, keeps on changing. Next, mission statement conveys, the statement conveys this is what the company do and what the company stands for. But whereas vision talks about what we want to be in the future. You can understand the difference. What they are doing and what they want to do. That's why mission talks about present, your present existence and purpose. But obviously vision talks about. So this is how we can discuss about the differences between vision and mission. Next concept that we have in the first chapter to understand about organizational culture and the 4 layers of organization culture. Instead of mission, here about culture context has been given. So we'll understand. So before I explain you about culture, can you tell me what is in a general scenario, what is culture stands for? Traditions. Okay. And what is culture stands for? Can we say in general scenario, culture is all about values, beliefs, traditions and principles? Every individual will be having their own values, beliefs, traditions and principles. In the same way, every organization will also have its own values, beliefs, principles, internal work environment. All these things are called as organizational cultures. So, organizational culture is the basic assumptions and beliefs that are shared by the members of that company. Every company will be having certain culture that is different from the other company. These cultures have been prepared by considering certain environmental factors. Look at this term, elements of culture. Like first, to build a culture, company need to have some values and company need to have some beliefs and how the company is behaving, and then it will create certain assumptions. So which means if a culture need to build, company need to have values, beliefs and behaviors. These 3 things are going to be part of culture. 4 layers. Culture doesn't build overnight. You have to build it in a systematic way by following all these aspects. So in that, these terms are very simple terms like values. So values are followed by every employee of a company. So value system has to be there. So value of a company is all about how managers and employees should conduct themselves. So how the managers and employees are operating in the company will define the value for that particular company. What values that they are following. And next, every company will have some beliefs. Values are different from beliefs. Now, belief stands for, they are more specific. Belief is more specific. Like your beliefs are clearly very specific, that what you believe and what you don't believe about anything. In the same way, even companies also will have their own beliefs. That's why belief systems are so specific. And the next one that we have is, every company need to have some behavior. Now, behavior is nothing but the day-to-day operations, how the company is operating. Like regular activities, how they are doing production, how their quality is, how they are doing marketing, how they are dealing with their inventory. Inventory means stock. How company is acting with respect to day-to-day operations is something related to behaviors. And finally, that will lead to create a paradigm. This paradigm is all about any kind of assumptions that I have taken for granted. So nothing but taken for granted assumptions are core for the culture, because the reason why it is called as core is, this is what the fundamental base. From this base, all these elements have been built. That is why the term says it is considered as a core of organization's culture. There are aspects of organizational life which people find difficult and to identify and explain. That's what the taken granted assumptions in the organization. So culture consists of 4 layers. The core layer is assumptions. Depending on these assumptions, we have beliefs, and then behaviors, and finally leads to, that's about a small concept called culture. Like certain things we will avoid, because most of the concept we'll try to cover, but certain small aspects we'll try to leave, right? Because if we go about each and every question elaborately, then one day will not be enough to revise all these things. So understood about a small concept called culture. Next context that we have to understand is that whatever the strategy that has been prepared, that need to be aligned with vision, mission and culture concept is there. But in fact, forget about the topic that has been given. After vision and mission, here the company needs to understand about objectives. And so what are the characteristics of objectives? So okay, here vision relates to goals, mission relates to existence and purpose. Then company is going to set some objectives. After vision and mission, objectives need to be set. Now what are objectives? Objectives are targets. Targets. Vision is goal, mission is existence and purpose, objectives are targets. Why these targets? These targets are to achieve the goals. Because when you set a goal, to achieve that goal, you need to have some targets in front of you. Let us simply understand this concept. If your goal is to be a CMA, do you have any targets in front of you? Target 1 is not that. You need to crack your foundation, CMA foundation. Then target 2, CMA inter. After that, now you have additional thing has come to do full-fledged articles. Previously it was very less tenure, but now it has full-fledgedly increased. Then you need to do your articles. After articles, CMA final. To be more precise, in CA inter group 1 and group 2 targets are there. Let's say if you are not writing both the groups at a time, then first you will be achieving target of group 1, then group 2 target, then articles, and then CA final, group 3 target and group 4 target. Individual targets. When you fulfill these individual targets, ultimately you will be achieving your goals. Targets are for the purpose of achieving goals. Understood the context? So now tell me, what are objectives are for? How about if we say that setting objectives are for the purpose of achieving vision? Setting objectives are for the purpose of achieving vision. Why are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Just now I said targets are for the purpose of achieving your goals. Same thing I am saying, objectives are for the purpose of achieving your vision. It is setting of strategic objectives that the strategic vision. Look, setting of strategic objectives that the strategic vision of a firm into specific performance. So here the vision achievement happens by setting objectives. Objectives are nothing but performance targets the company wants to achieve. So understood with the meaning? Now when targets have been set, the target should have characteristics, very easy to understand these characteristics, because when you set a target, the target should have clear characteristics. It is not that vaguely you set targets, because all these targets are helping you to achieve your goal. First one, be specific about your target. Let's say you can say that I wanted to clear only CA Inter Group 1, specific target. You're not saying that let us see, when time come I will decide whether I am writing Group 1 or Group 2. No, be specific. That clarity has to be there in your mind. I think by this time you have your clarity. Applied also for the next exam? No? Still thinking, sir, whether to apply for one group or both. Not yet decided. Completed? Then your target is specific. That will provide motivation to you. Same in the organization, when a manager set the targets, those targets have to be more specific. And next, make your targets are understandable. To whom? Your specificness is understandable. Your target should be understandable to whom? To your competitors, to your customers, to the government, to the supplier, to the distributor. Then to whom? To your employees. Because employees are the one who are trying to achieve your targets. That's why they have to be understandable to all the employees. That is where they can help to achieve. Look at the term. If there is a clarity in objectives, that will avoid ambiguity. Among whom? Employee. Ambiguity means confusion. If you are clear with your targets, there won't be any confusion. That will help them to achieve the desired results also. Next, make sure your targets are measurable. If a company says that I want to improve my sales for 10% in coming 5 years, now you can measure after 5 years whether you have improved your sales 10% or not. So keep your target as measurable. Don't keep vague targets. I will achieve some percent of growth rate in some time. What kind of target is this? Be very measurable. Next one is attainable, realistic. Don't keep vague targets which are not possible to achieve. Your targets have to be so clear. If today you have started recently you have started a mobile manufacturing company in India, keep your target so clear. Let me satisfy my customers, let me get profits. Rather, don't say that tomorrow I will beat Apple. It's a very big company that is there in the market for such a long time. You can't keep your target which is not unattainable. Make sure the targets can be attainable. Make sure your targets are relevant. You are doing your CMA and you are saying my first target is to crack prelims. My second target is to crack mains. My third target is to crack interview. With these targets, you won't achieve your CMA. You will become a civil servant. Your goal is something and your targets are saying something else. So make sure your targets are relevant. Relevant that they are helping to achieve your vision and mission. And finally, very important, time bound. When you will be a CMA, slowly but surely. Right term to say, isn't it? When you will become a CMA, this has been asked, then you will say slowly but surely. Rather, your target should have time bound. Be very sure, objective should be specific to a time bound. That only is called as target. Target is something which have that time boundedness. So when you set a target, all these characteristics are must. Clear with them? Done. So those are characteristics of targets. Yeah, the same thing says keeping what are the things that have to be kept in mind while setting objectives. Simplicity has to be there. Multiple goals you can achieve if you have. Time bound, again, period is nothing but within different time frames you have to set to them. Verifiable, yes. So you have to set your targets around certain questions, deciding what are your objectives are meant to. Reality, make sure your targets are always dealing with reality. I don't know why two different concepts have been given. Make sure they have certain quality. So which are realistically attainable. So these are referred to as, again, the concept says that things that need to be, issues that need to be kept in mind while setting the objectives. So you check what the question is, characteristics or issues. If it asks about characteristics, write these points. Issues, you have to keep these things in mind, but they will convey the more or less same context. So, but look at what question has been asked, characteristics or issues, and accordingly you provide the answer. That's about another concept. Next, again, already we have discussed about objectives. Objectives of strategic management will help to identify and exploit the opportunities. Like, can the objectives help the company to get competitive advantage? Yes. If your targets are so clear and powerful, then you can gain competitive advantage also. That is the these terms says. This will help to identify the needs and wants of the customer. It can help you to be responsive and to create the demand of the stakeholders. Innovative culture can be created by having strong objectives. This term you can understand. Distinguish between objectives, goals of business. Again, whenever you set the things time frame, specific, focus on measurable. These things has to be there when you are setting your objectives and goals. Time frame is very important when you think of it. All right. Let's understand a concept called genomics. Okay, I will simplify this concept. Genomics is the study of a person's genome. Stands for G. For a company, why it needs to study about a person's genomics is nothing but so that they can provide some valuable services to the people. Here, person stands for understand the customer's genome. So nothing but to understand what are their needs of, and accordingly you will satisfy them, including interactions of those genes with each other, with a person's environment. So nothing but organization behavior is about how people will be motivated to work together. You have to motivate all your employees to work together. If you have to motivate all your employees to work together, you need to understand the genome of your employees. That is the context. Thus, the primary responsibility of a manager is to develop and maintain effective communication system in the organization. Then only you can create a good relationship among all the employees. So that's about genome stands for. Next, we have a concept called leadership. Can you tell me from where leadership flows in the organizational? Yes, relationship will flow from top level management. Now, can we consider the people who sit at the top level is referred to as the leaders of a company? Yes or no? So, in organization to achieve goals, what important is to have good leadership. So, that is the concept says strategic leader must strive towards maximizing the shareholders' value and by balancing the profit growth and profitability of the organization. Sitting at the top level, a leader's responsibility is to maximize the shareholders' value and maintains the profit growth and profitability of the organization. That is what top level guys' goal should be. And they can be called as strategic leaders. The people who sit at the top level are leadership, and they can call as strategic leaders also. A strategic leader is seen as an individual upon whom strategy, development and change are seen to be dependent. Strategic development, it's whose responsibility to develop the strategy in the company? Top level. And it is whose responsibility to bring the change in the company? Top level. Leaders are responsible to implement the changes. Leaders are responsible to implement good strategy development. That is the responsibility of strategic leaders. Leaders should have a characteristics, some key characteristics that can lead to high performance of a leader. First one, how a leader should be, whom we call him as visionary. Good. The leader who could able to see the future. The one who can plan about future. The one who knows what future needs are. He's called as a visionary. Like Steve Jobs is a visionary. He knows what future wants. That's why he created a company which always thinks about future. He is the one who thought that let us change the way how people listen to music. Future needs technology. Then he came up with iPod, a portable MP3 player. These are visionaries. Elon Musk is a visionary. He's thinking about future. Let us imbibe a chip in human brain so that one brain can interact with the other brain. It's happening, you know that? What is the name of this company? Neuralink. He's a visionary. He's thinking that let us not have telephone networks on earth. Let us communicate from satellite communication. Starlink. These are the companies. Starlink. Neuralink, he is experimenting to imbibe chips on human brain. In Starlink, he is creating a network where we can communicate directly from satellite. If this becomes reality, you will never have an issue of signal problem. From every corner of the world, you can communicate. Now, what will happen if you go on hills, remote places, you will never have signal. Because our telecommunication now depends upon network, towers. Now, straight away from satellite, if you get the signal, from any corner of the world, you can get the signal. There are few satellite phones. I think you are aware of this. Even now also, there are few satellite phones. Now, some of the companies are thinking to enable satellite communication in smartphones, future. Now, Elon Musk is thinking about future, visionaries. Now, you might feel like crazy. Sir, what is imbibing chip in human brain? Innovations initially looks crazy. Later on, they will rule the world. Initially, innovation looks crazy. When Steve Jobs have put 2 cameras in a mobile, people laughed at him. Company have gone mad. 1 camera is enough to take an image. Why is he keeping 2 cameras at the back of a mobile? Initially, it sounded crazy, but now people are not stopping. 2 cameras, 3 cameras, 4 cameras. Initially, innovations looks crazy, but later on they become innovations. Like that, these are visionaries. A leader is the one who is always a visionary. And next one, he should be very good in communicating the vision to the others within the organization. Can you tell me with whom he need to communicate the vision? Employees, yes. Next, a good strategic leader must have the ability to identify and articulate the business model. Build a good business model that create a standard for your entire organization. And a good strategic leader should demonstrate and sense of commitment towards the vision. A leader is having a vision, be commit to your vision. Because as they have thought in their mind, they will be very committed to the vision. Elon Musk, he is very committed to his vision. Once he decided, let's develop a rocket which will go in space and it can come back. Previously, it was not there. Do you know this? Previously, all rockets, when they go up, they will be dismantled on the space and these parts will be roaming in the space. There is lot of space, dust is increasing in the space. There are so many particles that are roaming in the space. Because all the rockets that went, they will never come back. Now, what Elon Musk did? He developed a rocket which goes into the space and introduce anything that it brings, and it will come back. This is what he's committed. In one of the interviews, he says that the one who wants to be an entrepreneur, kindly don't be like me, he says. Because he have never seen family home sleep for years. He used to sleep in the floor of that factory where they are working on this SpaceX project. For years, he never seen family. For years, he never spoke to anyone. He was in that factory. Documentary is there about SpaceX. Committed. Leaders are always committed towards their visions and they are ready to sacrifice anything for that. Such kind of commitment, if we have, we would have become great. A strategic, I say we, I'm including me also. Hence, we don't have such commitments. We are here. Hence, they have commitment. We are talking about them. If we would have that commitment, someone would be talking about us like that. That shows that we don't have that commitment. A strategic leader should be able to recognize and empower subordinates to take decisions. Empowering is nothing but encouraging, letting them know their potentials. When you are realizing others about their potentials, which means that you are empowering. These are some good characteristics of leadership. Okay, are you clear with the leadership concept? There is one more interesting concept called emotional intelligence. EI, emotional intelligence. There is a concept called EQ, emotional quotient. Like that, this concept talks about emotional intelligence. Now, this emotional intelligence will talk about how strong you are emotionally. Emotional strength. Like there is something called physical strength and emotional strength. For every small thing you are not reacting, which means you are emotionally you are very strong. All the small aspects that happens in your life are not showing huge impact on you, which means you are emotionally strong. Like that, like some people will be emotionally so weak. Every small act that happens in their life, they will overreact. There is nothing to react that much in that situation, but they will overreact, which means they are emotionally weak. So emotional intelligence is all about how strong you are psychologically, how you can control your emotions. That's what emotional intelligence, being strong in emotions. Look at, in order to estimate someone physiological capabilities, use the term called psychological capabilities need to be measured with the help of emotional intelligence. Your psychological capability, your psychological strength can be measured with the help of emotional intelligence. So very first time Daniel Goldman has coined to describe a bundle of psychological attributes that may strong and effective leaders exhibit. Look at this term. Bundle of psychological attributes that are exhibited by strong leaders, which means a leader need to have which skill? Need to be emotionally, but not an emotional fool. A leader has to be emotionally intelligent. Now, when he can become emotionally intelligent, when he have these aspects. Being emotionally intelligent, first a leader need to have self awareness. Know about yourself. If I ask you this question, how many of you know about yourself? How many of you will confidently answer me this question that yes sir, I know about myself? Not even one? How many of you know about yourself? It's my question. You can raise your hand if you say that yes sir, I know about myself. I think my question is wrong. Sir, rather you ask how many of you know about your others? Yeah. Sir, our job is that, sir. Every time talking about others. Rather we never talk about ourselves. Self-awareness. If you have to be a leader, first know about you. So you know about yourself? Raise your hand. Those who say I know about myself. Only one is on benefit of doubt raising their hand. So you know about yourself. Sure? Then tell me your weaknesses. Only two weaknesses you have. No other weakness in your life. Quite sure. In this two also, one is not a weakness. You said, sir, my father is my weakness. That is not a weakness. Because we don't know what our weaknesses. Actually, this is what subject is. Many people don't know what exactly a weakness and strength is, and they misunderstand an opportunity as a weakness. Your father can never be your weakness. He is just an opportunity for you. He is an opportunity for you. He is helping you. We misunderstand that. Weakness is something that inherently that has to be there within you. If you say, I am lazy, that's your weakness. Inherently you are lagging in that. If you say that, sir, I am a very short-tempered guy, weakness, inherent. Knowing about you is called as self-awareness. That's why you look at the term, what says self-awareness stands for understand one, mood, emotions and drives that you are going to show impact on others. So have self-awareness. And controlling on your self-awareness is self-regulation. Self-regulation is ability to control your impulses. Emotional intelligence is all about having self-control. You should have control on your emotions, on your moods and impulses that you show towards the others. That's why don't be in a hurry to get the things. Have emotional control. Next, being a leader, you should always have motivation. There is no empathy. Do you know this term empathy? You might not know about sympathy, but there is something called empathy. Not Mr. Vijay. What is empathy? Okay, I will tell you a term. Stepping into the shoes of others is empathy. Stepping into the shoes of others is empathy. Don't literally do it now and say that I have empathy. Putting legs on the other shoes and say that I have empathy, as sir have said. What is the meaning of this term? Understanding the other's problems as yours. No, like generally people say that be in my position and think. They say this, which means they are expecting empathy from you. They are thinking that try to be in their position and think. This is what? Emotional intelligence. You need to have empathy. Look, ability to understand the feelings and viewpoints of subordinates for a leader. In our lives also, empathy stands for when you can understand the emotions of others. That's about empathy. And moreover, emotional intelligence need social skills. There will be some people who never interact with anyone. They will always isolate themselves from others. They never make friends. Very silent. They never talk. And you know what? If you found any such people, be careful with them. Silent minds are always dangerous. Silent minds are very dangerous. Those who are more talkative, outspoken, there is no problem with them. Because whatever is there in their mind, they will quickly share. And they will end the matter there. These silent minds, they don't know what they want. Neither they will share what they are thinking. But internally they will be killing themselves and they will kill others also. Social skills has to be there. You should have a friendliness with a purpose. All these qualities are needed to become strong emotional intelligence. That's the point. Organizational change. All right. Let's understand this term. There is a next concept called organizational change. And there is a concept called the Association of Professional Change Management, ACMP. Okay. Leadership and emotional intelligence is over. There's a different concept, change concept. Because in the first chapter itself, multiple concepts have been covered for you. Started with meaning of strategy, then vision, mission and objectives, then leadership and emotional intelligence, and then change. After that, we have balanced scorecard. So let's understand about change. My straight question is, when do organizations have to change? Whenever there is a change in the environment. What happens if a business does not change? Foundation concept. They can't survive. Yeah. If business has to survive for a long run, they have to keep on. Organizational change is a very important concept that every time company need to identify the changes in the environment and accordingly adopt to those changes. Look at the term. Very first line says, in any business environment, change should happen. Whenever there is a change in the business environment, what a business have to do? They have to adapt to those changes. It shows one's commitment to the kind of growth and evolution it takes to stay modern, relevant and competitive. If a company have to stay modern, relevant and competitive, they have to keep on changing. And then countless factors may change, inevitable. Change will never come by giving you an invitation. Change will happen suddenly. It may be any change like government policies, sudden implementation of law, customer tastes and preferences may change, some natural disasters also will come. These all are inevitable. Don't expect the change to give you invitation and come. All of a sudden change happen. You should be ready to deal with that. No one have predicted COVID can create this kind of havoc in the world. It's unpredictable. You never know what changes do take place. Because of this, every business have changed so drastically. No IT guy might have thought that he will be doing work from home like happily enjoying in home. That we say, but they are doing work from home. No one have thought that change. Businesses have changed accordingly. That's how. We also never thought that we will be teaching to computers. When COVID have started, initially when we were started taking online classes, this is what we felt. That's what I felt as a faculty. I was not feeling like I was communicating and educating to students. It took 1 week for me to understand there are students other side. The first week I was thinking that why am I talking to my laptop? Because in my laptop I could see only my photo there. Then later on, after 2 days, I have decided this is not working out. Then just for my satisfaction, I used to keep the chat box open. no, sorry, the participants box open on my screen. At least I can have confidence that this many are there other side. If I close that box, I used to feel like I'm talking to a gadget. So it took some time for me to understand that yes, I'm talking to change. We have to adopt to it. There is no other option. Inevitable. We never thought that. That's what organizational change. Whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, business have to change. And change will help the company to be modern, relevant and competitive. So change can include things like, in business, change may happen in different ways. Simple points have been given, like introduction of new software. It's a change for business. New softwares are coming in the market and you have to update accordingly. And updating marketing practices. Old ways of marketing have gone now. Don't think of only giving an advertisement in the television will serve your marketing purpose. Today is digital marketing. Yes, social media need to be used to do marketing. Update your marketing techniques. Change. Update your business processes. Old days have been gone where you are following old outdated processes. Update them. And full on restructuring your business. Change the way how you do your business by using technology. Make changes in leadership. That's why big companies are changing, like Microsoft. The man who founded the company have run the company for such a long time. Then he said, now it is time for change in leadership. That's why they have appointed a new CEO. Google has been started by an entrepreneur. He ran the company successfully. Then he want the change in leadership. Happened or not? All the big companies also expect change in their leadership. After successfully running the company, they want new blood to come into the company. That's why these people have been chosen as CEOs. That's how change will happen in different perspectives. That's about organizational change. Here, there is organizational change management methods. Few methods have been given. So, luckily they have not explained. Just quote the 8-step process of leading change. So, quote the 8-step process for leading change. What are the 8 steps? Create, build, form, enlist, enable, generate, sustain, institute. Explanation is not given. Just you better remember those terms. It's enough. Independently, if we go for each and every term, it will be a lengthy thing to discuss. Then there is a McKinsey's 7S framework. There is a consulting firm called McKinsey & Co. Consulting firm. McKinsey, not MNC. McKinsey & Co. McKinsey & Company we call it as. Where this framework they have said that style, skills, system, structure, staff, strategies that will lead to create share values and goals. Kurt Lewin. Actually, there is a guy called Kurt Lewin. Very popular concept in strategic management. Kurt Lewin change process. He says 3 things to change. Unfreeze, change and refreeze. Like if we go with the concept, time taking, because there are points for these 3 steps. Kurt Lewin says that unfreeze, change and refreeze. Unfreezing is nothing but remove the existing thing, change to new thing, again come with the new policies. That's what. Then ADKR model we have. ADKR stands for awareness, desire, knowledge, ability and reinforcement. Like rest of the things you can know. All these things are what? Methods in order to change. We have been given with this prominent methods. Understand few, if not all, so that in the exam you will never leave out and out the entire concept. At least 2 or 3 methods you have to write in the exam. Next concept that we have is ACMP, stands for Association of Professional Change Management. This is nothing but the Association of Professional Change Management stands for change management, obviously. The ACMP includes the definition of practices, process, task and activities for change. Simple concept. What kind of practices, processes, tasks and activities performed by the company for change management. That stands for ACMP concepts. So here say that following steps need to be included in that. Evaluating change and impact and readiness, formulate your strategy, develop change management plans, any of the plan that you can follow. After you develop, execute the change management and close the change management. This is nothing but how company is adopting change. These 2 concepts are with respect to change management. So no technical terms are there in this to discuss. Okay, actually this concept has to be as a part of objectives, but I don't know separately they have given here. Objectives should be SMART. I have just said before, objectives have to be very specific. Be very specific. What is your target? and they have to be measurable. Same thing I have said previously, like 5 years, 10% growth, and attainable, relevant, and time based. I think same concept have come over there. Only read one, don't go for two. Reading one will be more than enough. Still 10 minutes we have for the break. Fast concept we'll skip with this. Let's understand the last concept for this thing. EVA, I will skip EVA, only will discuss about balanced scorecard approach. In management, this is one of the concepts that need to be considered, balanced scorecard approach. Balanced scorecard approach will talk about maintaining balance in two things. Look, that is why in the beginning itself I said that day is going to be a long, have some not patience, is that state of mind has to be fixed. But in the 10 minutes itself you are thinking that still 10 minutes more, or that for 2 hours he is continuously delivering the content. It's all about your state of mind. So what is balanced scorecard approach is all about? Look at this term, the sole purpose of setting objective. Why do we set objectives? In the objectives point I have said, to convert the vision mission into specific measurable targets. Clear? And to achieve this, every company, there are two types of objectives. In a company, when they have objective, there are two types of objectives. One is financial objectives and strategic objectives. Now understand my point. Balanced scorecard approach talks about maintaining balance between two objectives. What are they? Financial objectives and strategic objectives. Financially, company always should think about achieving profits. Financially, company should keep on growing. While financially growing, it doesn't mean that they are ignoring the strategic objectives. What are strategic objectives? Defeat your competitor, gain customer satisfaction. These are strategic objectives. Keep on introducing new products. You're only thinking about profits, but you are not focusing on your other objectives. So balanced scorecard approach is all about maintaining balance between two objectives. What are they? Financial and strategic objectives. That's the term says. Financial objectives. Financial objectives are regarding what? Regarding financial performance targets. Now what are the financial objectives are related to? Revenue, annual increase, earning per share, profit margin, and then increased shareholders value, internal cash flow. All these are financial. In the journey of focusing these financial objectives, don't ignore your strategic objectives. Now what are strategic objectives are related to? Strategic objectives are related to target outcomes that indicate whether the company is strengthening its market standing and its competitive position. You should be number one when compared with your competitors. Then you have to have some strategic objective that I wanted to be number one company. So in the journey of fulfilling your financial objectives, companies should not ignore the strategic objectives. Maintaining a proper balance between these two types of objectives is called as, balance means, remember, there are balance between two things, financial and strategic. Then easily you can answer this question. And what are the strategic objectives? List of strategic objectives have been given. Trying to attain % of market share. You know about what is market share? Yes. The market occupancy of the company, or else the share that a company is having in the market. Not share value, that is different. Occupancy, market occupancy is market share. In Indian automobile, Maruti Suzuki is having larger market share, which means 42% of Indian automobile market is occupied by Maruti Suzuki. This stands for market occupancy. So the strategic objective is to have larger market share and trying to reduce your cost when compared with your competitors, and better and deeper technologies you need to follow better than your rivals. So you have understood about financial objectives and strategic objectives. Now what is balanced scorecard approach? Conclusion: balance the financial objectives with, yes. Then all these things need to be understood. Like while you are, the balanced scorecard model requires evaluation of organizational performance from 4 different perspectives. How financially you are growing? Are you satisfying your customers or not, internally what is the performance of your business, and finally trying to learn and grow. Maintain these 4 factors. So this is about a small concept of balanced scorecard approach. The key term, balanced scorecard approach, is for the purpose of maintaining balance between 2 things, and accordingly you can develop the content. These are few major concepts that you have to focus on the first chapter. So now divide the first chapter into 3 parts. First part is about SM. Second part is about vision, mission and objectives. Third part consists of 3 individual concepts. Like we have leadership, change and balanced scorecard. These 3 are major. Done with the first chapter. So try to divide the chapter into parts and understand the concepts from there. Clear for the first chapter? Great. So now you can go for your break, and when we come back, we are going to start with our second chapter, which deals with analysis and planning. In this, we have some methods to discuss. Good methods are there. In this, some of the concepts are very simple. Business environment. Is there anyone who did your foundation here? CA foundation. CA foundation. You will be knowing business environment. From there, pestle will come. Then we have to focus on value chain, Porter's 5 force, SWOT. I'm expecting you know SWOT. We'll cover that. We're going to start with the second chapter, where the objective of the chapter is there here. We are going to, actually this chapter is talking about analysis and planning. So if you check with the concepts, here value chain, SWOT, BCG. These are with respect, even pestle also analysis. And to do this analysis, business has to know about environmental factors. So from here, all these concepts are dealing with analysis. The last concept that we have is about planning. So introduction is, the first chapter is about introduction to understand what is SM. And then vision, mission, objectives. Along with that, change, leadership we have discussed. In this chapter, 2 aspects. Analysis term I have explained you in the last session, where company is going to understand about its present, what they are doing. So comparatively, this chapter, a lot of concepts are known to you, as business environment and pestle is known to you. Pestle analysis, study of macro components. SWOT is known to you. So we need to understand about BCG matrix, value chain and Porter's 5 force framework, and then planning steps. So out and out, this chapter is going to be simple and easy to get. About business environment, I will give you the briefing. Okay, not everything, but I have to explain you how the business environment can be understood as. As the first concept says, the characteristics of business environment. If you can remember this, if you have done your CA foundation, there you might have studied about business environment and characteristics of business environment. Generally, what is business environment is all about. When any business has been working in a society, it is surrounded by different kinds of environmental factors. First of all, what is environment stands for? Surroundings. Like we as humans are surrounded with different components, isn't it? In the same way, business is also having different surroundings. Now, what are they? List goes like this, like customers, suppliers, distributors, employees, wholesalers. And then we have legal, political, socio-cultural, technological, government. All these are components of environment. Previously, we have discussed change. Whenever there is a change in the components, business have to change. Understanding about those components is called as business environment. And one more thing, environmental factors are not static. They will be keep on changing. And whenever there is a change in the environmental factor, business have to change. If not, it cannot survive. That is why, while analyzing, previous point analysis, I have said one thing, while analyzing what need to be considered, environmental factors. Now, what are those? Is internal, external will be there. Studying of those environmental factors will help to analyze. That is about the concept here about business environment. So, business environment consists of different kinds of conditions, events and influences in and around of an organization, in and around. Employee inside, isn't it? Supplier outside. Technology, something that inside in your company. Government outside. put together all the environmental factors. Some are inside and some are outside of a company. A business need to study all these environmental factors and accordingly it should prepare the strategies. Look at the second point very clearly. It says survival of a business depends on environment. How well business change as per the environmental changes. And we can understand with classic examples where businesses couldn't change as per the environmental changes and they couldn't survive. Business couldn't change as per the environmental changes, they couldn't survive. Like let's say Nokia. It's a company once enjoyed a good market reputation. But you know, over a period of time, it has lost its glory. We can say that this point says the survival of an organization purely depends on its environment. And moreover, environmental factors will provide the company with both opportunities and threats. Because like SWOT concept is their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. For a business, internal environmental factors will give it strengths and weaknesses. External factors will give it opportunities and threats. So that's why the term says business can understand about opportunities and threats by studying the environmental factors. That's about the introduction point. Says environment will have some characteristics. These characteristics exact you have discussed in your foundation. If you have done with your CA foundation BCK. Environment is complex to understand. Complex means difficult. Why environment is difficult? Because there are so many components are there and there is no guarantee which component will change in which way. That's why environment is complex. Different environmental factors will show influence on business in different ways. Understanding all the influences is very difficult. Next one, environment is dynamic. Just now I said environmental factors are not static. They'll be keep on changing. Dynamic means changing regularly. Multifaceted. A single change in the environment, for one it is opportunity, for the other it is threat. Right? Multifaceted means all the changes that happens in the environment will not have same impact on all the businesses. When government create a policy, this policy may benefit few and may not others. Happens or not? It is not guaranteed that when a policy has been taken, it should create benefit for all the companies in the same way. Whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, it will create opportunity for few businesses and threat to the other. That's why it's called as multifaceted. If you read the same thing says, like changes considered to be opportunity to one and threat to others. Next one, far-reaching impact. Usually the changes that happens in the environmental factors will show impact on the growth and profitability of the organization for future. Growth and profitability. The company growth depends on environmental factors and how business is changing according to the environment. Company profitability depends upon how company is changing as per the changing requirements. That's why far-reaching impact. 4 simple aspects. Complex, dynamic, multifaceted, far-reaching impact. These 4 are characteristics of business environment. Clear with the meaning? Done. Understand the key terms. Complex means difficult. Dynamic means changing. Multifaceted. For one it is opportunity, for the other it is threat. Far-reaching impact. It will show impact on the growth and profitability of the business. The conclusion says survival of a business critically depends on environmental factors. Understood the meaning of business environment? Yes. Actually, here the content is not given. Business environment can be understood in 2 ways, internal and external. Again, external is micro and macro. Okay, that's how business environment can be understood as. Next one is in business environment, micro and macro is there. In macro, there are some components. Yes, macro components are like socio-cultural, political and legal, technological, like we have global, all these are macro components. Study of the macro components is called as PESTEL. PESTEL analysis, not a new concept. PESTEL analysis is a study of macro components of a business. What are the macro components of a business is PESTEL. There is an abbreviation for this. In PESTEL, P stands for political, economic, socio-cultural, technological, environmental and legal. Now all these components are macro components. Actually in micro, we'll have customer and consumer, competitor, suppliers, intermediaries. These are micro. isn't it? So that's why PESTEL is a study of macro components. When a business studies about all the macro components, it stands for PESTEL framework. Now you can see political factors. Does political factors show influence on business? Yes. Political factors will help the company to create with both opportunities and political instability create adverse condition. Political instability, which means huge change in governments are happening in a particular place. If one particular party rules in a place for a longer period of time, policies will be strong. If political parties are keep on changing, what will happen when a new political party come? Policy will change. New policies they will bring. That's why political factors are very important to consider. These factors will lead with opportunities and threats. Then economic factors like GDP, tax rates, inflation, unemployment rates, all these things are economic factors that also need to be studied. They will show impact on business. As you can see here, growth rate of the economy, interest rates, currency exchange rates, inflation. This comes into economic concepts. Let's say macroeconomic or economic. Then socio, culture. In that particular place, culture plays a major role. Culture also shows a lot of impact. Now, what are the components that are part of culture? The population, such as age group, gender, ethnic origin. Ethnic means cultural origin. How many ethnic group we call it as? Ethnic origin, race, sexual orientation, men and women ratio, social classes like middle class, lower class, upper middle class. All these things will lead to socio-culture. These factors also will show impact on business. Then we have technology. Nothing but technological innovations like artificial intelligence, nanotechnologies. And next one is environmental factors. Nothing but not creating harm to the environment, pollution. That's why the term says that environmental stands specifically for green issues such as pollution and waste. These are also very important factors for business. And finally, legal. Every company prefers to operate in a country where there is a sound legal system. When laws have been effectively implemented, it will be convenient for the company to do the business. So that's why finally legal embraces legislative constraints or changes. What kind of legislative constraints are changing in that country? This is about PESTEL. Conclusion. PESTEL is a study of what factors? Macro components and abbreviation of PESTEL. So understanding business environment, characteristics of business environment and PESTEL. Next, industry and sector not needed. Let's understand about value chain analysis. First, carefully understand the concept. Value chain analysis concept has been stated by Michael Porter. Okay, Michael Porter have stated this concept. Why Michael Porter have created this concept is a question. The reason of this value chain analysis. There are two conclusions Michael Porter wants to give through value chain analysis. The first conclusion, the reason why Michael Porter have created this value chain analysis is, what is needed to establish a business? What is needed to establish a business? What is needed to establish a business? Question is simple to understand. Resources. What are they? Men, machine, material, money and methods. These are must to start a business. Let's say, in order to start a business, you have procured all the resources and kept in one place. Procurement of resources have happened. Is it just enough to procure the resources? Collection of resources is not enough. These resources will not give you benefit unless you won't arrange these resources in a systematic way. Agree with this point? Michael Porter have created value chain analysis by saying that organizations are much more than random collection of resources. There is no use of these resources unless they are not arranged in a systematic way, so that value for the product can be created. If a company have to create value for the product that they manufacture, all the resources need to be arranged in a systematic way. And how to arrange that? Value chain analysis will say states. And value chain, second point, value chain analysis talks about the activities that happen in and around of an organization. There are some activities which are inside in the company, and there are some activities that happens around. And so skillfully these activities have been stated, where business need to focus on all these activities, and all these activities are connected to one another. That's why it says chain. All these activities are connected to one another. When all these activities have been performed effectively, then only it will create value for the business. That's why the concept is titled as value chain analysis. Now, what are the activities? I'll simplify the concept. The name of a concept is value chain analysis, stated by Michael Porter. This is called as VCA also. Okay, value chain analysis or VCA. In both the contexts we can understand. Now, in value chain analysis, Michael Porter have divided all the activities into two heads. Whatever the activities that happens in business, all the activities he have divided into two heads. Some activities are called as primary activities and some are called as support activities. All the activities of a business are categorized under two heads, primary and support. Okay, what are the primary activities are? And the list goes like this: inbound logistics, then operations, after that outbound logistics, then marketing and sales, and finally services. These are primary activities: inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing, sales and services. Quick meaning: inbound logistics, the inputs that comes into the company, procurement, storage and distribution of inputs, raw material, get the raw material into the company. Like inbound logistics means procuring, storing and distributing the inputs. Operation stands for conversion of inputs into outputs, like production. Output is done. Then outbound logistics stands for collecting, storing and distributing the output, finished goods. Now the finished good has sent into the market. How a customer will come to know? Marketing. Marketing stands for creating awareness, by which awareness is created about the product. Awareness created, customer have purchased the product, sale have happened. Now you are not supposed to relax. What is the last step? Services includes post-sales services. Services stands for post-sales services. Installation, repairs, guarantee, warranty, spares. When all these things are provided after the sale. Now tell me, will all these primary activities are connected to one or not? First get the raw material, conversion of these inputs into outputs, send the output into the market, then do marketing. After that sale will happen, then provide services. Services includes post-sales services. All these activities are called as primary activities. If these primary activities have to happen effectively, what needed? Support activities are needed. And the support activities goes like this: procurement, then tech development, then HR, and then firm infrastructure. HR means human resource. Firm infrastructure. These are support activities. Procurement. Is it okay to get any raw material or best raw material is needed? Any machinery or updated machinery? Which means to get the best, do you need to search for the best? Searching for the best is called as procurement. Collection of resources for input primary activities. And to perform all the primary activities, does technology plays a part? For all the primary activities you need technology. That's why tech development, technical know-how, how the company is using technology. HR stands for, means employees. Does manpower is needed to do all the primary activities? That's why HR is also one of the support activity that is needed for all the primary activities. Generally, infrastructure means buildings. But here, infrastructure is a different meaning. In value chain analysis, infrastructure stands for planning, information management, budgeting and controlling. These aspects are part of infrastructure. Planning, communication or information management, controlling and budgeting. Now you tell me, for all this primary activity, does planning is needed? Without planning, you can't do anything. For all these primary activities, information flow has to be there in the company. Yes. Budgeting is needed and controlling is needed. Those 4 activities will come into infrastructure. These are activities. All these activities are connected to one another. That's why the term chain have used. Now you check. If we remove any of the activity, can the company create value for the products? Let's check. How about removing HR as a support activity? No activity happens if there is no manpower. Okay, sir, marketing we will remove. It seems that unimportant topic. If you remove marketing, people will never come to know what products you are manufacturing. All these aspects are having value. So, if all these activities happens in a systematic way, it will create value for your product. That's what it's called as value chain analysis. A business need to analyze all these activities. Understood the concept? Good. So that is how we can check with the key terms also. Look at value chain analysis, talks about activities within and around of an organization. These are chain of activities used to convert inputs into outputs. If this question comes in the exam, don't need to draw this diagram. Don't draw this, not needed, just for the sake of understanding. Inbound logistics, the key term is receiving, storing and distributing the inputs. Operation means, where is this? Inputs, conversion, transforming these inputs into. Outbound logistics means collecting, storing and distributing the product to customer. With marketing, what will happen? Awareness is created. Services includes installation, repair, training and spares. All these are what kind of services? Done. Procurement stands for acquiring the resources. Get the resources for all input activities. Tech development is needed for all the activities. HR. All primary activities needed HR. Infrastructure includes planning, finance, quality control and information management. That's about value chain analysis. A business studies about all these activities refer to value chain. So when you are answering this concept value chain, primary and support activities have to be there in your. Easy to understand primary. Get raw material, convert them into finished goods, send out these finished goods into the market, do marketing and then provide services. So the sequence of activities. If all these primary activities have to happen successfully, support activities have to be there. Then we have Porter's 5 forces model. Actually, it's a very big concept. Quick briefing I will provide. Michael Porter have developed this concept. That's why it is called as Porter's 5 forces model. Value chain analysis is also stated by the same author, Michael Porter. The reason why Michael Porter have created this concept is, does a business, this comes into, actually this concept, Michael Porter's 5 forces model will come into competitor analysis. If a company have to analyze their competitors, this concept will be perfectly suitable. Competitors analysis. If a business need to study about competitors, this concept will be very useful. If a company need to analyze the competitors, do they need to study about all the competitors? You are a company, you are studying about your competitors. Then do you need to study about all your competitors? If you have to understand about your competitors, you have to study all your competitors. Particularly, if a business is having more competitors, isn't it difficult to study all the competitors? You have plenty of competitors are there and you can't analyze your competitors elaborately. Very difficult. That's why Michael Porter says that in order to understand competitive intensity of the market, instead of studying about all the competitors, study 5 forces. When a business study 5 forces, ultimately it can understand about competitive intensity in the market. That is why it is called as Porter's 5 forces model of competitive analysis. These 5 forces will help the company to analyze the competitive intensity of the market. Now we need to understand these 5 forces. With the diagram you can understand. 5 forces are nothing but, these are the 5 forces that I have stated. Look at the 5 forces. First one, risk of like potential competitors, new entrants, let's say. And the second one is rivalry among the existing or well established companies. And then bargaining power of buyer, bargaining power of supplier. Then the threat from substitute products. 5 forces. Instead of studying about each and every competitor, a company can understand about these 5 forces. Here heading says potential entrants, bargaining power of buyer, bargaining power of supplier, threat of substitute and threat of new entrants. 5 forces you can see. All these 5 forces will be related to competitive rivalry. Instead of studying about each and every competitor, study the 5 forces. Then ultimately that will help the company to understand the competitive intensity of the market. Let's understand the quick briefing. First one, risk of entry by potential competitors. The new companies that enters into the market are powerful source of competition. Agree? Powerful. Because when a new company comes, they bring new technology, they bring new capabilities, they bring new products. New companies are always powerful source of competition because they come with new things in the market. Then what to do? You like new companies will be keep on coming into the market which will disrupt your business. Now existing companies have an option now. What is that? Restrict the new companies not to enter into the market. And how it can be done? By creating entry barriers. Are you getting my point here? So new entrants are potential competitors. Now how to restrict the new entrants into entering into the market? By creating entry barriers. Now how to create entry barriers? Let us understand. Entry barrier stands for restricting the new companies to enter into the market. Because whenever new company comes, they bring new capabilities, new products. This will create huge competition to the existing companies. How this can be overcome? Look at the point. Potential competitors are companies that are not currently competing in the industry but have a capability to do so. Potential competitor means now he is not operating but he will come in the future. High entry barriers may keep potential competitors out of the industry. Got this point? Existing companies need to create entry barriers. This will keep the new entrants away from the market. Then existing companies can get profits. Now how to do this? How to restrict the new entrant to enter into market? By means of creating some entry barriers. First one, economies of scale. I will just give you cut short point to understand the concept. Economies of scale stands for per unit cost can be reduced by increasing volume of production. Which means offer the product for low cost. When the existing companies are offering the product for such low cost, new company may not dare to offer the product for such low cost. Then they will not enter into the market. Which means existing company have created entry barrier. Economies of scale stands for increasing the production, reduce the per unit cost. Next, create brand loyalty. Which means your brand need to operate so effectively in the market, gain brand loyalty. You know about brand loyalty and you know about loyal customers. When there are more loyal customers to a particular brand, which means that it is having brand loyalty. Actually, this will be there for premium products. Premium products will always have loyal customers. No matter whatever happen, they buy only those products. One example that quickly comes in my mind is Apple. Yes. Apple is a company which have created brand loyalty. The one who is habituated to these products, every time they tend to buy only those products. Because of differentiated features, the quality that it offers, the durability that it offers. So this is called as building brand loyalty. If existing companies are building strong brand loyalty, if a new company comes, can it survive? Because already the customers are much loyal to that brand. So brand loyalty is also an entry barrier for the new companies. Next one, absolute cost advantage. Try to reduce your cost. Manufacture the product for low cost so that you can sell it for low price. For a new player, next to impossible to launch the product for such low cost. Hence, new player will not come into the market. That's about cost advantage. Next one, customer switching cost. Interesting thing that companies will do. Customer switching. You are using a product now. You are thinking of shifting to the other product. Probably you might be loyal to that particular brand for such a long time. Now you want to try a new product. In the market, as a general customer, what do we think? When I think of switching to the new product, I will always look for a product which give me better services at low price. Yes or no? Let us generally think. I am thinking of shifting to new brand, but I choose or I search for a brand which will be giving me the high comparable quality, but the price should be low. Now there is a brand in the market which I am thinking of switching, but its cost is higher than the one that I am using now. Will I switch now? So this is the point. Switching cost stands for persuading the target customers of other brand to our brand. When the switching cost is low, customer will easily shift. This is what successfully Reliance did when they have launched Jio in Indian market. They know that all the existing customers are associated with their respective brands. Now, if they have to attract those brands to Reliance, what has to be done? Instead of keeping switching cost low, they have kept switching cost zero. Initially, they have offered for free for 1 year, attracted all the customers from the other brands to their brand, and they have kept the price very low. Hence, they have won the market strategy, keeping the switching cost as low. In fact, it has to be low, but they make it as zero. That's the point, says switching cost. When switching cost is less, all the companies are shifting. Then new player may not enter into the market. Result of which, from 2016, do we see any new telecom company in India? Created entry barrier. New guys are not even thinking of entering into Indian telecommunication market. Previously, so many are there. Hardly now 4 players are there in the market. We have Airtel, VI, Jio and BSNL. And we don't know how BSNL is still fighting. Technically, we have only 3 players in the market. Strong players. We have Airtel, VI and Jio. That's it. Previously, there were so many are there. The big game played by Jio in the market created entry barrier. Still now, no new company is thinking of entering into the market. That's the point. That's about switching costs. Next one, government regulation. Sometimes government regulation also act as a restriction. When you make stringent regulations, new entrant may not come. That is why poor Elon Musk couldn't bring Tesla into India. Reasons may vary, but because of government regulations, Tesla did not came to India. Are you aware of this? Like government said that if you import the car from the China, you need to pay 100% import duty. 100% import duty. Then Elon Musk have withdrawn his thought. If Elon Musk would have come, it is a big threat for the existing EV market in India. Like Tata is slowly growing. Mahindra is slowly growing. Indian companies. For them, isn't it a big competitor? They have not intentionally did that, but sometimes government regulations will restrict the new companies to enter into the market. That's how we need to understand that point. Next one, rivalry among established companies. If the existing companies are strongly fighting, new company may not dare to enter into the market. That is also your understanding about competitive pressure. Bargaining power of buyers. Actually, this will not about customer market. As a customer, the bargaining power that we show, it is not talking about it. Here, bargaining power of buyer stands for the buyers are forming as groups and they are pressurizing the manufacturer to reduce the price or increase the quality. This scenario can only be observed in the industrial products where the buyers are bulk buyers. This cannot be enjoyed in normal products. This can only be viewed in industrial products. Bulk buyer. You are buying a particular product in large quantity. When you buy in large quantity, can you exhibit your bargaining power? Because you are buying in large. You might be asking to reduce the cost or price and you may ask to increase the quality. That's called as bargaining power of buyer. This is enjoyed only in the industrial product, not in a customer product. supplier. On the other hand, even supplier also show bargaining power. A supplier will exhibit his bargaining power only under two conditions, which means supplier is showing bargaining power on the manufacturers. It happens only in two conditions. One, when the supplier is monopoly in the market. Second, there is a scarcity of raw material. Supplier is monopoly. There is no other company who can offer such kind of material. Then he will show bargaining power. Any laptop computer that you see, we have Intel processor. Now Intel is a supplier for all computer manufacturers. Agree? Now can Intel show bargaining power on the companies? He can, because there is no other option. Intel can't exhibit his bargaining power only on Apple, because Apple is having its own processor. Rest of all companies need to depend on Intel. Now it is the concept where the supplier is monopoly, he will show bargaining power. Sir, with this how we can understand about competitor? If supplier shows bargaining power on more the companies, which means more competitors are there in the market. So supplier bargaining power can be exhibited only in two areas: when there is a scarcity of raw material or the supplier is monopoly. Next one, substitute products. New entrants are powerful source of competition. Substitutes are latent source of competition. Latent is nothing but we can say they are offering the same kind of features. You know about substitute product. So that's why substitute is also a source of competition, where you can understand about your competitors by understanding about the substitute products. 5 forces about substitutes: supplier, customer, rivalry among the existing companies and the new players. These 5 areas are ultimately helping the company to understand about competitive intensity. Directly about competitors we haven't studied, but the 5 forces have helped to understand the overall competition in the market. Understood with the concept? 5 forces model. Now if a question comes, why 5 forces model? Is for the purpose of understanding competitive intensity. Next, there is another framework to study about competitors. It is newly added, VRIO framework. So what does this stands for? The VRIO framework is given by Barney, helps an organization to evaluate what? To evaluate its competencies. Competencies means competencies, capabilities or skills. So if a company have to evaluate its capabilities, it can be done by asking some questions. That's what VRIO. V stands for whatever the competencies that you are developing for your company, are they providing any value? Which means the competencies should help you to gain competitive advantage. When you understand the concept, reading will makes you simple. Look at the first term. It questions whether firms' competencies will provide customer value and that is helping to gain competitive. Which means any skills that are developed by the company, those skills should help the company to gain competitive advantage. Whether they are helping for that or not, you need to check that. Ask this question: does the competencies are helping me to create value? On whom we are trying to achieve this value? Over the competitors. Competitors, like we are creating some elements that are enhancing our value and we are gaining edge over our competitors. Which means 2 things. It will provide customer value and competitive advantage. That's about value. Next one. Whatever the capabilities that you have created, it has to be rare. If you offer a product same like your competitor, will it help you to provide any value? Then what you have to do? Offer something unique to your customers that is not offered by your competitor. Unique means it has to be rare. Any quality, any feature that is not offered by any others in the market so far. By now, no one has offered. That's called as rare. You know what? This rareness will last until it is not copied by your competitor. The rareness that you have developed, after some time your competitor may copy it. Long back, Apple have said that we will unlock a mobile with a fingerprint scan. Rareness. No one did that so far. At that time, no one did that. It's the first company who did. A mobile can be unlocked by scanning fingerprint. That is called rareness. But what happened to that rareness? After that, everyone copied it. That's how. Whatever the capabilities that you develop, they have to be rare. Which means they should not be easily imitated by the competitors. So check with the rareness. Next point, that is imitability. The longer that it takes for a competitor to imitate your rareness, the more advantage for you. If he quickly adopts, disadvantage. One of the factor in which durability of competitive advantage depends, it varies to imitate. How quickly your competitiveness has been imitated by your competitors. Next one, it should last O stands for in VRIO, organization, which is nothing but it refers to the level at which firm is organized to utilize its resources, where employees need to be used, resources, all the men, machine, material, how effectively the company is using. Which means if a company have to evaluate its competencies, ask these 4 questions. Are your competencies are creating value? Are they rare? Are they quickly imitable? Is it helping for the utilization of your organizational resources? That's about VRIO framework. If this question comes, there the answer lies. V stands for value, R stands for rareness, I stands for imitability, O stands for organization. That's the framework. The next very popular concept in strategic management that can be used to do analysis is called as SWOT analysis. But here nothing much has been given. I will give you the meaning of SWOT, not as an abbreviation. Okay, components. What is strength? What is weakness stands for. Okay, even though it is not given over there, just to understand the concept, I am giving you these references for your knowledge sake. Let's say strength. Strength. For a company, what is strength? Strength is an inherent capability. Strength is an inherent capability of the company which helps to create strategic advantage to the company. Strategic advantage to the company. Inherent capability helping to create strategic advantage. Inherent means internal capability that is helping the company to create strategic advantage over the competitors. That is strength. If a company is having more strengths, it creates more advantage. After strength, company need to study about its weakness. Opposite to strength. Inherent limitation. Inherent limitation. So what it creates? If strength creates strategic advantage, weakness create, it is inherent limitation. Strength is creating strategic advantage. Weakness creates, yes, strategic disadvantage. Got the key terms? Now, can you tell me strengths and weaknesses are internal or external? Internal. Strengths and weaknesses can be understood with internal environment, whereas opportunities and threats are from external. Then what is opportunity? Opportunity. Opportunity is a favorable condition. Opportunity is a favorable condition. Favorable condition. I will tell you one more thing here. Opportunity will act as a favorable condition for the company provided by if the company is in a state to utilize that opportunity. Environment will give us so many opportunities. The benefit of opportunity depends on how well you are using it. That's why they say that an unutilized opportunity will eventually turn as a threat. If you don't use the opportunity, who will use? Competitor will use. For him, it is a then it is ultimately become as a threat. So opportunity is a favorable condition which helps to strengthen the position. Strengthen the position. Opposite to this is referred to as a threat. Threat. Now what is a threat? Threat is an unfavorable. Yes. Unfavorable condition. When opportunity helps to strengthen the position, threat will create risk or damage. Risk or damage to the position of a company. Okay. These are the meanings to understand, so that conceptually you will come to know. Strength is inherent capability. What it is creating for the company? Weakness is an inherent limitation. What is creating? Strategic? Inherent. The reason why inherent is internal. Internal capabilities, internal limitations. Opportunity is a favorable condition from external environmental factors. So if you use the opportunity, it will help to strengthen the position. Threat is an unfavorable condition. If you are not using the opportunity, it will become as a threat and will create risk. Or now studying about this 4 factor will help the business to self-analysis. That's why SWOT is an analysis concept which will help the company to analyze its own aspects. That's the point says here. When you're preparing the strategies, company have to consider the strengths and weaknesses. An effective organization strategy therefore is the one which capitalize on the opportunities. Opportunities need to be capitalized with the help of strengths. And company should try to neutralize the threats by minimizing the impact of weaknesses. With this, company can achieve the objectives. That is how SWOT will work. Okay, capitalize the opportunities through the strengths, neutralize the threats so that you can minimize the impact of weaknesses. Then company can achieve its objectives. So why companies use this SWOT technique? Some application of SWOT analysis techniques are while setting objectives for every unit of a company. With this, company can identify the 4 elements. With this, company can maximize the areas of strength, minimize the areas of weaknesses, capitalize opportunities. Capitalizing is nothing but using. When company capitalize opportunities, it can protect itself from threats. When these 4 activities have happened, it can help to recommend some strategies. By considering SWOT, if any company prepares strategies, that will help the company to gain a competitive edge over the business. This is the purpose of SWOT. Concept understood? Then company can have several benefits, like easy points to understand as you have come to know about SWOT. So SWOT analysis and VLC are helping the company to analyze about self. After this, to do self-analysis, there is a one more concept called BCG matrix. Like BCG matrix is one of the aspect of portfolio analysis. When company do portfolio analysis, they will be using BCG matrix. Okay, just simplified version. What is portfolio stands for? When company operates in multiple businesses, each and every diversified business is called as portfolio. Tata Group of companies operates in multiple businesses. Chairman need to study about all the businesses. Analyzing all the businesses is called as portfolio analysis. And to do portfolio analysis, there is a method called BCG matrix. In fact, to do portfolio analysis, there are so many methods are there. BCG, GE, ADL, ANSOF, so many methods. PLC will come. But we have been given with only one method to analyze the portfolios. Now, portfolio means when the company is operating in multiple businesses, the company needs to study all the businesses. Analyzing those businesses is called as a portfolio, and analyzing the portfolios, we have to understand about a method called portfolio analysis method. So portfolio meaning understood? When any business operates in any company operates in multiple businesses, each and every multiple business is called as a. Now that company need to study about its all portfolios. Okay, I will simplify the concept, then we will do the reading. The reason why it is called as BCG matrix, because this concept has been developed by a consulting firm called as Boston Consulting Group. Boston Consulting Group have created this matrix. That's why it's called as BCG matrix. There is a consulting company, BCG. They have developed this matrix. That's why it is called as a BCG matrix. To create this matrix, BCG have taken 2 parameters. BCG matrix has been developed depending upon 2 parameters. One is market share. Market share. The other one is market growth rate. Market growth rate. These are the two parameters BCG have taken to create BCG matrix. Market share. The present sales of a company is an indicative of market share. If any particular product is having large sales, that indicates their market share. The present of that particular portfolio is market share. Market growth rate. The future of that particular business is called as market growth rate. There are some businesses, as of now, they will be having good market share, but they may not have future. Let's say there is a company which is operating in multiple businesses. There is one business which is having good market share, but it may not have a growth rate. There is one business which is having good growth rate, but might not be having market share. Then what to do with such businesses is BCG matrix. Purpose understood? Here company is analyzing the portfolios with the help of a matrix so that they can take some decisions. Now how the matrix will look like? On one, what are the two parameters? Market share and market growth rate. On one axis, market share. On the other axis, market growth rate. Market growth rate. Market share can be high or low. Market growth rate can be high or low. Right? Now what BCG did, depending upon market share and market growth rate, all the portfolios of a business are kept into four metaphors. The four boxes that are here representing some metaphors. Now, let's say Tata Group of companies. Are they into multiple portfolios? They have so many portfolios are there. Now the chairman of that company wants to analyze them. For that he is using the BCG matrix. Then what he will do? He will study all the businesses and he will keep those businesses into these four boxes, and accordingly he will take decisions. Then how to study these four boxes? For that I will give you a tip. Actually the thing that I am going to write now is a tip that I am giving to answer this question. About these four boxes you should know two things. First, position. Position of that metaphor. In that position, what strategic decision have to be taken? Position and strategic decision. By following this tip, you can answer the four metaphors. Understand the flow that I am telling now? When you do analysis, you will come to know the position. After knowing the position, you can take decision. In general tendency, when you are studying, like doctor asked you to get a this thing, when any break have happened, scanning or X-ray. Doctor have asked you to get an X-ray. Why? Because he want to know the position. When he look at the X-ray, he will come to know how many breaks have happened. Is it a slight break or heavy break? Depending on the position, what he will take a decision. Is it okay to wrap, or any screws need to be fitted in the bone? Yes or no? He taken a decision depending upon what? Depending upon the position. How the position have come to know? By doing scanning. Analysis will help to know the position. Depending on the position, decision will be taken. Same thing for a company. A particular company did analysis and understood about the business. Once they did analysis, they have come to know the position. After knowing the position, they are taking some decisions. That's why in BCG matrix, we should focus on two things, position and decision. Now let's understand about the first box. In this box, first we should know the position. Any portfolio that falls under this box, how its position should be. Market share is high, market growth rate is high. What does this mean? For that particular business, as of now, sales are good and this business is having good future also. Among all the portfolios, if any portfolio is like that, as per BCG, you should call that portfolio as stars. Now, I hope you got the context. First, position is understood. Stars are the businesses whose market share is high, market growth rate is also high. Position is clear. Then what has to be done? Strategic decision. You tell me, for this businesses, will you close down? Because their sales are good, having good future, invest more money. The strategic decision is investment. And you can expand these businesses also because they have good future. Try to expand in the other places to get more benefit. Done. That's about stars. Only two things. Stars are high market share and high growth rate. Strategic decision is to invest money and expand these stars. Context clear? In the same pattern, we will try to find the answer for the other three also. Any SBU that comes here, tell me what is the position. Market share is low, market growth rate is, which means as of now that business does not have sales, but it is having good future. Such kind of SBUs, are there any? They need to be called as yes, question marks. Question marks. Now, you know what strategic decision company take for question mark? They will invest money. Tell me why? Even though there is no market share, why the company is investing money in question marks? Future is good. There is a long future for the business. As of now, you don't have sales. Invest money. Then you may improve your sales also. That's about question marks. Next, third one. What is the position? Market share is high. Growth rate is low. Which means now they are having good sales, but this business does not have. If any such portfolio is found, it should be called as cash cows. Cash cows. Company will not invest money in cash cows. Why? No future. Why to invest money in the businesses which does not have future? But you know what company will do? Will cash cows generate income for the company? Because sales are high, which means it is giving a lot of money. This money need to be invested where? Question marks are stars because they have good. You got the process to understand the concept now? That's about question mark. Finally, market share is low, market growth rate is also low. They should be called as dogs. Will you invest money in dogs? Divestment and liquidation is the strategic decision. Close down. As of now, no sales. There is no guarantee that future is there. The right strategic option for such businesses is to close down. This is BCG. For you people, only to this extent have been given. In fact, we can add so many things in BCG. I have just explained you to the extent that is needed for you. If this question comes in the exam, simply draw this outline. Nothing wrong. And write about the explanation. So first one is stars. Look, high growth and high market share. So then explanation has been given. This business unit may be spending heavy to keep up its growth. Lot of investment is needed. And more or less self-sufficient because they can satisfy their own investment needs. Market share is high. Company is generating income. So their income can be used in that business to grow. Now cash cow's position is low growth but high market share. As with a high market share, however, because growth is low, investment need are very less. Don't invest money in cash cows. Next one that we have is question marks. Actually, I haven't mentioned that point. Sometimes question marks are called as problem child. It's other name. Question marks can otherwise be called as problem children. Sometimes they are called as wildcats also. Problem children or wildcat because it create problem for the company. Company is thinking whether to invest money or not. As the market growth rate is high, they have invested money, but the sales haven't increased. Then they will suffer with losses. That's why the term has given. Company will try to invest money here as the growth rate is high. And the last one that we have is dogs. Low growth and low market share. So dogs are business units that have low share in static or declining market and thus worst combination. They may be a cash drain. They will take a lot of cash, but they will not give you any returns because there is no sales. Then what the company have to do? The BCG usually recommend divestment or liquidation. This is called a strategic decision. This is about BCG matrix. Simple concept. If you like, you can draw in this way or you can draw the one that I have drawn. Diagram itself giving you half of the answer, position and decision. Then accordingly you can write the explanation. So that's about a concept of BCG matrix developed by Boston Consulting Group that will help to analyze the things. And then we have advantages through reading you can come to know. Some problems also there. There is no proper definitional vagueness is there. Capital markets are not properly defined there. Finally it says it is unkind to animals because BCG have created animal comparisons. Like dog says, cash cow says, here they said wild cats also says. Because there is a reason why this animal comparison has been made. Cash cows, when you have a cow, it will give you income from different sources. Isn't it? If they know how to properly use, even the waste of which will not goes off waste. It gives you income. Dogs are negative thing. Actually, dogs are known for loyalty, right? Will you be happy if someone call you a dog? Be happy that he is calling you loyal. Dogs are known for loyalty. Someone says, you are such a dog. You are a dog. Then thank you. Will you think like that? Negative sense. Just that is why it says that this matrix is being unkind to animals. That's how. So these are limitations. So the first half is over about analysis. Like the initial concepts that we have discussed of value chain analysis will also come into analysis. Pestle analysis is a macro components analysis. Then we have BCG, SWOT. All these are part of analysis. The rest of the half of this chapter is about planning. So because analysis, planning, formation and implementation context will come. So let's understand about planning. What is the general meaning of planning? Planning stands for simple meaning. Planning is all about defining future course of action. Defining future course of action. At present, if you are defining something for future, we call it as planning. Like still there is a one hour, but now you are thinking what to take in your lunch. Planning. Some say, sir, no option. But those who have, they might be thinking what to have. Like tomorrow is Sunday. Now planning what to do. You might be thinking where to go. If situation permits. Planning. Defining something for future at present is called as planning. The future can be very next moment or for 1 week or 10 years. Do you know a concept called functions of management? Anywhere have you ever heard about this? Functions of management. How many of you did CMA foundation here? CMA foundation. Attend to classes. Not writing the exam. Attended to classes. CMA foundation. No one? One. That's it. Two. There is a subject in CMA foundation. Fundamentals of management. Fundamentals of management. Yes or no? Is there any such subject in foundation? Who knows, sir? There are some say, sir, we wrote the foundation exam. Without knowing the subject they wrote. Actually, in fundamentals of management, the entire chapter is about functions of management. Planning, organizing, staffing, directing, controlling and communicating. At least after listening these terms, anything stuck in your mind. They are called as functions of management. If management have to effectively work, these functions are must. Among them, the first function is planning. Planning is the primary function that has to be there. Because without planning, no activity can effectively be done. Planning is a very primary function. That's the first function of the entire managerial functions. Here we are going to talk about how companies will plan. And some of the requirements and different types of plannings do takes place. So, planning is all about, planning is suggested by company strategies that are result of an action. The planning process is rational, highly structured. And who will do planning in the company? top management orchestrate the process. And this process will be implemented by usually middle and lower level people. So scholars have advocated alternative view of strategy planning. When strategic planning has been done, there are different alternative views through which strategic planning can be done. First one is scenario planning. What is scenario planning? Depending upon the scenario planning involves formulating a plans based upon what if scenario. Planning is done for future. Future is uncertain, which means you have to consider what if scenario about the future. Yes, predictions. What will happen if this happens in the future? This is how I should do. Like you will be having your scenario planning. If I could not able to come up with CMA, I have another. There is always plan B, is there or not? And that's called scenario planning. What if question you are asking? If this not happen in the future, I should be ready with the other one. It's called scenario planning. Businesses will do this because business always deals with uncertainty. Whatever they have planned, there is no guarantee that it has to happen exactly in the same way. Hence, it includes uncertainty. Business have to go with scenario planning. Understood with the meaning of scenario planning? What if scenario about the future? Because these trends and events do takes place. Next one, decentralizing planning. Centralization and decentralization. Decentralization, where sharing the responsibility with entire the organization, where you give freedom for your subordinates to plan on their own. A mistake that some companies have made in constructing their strategic planning process as that treat planning exclusively only for top management. Don't do that. Decentralize your planning, which means allow middle and lower level people also to plan on their own. Finance department, you say your finance manager, you plan on your own. Any plan that you implement, I only want result. Decentralization. Rather, don't keep the entire planning restricted only to top level. That is centralized planning. Decentralized planning means even the lower level also will be allowed to involve in the planning. That's what it says. This ivory tower, nothing but escapist attitude. This will definitely happen. Approach can result in strategic plans formulated in a vacuum by top managers who have little understanding of the current operating realities. Who will come to know current operating realities? Lower level people. They are dealing with the operational activities. They know exactly what is happening. Involve them in planning, then effective planning will come. Understood? Decentralized? Centralized planning means the entire planning is done by the top level. Decentralized means allow middle and lower level in planning. Simple concept. These are two techniques we have. Scenario planning and scenario planning means asking what if scenario about future. Decentralized means allowing middle and lower level people to plan on their own. Don't do a mistake of confining planning only to the top level. These two are referred to as alternative views of strategic planning. Yes, there are some mechanisms employed while strategic planning has been done. Top management, when they are doing strategic planning, adopt these mechanisms. First one, conduct brainstorming sessions. General term, but an interesting term, brainstorming. Usually top management sometimes conduct these sessions. Brainstorming is all about all the top level people are sitting and rigorously they are thinking what to do in future. Rigorous thinking. Now don't tell me, sir, every day I do a lot of brainstorming on that case. Rigorously I will think, sir. The only thing that you do that, only rigorously you will think. Nothing rigorously you will do anything. Planning is of no use if you don't put into action. Luckily, you all do lot of planning, but nothing will go into action. The plan that you do is called as daydreaming, not planning. I wanted to do this. I want to learn. How many times you might have planned for learning English? Let me decide this year, New Year resolution, I will develop my language. Thinking of it. Brainstorming also you did. how to develop the language, what I have to follow, but you never implement it. Not that brainstorming here. Top level management will do brainstorming so that they can effectively implement it. It's a technique of planning. Rigorously think to implement something for future. Like as I have said, you rigorously think. By this time, let's say every time when you thought of developing the language, if you would have learned a single word by every time, by this time you might have learned so many words in English. But the problem is you only think, no implementation. It is not like that. So what brainstorming happens is that company will be ready with different kinds of alternatives with them, top management, and they will come up with a solution for that. Most organizations, strategic alternatives are identified during brainstorming session. Alternatives, what to do, what are options that are left with us. Top management will think of it. And in the next stage, each alternative is properly reviewed and they will consider the most good alternative. This thing is called as brainstorming. Now they have a goal to achieve, they have a particular task to do, then they will do brainstorming. Okay, how many options are there with us? And they will review each and every option and they will select the best option and accordingly they will implement it. That's it. Next, after brainstorming session, they can even conduct some special meetings. Some large organizations may hold some special meetings of top executives regarding their work that they have to do, and accordingly they will distribute the work. Sometimes when you can't plan inside, you have to hire some outside consultants. There are some consulting firms out there who are known for planning. They will do the planning for you. Some organization may engage services of an outside consulting to handle the process of generating strategic alternatives. So simple point. Next one, you can go some joint meetings also. Another successful way of generating alternatives is to hire the services of consultant and also associate some internal, both. Outside consultant guy will be there. Your employee is also being involved in the planning. These are different ways by which planning can be done. Brainstorming sessions can be done. Special meetings can be conducted. Outsourcing your planning activity and joint meetings. Planning is over. We have a concept called CSF. Stands for Critical Success Factors. Actually in management they can be called as KSFs, Key Success Factors. Both conveys with the same content. Key success factors or critical success factors. So let's understand about critical success factors. Simple meaning, for any company in that particular industry, anything that is helping them to get success is called as critical success factor. Actually, as we are in revising the things, I am not taking up examples for most of the concepts. In general explanation, we can add so many examples for every concept. To understand what are critical success factors, with one example we will understand. There is a bank, and bank have realized that there are so many competitors out there, and to get success over the competitor, bank have realized that they need to develop some success factors. Only when bank adopts those factors, they will get success. I will give you some factors, you tell me whether those factors will give a bank success or not. A bank, to get success, they have kept wonderful centralized air condition in the branch. Will this give a success to the bank? Air condition? No? Okay. They have given good rotating cushion chairs for their employees. Will this give success to bank? No? They have given good Apple computers to their employees to work. Will this give success to the bank? No? They have laid on good marble floor, shiny marble floor. This will give success? No? They have kept automated doors at the front gate. When any customer comes, automatically door open. Will this give success? This also won't give. Last but not least, they have hired handsome and beautiful employees. Those who say yes, they go bank for this purpose only. They will deposit only in that counter and they say that, sir, I am getting more interest rate there. Yeah. Will this give success? Then tell me what gives success to bank. Services. Very good. For a bank, all the things that I have said will not give success. The services that they provide. Now don't say that, sir, air condition is also service. No. How banking is, how that bank allows their customer to open an account. If quickly open account accounting happened opens, which means it is a good process. How they are processing a loan? If anyone comes for a loan, the process is so simple and easy. This gives success. Like for a bank, process gives success. Like this, every industry will have some factors which gives them success. Those factors are called as critical success factors. Even this is the like restaurant guy. For a restaurant guy, what gives him success? So many will be there. First one is ambience. Nowadays it is first priority, because lesser people go to the restaurant to eat, more they will go to take pictures. Restaurant people have identified it. That's why second priority is food taste, because anyways they are not focusing on taste, because they don't know what they are eating. Once the plate come, first take the picture, immediately post it. Anything, post it. After posting, they will keep the mobile like this and they are checking how many likes stayed and they are eating. Ultimately, if you ask them what have you ate, I don't know. How many likes for your post? 100 likes. That's why restaurant guy don't focus on taste. He focus on ambience. Ambience is a critical success factor for restaurant. Nowadays, you check, most of the restaurants are building good ambience. Previous hotels, nothing, table and chair. Because previously people used to more focus on food. Give me tasty food. Yes or no? That's how olden days are there. But now, ambience. I am going to take a picture there, not to have food. Restaurants have identified it. That's why they are maintaining good ambience in their restaurants. That's critical success factor. Got the point now? Any special feature that allows the company to get success over the competitor is called as critical success factors. This will differ from industry to industry, but all the industries will have critical success factors. Look at the point. Critical success factors are those product features that are particularly valued by a group of customers, and these factors are helping the organization to outperform the competitors. If your critical success factors are so good, then you can gain advantage over your competitors also. In your restaurant ambience is so unique that is different from the others, then you will get edge over your competitors. So understood the concept of CSFs? We can call them as key success factors also, or in other words, critical success factors. So first one, major sources of critical success factors are, first one, structure of the industry. Understand your industry, because key success factors differ from industry to industry. If there is an automobile company, cars, the key success factors for them would be probably the design of a car and the distribution network that they follow to make this car available to the customer. Differ from industry to industry. Understand your structure of industry first. Next, competitive strategy, industry position, geographic location. These three are important while choosing CSF. Above factors includes, let's say, competitive strategy, large pool of English speaking manpower skills in India to attractive location for outsourcing, BPO needs of America. An American company wants to fulfill a BPO need in India. Now in India, what you need to search? A place where there are good English speaking manpower. This is what. So competitive strategy, industry position and geography. In this point, three things are there. American company wants to come to India, geography. Like industry position in BPO. Competitive skills are English speaking people. That's how. Next one, environmental factors need to be considered for effective CSF, and temporal factors. Certain short-term organizational developments like sudden loss of critical manpower. Like there is a good CEO of a company, suddenly he have resigned. Then this kind of things, temporal factors, these are sudden loss of a critical manpower like a charismatic CEO or breakup of family owned business may necessitate some CSFs. Sudden factors will also lead to create some CSFs. That's about the concept of critical success factors. What is decision making? Last concept that we have in this to understand is decision making. What is decision making? Taking decisions. Decision making is about making decisions. Very good. Strategic management is management of strategies, which subject could be that simplified version. Decision making is all about Choosing an alternative when you have different set of alternatives. Okay, decision making is all about when you have different alternatives, among which if you are selecting one alternative, we call it as decision making. So we have a concept called strategic decision making and some of its biases. Strategic decision making. So general term says that, but here that definition is not given here. Choosing alternative from multiple alternatives. Like everywhere, you went to shopping to buy clothes, you take decision. There the definition applies or not? You have multiple options, from that you will select an options. You went to restaurant to have food, multiple options are there, you will select one option. After completion of +2, you have multiple options, you have selected one option. Decision making, like that. Decision making stands for when you have course of options, when you select one option, when it is called as decision making. Rationality of human decision makers is bound by our own cognitive capabilities. Depending upon the internal cognitive capabilities that we have, we take our decisions. We tend to fall back on certain rule of thumb that helps us to make a sense of complex and uncertain world, because we follow certain rules while making certain decisions. At the time lead to severe and systematic errors in decision making. Sometimes when we take decisions, we commit certain errors. It's a quite common in decision making. They arises out of cognitive biases. When we take decision, we commit certain errors. These errors we commit because of some cognitive biases, because of certain confused states that takes place. We tended to be in a confused state that we could not able to take the right decisions. So there are some biases. Priority biases, the prior hypothesis basis. This talks about decision makers who have a strong prior belief about the relationship between variables tend to make decisions, which means he is taking decision depending upon prior beliefs. He have developed a strong belief in his mind, and blindly he is only depending on that belief now to take a decision. He is not coming out of that belief. Hence he can't take a right decision. Sometimes the decisions will go wrong. Escalating commitment occurs when decision makers have already committed significant resources to a project. So much of resources you have already committed to a project. Now even more resources are needed. Now you are thinking, whether should I give more resources or not? If I spend more resources, will I get returns or not? Bias, you are not able to take a decision because you did overcommitment of resources to a particular project. Escalating commitment of resources to a particular project. Next one, reasoning by analogy involves use of simple comparisons. Analogy means comparison. Here some simple comparisons have been made, and depending on which, because of the comparison, the manager could not able to take a strong decision. Next, representativeness is rooted tendency generalized from a small sample. Says when you are taking decision, your sample system has to be big. This bias violates the statistical law of large number of samplings have to be taken while you are taking decision. Let's say you are taking decision depending upon customers. Don't take a decision depending upon 1 or 2 customers. Take large sample, study 100,000, 2,000 customers, then take decision. So that's what small sampling. That will create bias in decision making. Illusion of control. The tendency to overestimate one's ability to control events. So you're overestimating the ability to control the certain events. They tend to overconfident about their ability to success. When you are overconfident about your success, you tend to take some wrong decisions. These are biases in decision making. So they have been not given the meaning of decision making, rather they have given because of which decision making could not be effective. Biases. That's about decision making. Techniques we have. Techniques I'll ignore. If you read, you can understand about it. Devil's advocacy is nothing but this requires generation of a plan and analysis of that particular plan. Terms are heavy, but the content is simple. Dialectic inquiry. In this, what is a more complex, requires generation of plan and a counter plan. So that is referred to as a dialectic inquiry. Like the outside view. This requires planners to identify the reference class of analogs, past strategic initiatives, past experiences. Then group thing, like you here what happens is group of decision makers embark upon a course of action. So decision makers will take, group of decision makers will take. There are some techniques that can be followed. That's it. So this is about the major aspects of this chapter. Only two parts you divide this chapter: analysis and planning. In planning only we have 3 or 4 concepts are there, but most of this chapter deals with analysis. So introduction is over, analysis and planning is completed. After this, what is the next thing that we have? After analysis and planning, we have formation and implementation. This is how the flow will goes on. Analysis, planning, formation and implementation. In formation and implementation, let's understand what are the content that has been given. First thing that we have to understand is formation of strategies in different functional areas, which means forming strategies in finance, HR, production, logistics, all these functional areas. But all the functional areas have not given. How many strategies have given here? Production strategy, supply chain. There is a functional area called SCM, supply chain management. Supply chain strategy, marketing and HR, 4 areas. This stands for preparation of strategies in those 4 functional areas. What are the 4 functional areas? Production, supply chain, marketing and HR. Let us understand the strategies that are prepared in each and every functional area. Now half of the concept we'll cover now. The rest of the half we'll discuss when we deal with the post lunch. And in post lunch we have a 2-hour session. Yes, we have 3 to 5. 3 to 5 we have. So then we will try to finish up with the rest of the chapters. And then we have there we'll try to wrap up. 45 minutes will take, 5:30 to 6:45 up to 6:30 we'll complete with the ethics. So as I've said, we'll not be pushing all the 8 hours. So it depends on what time post lunch it will take to wrap up with this. No sir, we don't even need break. Let's say by 5:30 if you are done with this, if you can push for 45 minutes, by 6:15 we can wrap with the ethics also. It depends on your choice, your call. At that time, depending upon your state, you tell me what has to be done. At 5 o'clock, you tell me what is your status. If you say, no sir, 6:30 I have an appointment, then we have to end by continue. No sir, we don't have any appointment for Saturday, we have appointment for Sunday. I'm talking about any doctor appointments if you have taken for this weekend. Don't think of any other appointments. Accordingly, we will plan in the afternoon session. Alright. So all these are functional areas. The strategies that are prepared in these functional areas we have to understand now. It's called as formation of strategies. Okay, analysis and planning is over. Now formation. Forming the strategies in 4 areas. These functional areas very broad to discuss. For you, the information has been curtailed. Not that extensive information has given. Let's understand the first one. Production strategy. This production strategy talks about what kind of elements that have to be kept in mind while preparing a production strategy. Okay. Like production strategy consists of so many aspects, but for you it has been given in a single shot. Production manager need to keep certain things in his mind while preparing production strategy. Each and every point understand. When we talk about, don't write anything, this is not needed. To understand the content there, I have to give you this outline. When any production strategy has been prepared, all the activities of production strategy are divided into 2 heads. Some activities will come into production system activities, and some activities will come into operations planning and control. Operations planning and control. Okay, like whatever the production department do, all the activities of production department is categorized into 2 heads. Some activities will come into production system. Some activities are operations planning and control. Production system activities are long range in nature, which means whatever the decisions that have been taken under production system, their nature is long range. Now the production manager takes some decisions under operations planning and control. These are with respect to day-to-day operations. Day-to-day operations. Got the picture now? All the activities of production department is categorized into two heads: production planning, production system, and operations planning and control. All the activities that happen under production system are long range activities. Operations planning and control activities are day-to-day activities. In this, first they have been given with the production system activities. Now tell me, production system activities nature is long range. Production system is long range. Look at the activities. They are concerned with capacity, location, layout. Capacity means plant capacity, location, layout. The production guy needs to decide what should be the capacity of the plant, location of the plant, layout of the plant. You tell me, can this be changed regularly? Once decided, so decided. Location you can't change. Now you can't change the layout of the plant. Once a machinery is installed, you can't change the machinery here and there. It is not a sofa set in your house that you can move it here and there. It's a machinery. Once installed, that's it. These three are long range in nature. Next one, product or service design. Like regularly you won't change product or service design. Over a period of time you will change, like 2 years, 3 years. When the product become outdated, then you will change. Now production manager's responsibility is to decide product or service design. So this decision is something related to long range in nature. Next one, work system, which is nothing but the process of production. If any company is manufacturing cool drink, then there is a work system for that. Bottles need to be cleaned, filled, capped, labeled, packed. These are activities. Now these activities you can't change. Say that, so today I am thinking very uniquely. First I will do the capping for the bottle. Then where do you fill if you do capping? You can't change it. Once decided, so long range. That's what product work system. Next, degree of automation. Now production can happen fully automated, semi-automated, manual. Fully automated production means everything is done through robotics. Semi-automated means robots and humans. Manual means handmade products, we call it as, which means that the entire production happens through humans, handmade. That's about degree of automation. Next, extent of vertical integration. You don't even write this point because for this you should know vertical integration. Vertical integration is out and out different concept. It's a corporate level strategy. Term has been used, nowhere you have about vertical integration. If you have to know about vertical integration, I have to tell you expansion, vertical, backward, forward. It takes another session. Instead, it is not needed for you vertical integration as of now. You only write the rest of the points. So, production strategy deals with production system, which includes plant capacity, location, layout, product or service design, work system, degree of automation. All these are activities that are related to long range in nature. Look at this one. Production strategy determines what it determines, how and where products and services are manufactured, and the level of vertical integration. Again, this term has been given here. And moreover, production strategy deals with optimum level of technology that has been used to manufacture the product. And in production strategy, company even can think of mass production system also. The benefit of mass production is increasing the volume of production so that the unit cost can be reduced. Look at the term. Mass production system was an excellent method to produce large number of low cost and standard goods and services. So these are some of the major aspects that have to be considered into production strategy. Production strategy is a very big concept. Actual production strategy, in this, here there are some points we need to understand. Even this also points will be there. Those things have not been given for you. In a simplified way, what happens in production strategy has been explained to you. The points that I have highlighted, understood? I am trying to focus more on key terms for you, so that when you read, the meaning of the key term can be understood and key term also can be revised. Because at this point of time, we can't go for understanding the entire concept. The next one that we have is supply chain strategy. Your board have kept some of the concepts by misleading some connection. Actually, supply chain can only be understood when logistics have been studied. Logistics and supply chain. Because logistics will help you to understand supply chain. Let's understand what is supply chain strategy is all about. There is a functional area in the organization called SCM. SCM stands for supply chain management. First, conceptually, you have to understand what is the supply chain management stands for. For this, I can tell you, yes, that is right. But supply chain management includes all the activities. Supply chain management involves, this is a functional area in the company. What does this involves? It includes all the activities from point of origin to point of consumption. Supply chain includes all the activities from point of origin to point of consumption. If any company manufactures any product, origin to consumption, all the activities that happens in between are supply chain. Point of origin, you have procured raw material to manufacture the product. It is origin, starting place. Okay. Point of consumption, until the product reaches to customer. So starting from procurement of material until the product goes to the customer, what happens in between are called as SCM. If any company have to get success, all the supply chain activities have to happen effectively. Procurement, like these activities are procurement of resources. Like, do you remember primary activities of value chain? Same activities will come. Procurement of resources, manufacturing of product, distribution of product, marketing and sales, services. All these activities are SCM activities. That's why it's a point of origin to point of consumption. If all these activities happens effectively, then only company can achieve success. That's what SCM strategy is all about. Look at the key terms. The term supply chain management refers to the task of managing the flow of inputs and components from the supplier to the company's production process and to minimize inventory. Inventory means stock, and holding and maximize the inventory turnover. Everything happens there, starting from getting the raw material, maintaining the inventory, finished good inventory, everything need to be properly maintained until the product reaches to the customer. So this involves everything. Your godowns will come, the stock maintenance will come, distributors will come, logistics, transportation will come, production will come. Every activity is a part of supply chain. Logistics means transportation. If anywhere SM you come across with the term logistics, that indicates transportation. And logistics is a part of SCM, because SCM talks about origin to consumption. Now from point of origin to consumption, do you need to transport? Transportation of raw material, transportation of finished goods. Look at the second term. The contribution of material management, nothing but logistics, to boost the efficiency of a company can just as dramatic as contribution to production. Material management encompasses activities necessary to get inputs and components to the production. Okay, important term I'll explain. Last one. Improving the efficiency of material management functions. Typically, business need to adopt just-in-time inventory system. JIT concept they need to follow. Carefully listen to this. SCM includes activities from point of origin to point of consumption, which means even production is also part of SCM? Yes or no? Procurement of raw material is a part of SCM. Production is a part of SCM. Distribution is a part of SCM. Marketing and sales, services. In that, if the company's SCM have to be successful, while they are doing production, they have to follow a technique called JIT. Stands for just in time. It's a Japanese inventory management concept. JIT says that procure the raw material only at the time of production. Don't maintain huge inventory of raw material. Only when production is happening, get the raw material at that time. And other side of this JIT is start manufacturing the product only after getting the order. With this, what happened? You don't need to maintain the inventory of finished goods, because you have started manufacturing the product after getting the order. Once it is manufactured, immediately you can dispatch it. Do you need to maintain finished good inventory now? No. And you are manufacturing the product, you are getting the raw material just before the manufacturing. Do you need to maintain raw material inventory now? This is what JIT says. JIT is all about inventory system. So the conclusion is effective implementation of supply chain. While manufacturing is happening, company need to follow a system called JIT inventory management so that they can maintain minimum inventory. That's about SCM. To the points that has given there, I have explained. Are you clear? JIT understood? Yes. Next, there are some limitations of JIT is there. JIT says procure raw material only at the time of inventory. Is it good every time? Sometimes you need to maintain some buffering stock. That's it says. The drawback of JIT system is that leave a company without a buffer stock of inventory. JIT says don't maintain any stock, neither of raw material nor of finished goods. It's not good every time. Although buffer stocks are expensive to store, they can help the company to prepare for shortage of inputs. Like sometimes your production capacity is 10,000 units, let's say. You have procured the raw material up to 10,000 units. You don't have buffer stock. Some damage have happened to the raw material. Now your production capacity will come down. That's why it is important to have some buffer stock. Like some inputs brought by the disruption among the, like when the supplier is bringing the inputs, they might be damaged to some of the raw material. Then you don't have any buffer stock of raw material. Then your production will get disturbed. That's why JIT limitation says that it does not support the buffer stock concept. Overcoming limitations of JIT, what company have to do is that instead of getting the raw material from one supplier, it's better to get the input from multiple suppliers. Plans and policies need to be prepared relating operations planning and control are concerned with aggregate. Yes, here the point says, I have said this term, no, operations planning and control. To overcome the limitations of JIT, the points that I am going to tell you now are part of operations planning and control. Look at this. Plans and policies related to operations planning and control. Now, operations planning and control activities are day-to-day activities, I have said. To overcome the limitation of this thing, you have to follow these activities. Actually, the concept is about JIT limitation, but they have said something about production. Look at this. Production planning have to be done properly. For production planning, material supply have to be done regularly. Maintain inventory, cost and quality management, and maintenance of plant and equipment. Look, when production happens, does the production manager need to maintain the equipment regularly? Maintenance, repairs. What happens if there is no proper maintenance? Wornout will happen. Particularly if any factory where production happen 24/7, if there is a disturbance to the production for half day, the loss will be very huge. Then what production guy have to do regularly? Maintenance have to happen. All these are regular activities. Production planning, every day you need to plan. For that, regular material supply has to happen. Check with inventory of your stock regularly. Cost and quality, when production manufacturing happen, to what cost and what quality it has been manufactured, all these things need to be checked on regular basis. That's about the aspects to overcome the limitations of JIT. So now we are done with production and SCM and JIT. So technically 2 functional areas we have completed, production and supply chain management. Okay. Next one that we have is, next functional area is marketing strategy. So let's understand what is this marketing strategy is all about and how it is showing impact on the efficiency and cost structure. What does marketing do? What does marketing do? Someone says it creates awareness. Marketing is the best way by which a company can create awareness about its product. When no marketing has been done, people may not able to know what kind of product are available in the market. So marketing creates awareness. Let us look at the term. Marketing strategy that a company adopts will have a major impact on the efficiency and cost structure. And marketing strategy refers to the position that a company takes with regard to the market segmentation, pricing, promotion, advertising, product design and distribution. All these are part of marketing. Market segmentation stands for dividing the market into different parts. While company is doing marketing, they are supposed to divide the entire market into different segments. And then pricing policy is also part of marketing. What promotional activities are followed by the company? Obviously, advertising is a part of marketing. Under product design also they will use in marketing. If the design is good, effective marketing they can do by highlighting the good things of our design. Other aspects of marketing strategy are less obvious, but no less important impact on efficiency, because marketing strategy straight away impact on efficiency will be there. And next, defection rates are determined by, like in marketing, something is determined by customer. Loyalty is also important. Loyal customers will help you to spend less efforts on marketing, because when there are loyal customers are there, you don't need to exhibit your product. Look, the longer a company retains a customer, what is this point? Longer a company retains the customer, which means for a longer period of time, customer is using your product. The greater the volume of customers generated until sales that can set against the fixed cost, and the lower the average of unit cost for each sale, which means nothing but if you are retaining a customer for a longer period of time, it will show impact on your fixed cost, and average unit cost for each sale will also get impacted if your customer is holding for a longer period of time. The same thing, the longer customer stays with the company, the more fixed cost and acquiring the customer can be distributed. In order to acquire the customer, sometimes company need to spend fixed cost, marketing, advertising, promotional activity, then only customer stays with you. If your company is successfully retaining the customer, then you don't need to spend much money. You have already saving lot of time on your fixed costs. Look at the last point. Loyal customers can dramatically increase the volume of business through referrals. But it is not actually direct related to marketing, but a point has been given over there as a part of marketing. Initial points will more educating you about the concept of marketing and how it is impacting the cost structure. Again, marketing is a very broad area. Some basic points about marketing has given for you to understand. Next functional area that we have is HR. Now tell me what HR department deals with. HR deals with employees. We will discuss this after lunch. Time will not permit. Hiring strategy is there. Self-managing teams, people as resources, people and behavior, organizing people. So we'll discuss each and every point and we'll highlight the key terms. Hence we have only 5 minutes. It's better we can discuss in the afternoon session. With HR, we are done with the functional areas formation, like production, SCM, marketing and HR. One part is over. The second part is to discuss about different organization structures in this chapter. The concept has been given about functional, divisional, matrix and network structures have been given. After the structures, we have been provided with last few independent concepts are there that are not related to structure. That we'll understand in the afternoon session. After that, we can take a briefing of our digital strategy also. As I have said, in digital strategy, I will not be covering the concepts which are going to be covered in data analytics. Clear? Is there any this kind of marathon for data analytics for you people? Then wonderful. I'll skip all those concepts. Same concept will be there. What is the use of understanding in 2 times? And that too, terminologies are also more or less same, because when I have taught with the data analytics, I have understood with that. I have prepared with digital strategy in this, and data analytics I have dealt for one of the batch, if I am not wrong. There I have explained about data analytics. Concept remains as same. So hence you are learning it there. I will explain you the concepts which will not come in data analytics. We will focus on those concepts in digital strategy. So first we will try to complete the aspects of this chapter, and along with digital strategy also we will revise. And then if you are in need of break, then we will go for a break, and then ethics will be discussed. Ethics part is a very small part that you have, but there are few concepts that you need to understand even from there also. But okay, we will discuss about that when I start with that ethics. So as of now, we need to start with HR. Marketing completed. Yes. So just to quickly check with the things that we have discussed. In this chapter, we are talking about formation of strategies. So which areas we have completed? Production we have discussed, and then supply chain management, SCM we have discussed. After that, marketing. So there are 3 major functional areas that we have discussed, and what are the activities that happens in there. After this, we have human resource. HR is also one of functional area that need to be effectively strategies prepared and implemented, because it will have impact on the overall functionality of the business. So let's have a look what is HR strategy is all about, and then how employee productivity leads to profitability. Look at this question. If employee productivity is high, that will lead the company to get profitability, isn't it? Skilled employees are working in the company. Does that help the company to achieve profitability? Definitely. Efficiency can be gained. So that is the point says. First, let's understand what is human resource strategy is all about. Employee productivity is one of the key determinants of enterprise efficiency. So depending upon the employee productivity, organization's efficiency, cost structure and profitability depends. Why this is the first term says? Because who will bring productive employees into a company? HRs. Because HR's responsibility is to search for the best manpower and bring them into the company. That's why the term says bringing productive employees is one of the key that organization's efficiency, cost structure and profitability can be improved. Further, productive employees, let's say productivity is there, effective employees have been chosen. By recruiting effective employees, another benefit that organization creates is lower the cost of generating productive employees. They will try to lower the cost of generating revenues, and they will increase the return on sales. By extension, and boost the company's returns on invested capital, which means ROI, return on investment, will also be improved. Now all these benefits, like in the above point, efficiency, cost structure, profitability, and then return on investment, all these things can be gained only when organization have productive employees, and hence it is the responsibility of the HR to bring the productive employees. The human resource manager need to prepare a strategy where he is helping the employees to increase the productivity also. And the major challenge for HR guys is the third point, challenge. What is the third point says? The challenge for a company's human resource manager is to devise ways to increase employee productivity. One, choose a skilled employee, and then you should put your efforts to increase the productivity of the employee also. For that, HR need to provide an environment in the company where employee productivity will go up. Ultimately, it is HR's responsibility to increase the productivity. Of course, you are choosing an employee who is having skills, but HR's skill is to make him work effectively. HRs need to bring out the efficiency of the employees. That is a term says. Look at the choices that are left here. As a part of HR strategy, what HR guy have to do? Preparing hiring strategies, from where to hire the employees and what skills are needed for the organization, preparing hiring strategy, and then training employees. Employees need to be properly trained when they have been recruited and selected, and organizing the workforce into self-managing teams. Prepare all your employees in a way that they are managing the things on own, and linking pay to performance, which means depending upon their performance, you should give them pay. This is nothing but performance appraisal. If employees are effectively doing their work, they will be given good pay. With this, what happened? Employee will be more motivated and do work effectively. Now, all these jobs are part of HR strategy. These are the things that a HR manager is responsible for in an organization. All the points understood? Next. Here you can see the HR need to prepare hiring strategy, training employees, organizing workforce. We need to understand these points. Rather, there are some activities that HR guy needs to perform. First, HR needs to prepare a hiring strategy. How to hire the employees, from where you wish to get the employee. And whatever the employee that you are hiring, his skills should be matched with the job requirement. Those are the points. Is many companies that are well known for their productive employees devote considerable attention to hiring. For any company who wants a productive employee, if any company needs productive employee, then they should pay more attention to hiring. Recruit strong employees, hire strong employees. That is needed. For this, they will be going through the entire process of recruitment and selection, providing proper training, efficiency can be developed, all these things that HRs need to do. That's the term says. Organizations hire people have a positive attitude who work well with teams. Generally, HRs prefer to get the employees who are ready to work with teams. That's how proper hiring strategy need to be prepared. Look at one more term. The people company hires should have attributes that match with the objectives of a company, which means employee goal and company goal have to be same, or else you should recruit an employee who is having as same goals like organization. Like organization goal is to grow. Employee also thinking that I should also personally grow by contributing for the company, which means here both the employee and organization goals are same. Such kind of employees are needed for the company. That's a hiring strategy. Next, HRs need to prepare some self-managing teams. The use of self-managing teams whose members coordinate their own activities, which means a team has been prepared. This team is so skilled enough, they know how to coordinate their own activities, that every time they don't need to depend on the instructions of the manager. They won't wait for the instruction of the manager. Rather, they know how to manage on their own, self-managing teams. Less dependent on the managers. They know how to do the work. They know how to complete the work on themselves. That's about managing the activities on their own. Such kind of team is called as self-managing team. The organization self-managing team is the one which is capable enough to manage the things on its own. HRs need to prepare such kind of teams in the company. Typically, self-managing team may consist of 5 to 15 employees who can produce an entire product or undertake the entire task. That's the point says. Team members learn all team tasks and rotate from job to job. All the team members know all kind of jobs. They can rotate from one job to other job. So prepare self-managing teams. HR's responsibility is to do that. And HRs should always consider people as resources. There are some companies for whom like employees are the major resource. Can you name any industry where employees are the key? Okay, rather industry. Any industry where employee is the core for them. How about if I say IT? Information technology is the industry where Their employees are core. You need to have skilled manpower in IT industry. Then only that company will grow. In such kind of industries, you need to treat people as important resource. Considering people as important resource, so that's why HR's responsibility is to get the best employees. The importance of human resource cannot be undermined. Employees are very important. The management of these resources is not similar to the other resources. There is a lot of issues with respect to managing HR. Some are called the harder issues and others are soft. Dealing with people is very difficult task. When you deal with the machine, it operates as you instruct. But human is not like that. If you have to make him to do the work as per your requirement, lot of efforts are needed. Because every individual will have their own opinions. Don't expect that everyone will think in the same way and everyone will do the work in the same way. Then dealing with the manpower is a very difficult task. That's the term says. Next, understanding about people and behaviors. People are not like other resources. That's what I have said. They influence strategy both through their competencies and through their collective behavior also. It may be emphasized that many of the problems of the managing change result from failure to understand. That is what the soft side of HR management is concerned with behavior of a people individually and behavior of a people. It's very difficult to deal with the behavior because every individual is own in their doing work. HR's task is to deal with the behavior of the people. That's about people and behavior. And HR's major role is to organizing the people. Organizing the people is most important for an organization to competitively, if your company have to be competitively superior, learn how to manage the people. It is the responsibility of the HR to decide how to manage or to be skilled enough to manage the people. With the changing environment and complexities arising from both within and outside of the organization, the issue relating to organizing people needs to be addressed very carefully. And who will address these issues? HR will address. So these are some of the aspects that are related to HR strategy, which deals with hiring. Actually, HR strategy is a heading. Under HR strategy, these points need to be considered. Hiring strategy, preparing self-management team, people and behavior, and organizing people. These are the sub points. That's how you should understand this concept. That's it. With HR, we have completed the functional areas starting from production until HR. Not many, only 4 activities we have covered. Technically, production, marketing, HR, SCM. That's it. This chapter, first half is done where we have come to know about formation of strategies. Next, for effective implementation, actually we don't directly discuss anything about implementation. Rather, we discuss some concepts that will contribute for effective implementation. In that, the next thing that we have to understand is organization structures. Directly it is not about implementation, but organization structures will have impact on the implementation. That is a context. So what is this organization structures are all about? You all are aware of hierarchy of the organization. Like morning we have discussed top level, middle level and lower level. And there are 3 strategic levels are also there. Corporate level, business level and functional level. There are 2 things. Strategy, structure. When do these things change? It's a question. So actually, which depends on what? It is also a question. Whether strategy depends on structure or structure depends on strategy, it's a question. Okay, if I ask you a question, what comes first, strategy or structure? Whether first organization hierarchy comes or strategy comes, what comes first? Hierarchy comes first? Actually, strategy comes first. There is a statement. Whenever there is a change in the strategy, organization structures have to change. First, strategy comes. Depending upon the strategy, we prepare our structures. So that's why If effectively strategies need to be implemented, organization structures need to be understood. As of now, we only know hierarchy of the organization, top level, middle level, and lower level. But we have different types of organization hierarchies are there, like functional, divisional, SBU, matrix, network, hourglass. All these are different types of organization structures. In that, few structures have been given to us. Why are we studying about organization structures? Because organization structures will contribute for effective strategic implementation. This is the conclusion. Understood why we are studying structures? Different types of structures will be there. In those structures, different levels will be there. The reason why are we studying about them is because they will contribute for effective strategic implementation. When structures are effectively designed, implementation will be convenient. That's our context. Structuring of look, the heading also says the same. What the heading says? Structuring of an organization. For what? That's why. Straight away we are not talking about implementation. Rather we are discussing about organization structures. We are contributing for implementation of strategies. So that's about. So what is this organization structure is all about, which consists of different kinds of levels. So let us check with the first level that we have is functional structure. Actually, the list is there: functional, divisional, SBU, matrix, and network. Hourglass. For you, I'm not sure all the things have been given. Functional structure is there. After functional, we have divisional structure. After divisional, we have matrix. After matrix, we have transnational structure. And then project-based structures, tailor-made structures, SBU structure. These are the structures that we have. Now we have to understand about each and every structure. Don't worry about whatever the complicated context that is given over there. I will simplify this concept so that easily you can understand. In these structures, what important for you is to understand how that structures have been created. Under what conditions those structures will be applicable. What levels will come in that particular structure. So we can simplify that. The first one that we have is the functional structure. Now how these functional structures are created. Let's say there is a business which is operating only in one place. Let's say in Guntur there is a business. A guy have established a business in Guntur. He does not have any branches. Nor he is manufacturing any other products also. Only one product he is manufacturing in Guntur. He is having a factory in Guntur. In that factory, production of goods takes place. Now, what kind of structure he maintains is a question. Then he will follow with functional structure. Now, what happens in functional structure? As a head of a company, he will be staying at top level. Right? Like under him, as he is working in top level, straight away under him functional managers will be there. Functional managers. Depending upon what kind of functional areas that he have. Let's say functional manager HR, functional manager finance, functional manager production, functional manager marketing. Under each and every functional manager, can you tell me who will come here? Under functional manager, who will come? Like he is a HR manager. Under HR manager, who will work? He's like he's a head, CEO. Under him directly functional heads are there. Because he does not have any branches nor any other institution. Under him directly functional heads are there. Under functional manager, who will come? Executives, functional executives, HR executives. HR executives. Right? So this is simple functional structure. Now in functional structure, two strategic levels are there. Can you tell me what are the three strategic levels first of all? Corporate level, business level, functional level. In functional structure, can you tell me which two strategic levels are there? This is which level? Corporate level. And this one is? Functional level, not business level. At this level, whom we have? Functional managers. Like this structure is called as a functional structure. Simple organization structure, oldest way of maintaining organizational structure, can be maintained with less cost, faster communication. Because there are so many levels are not there. This executive will be communicating to manager. This manager straight away communicate to head. Because everything is happening in only one place. The business does not have any branches also. Understand the scenarios that I am telling. Business does not have any branches. Neither they are doing multiple businesses, only one business. Then they will be maintaining functional structure. As you can look here, head is here. Under the head, who are working? Who are these people? Functional managers. Actually, it is not given over there. Under each and every functional manager again, executives will come. Concept understood? This is called as functional structure. A functional structure is based on primary activity, like undertaken by the organization, such as all these functional areas they will maintain. This structure usually found in smaller companies. That's what example I have said. Only the company is operating in Guntur. It does not have any branches. Only one production unit that they have. That's what. Are you clear with functional structure? I'm trying to explain you concept. When you read, you can easily know about the key terms. Advantages and disadvantages you can easily understand. Involvement will be there. Faster communication, quicker decision making. Disadvantages, big organizations cannot follow this kind of functional structure. That's about functional. Now, let's say in Guntur, the guy who is doing business, let's say he is manufacturing chocolates. He is having chocolate factory. His chocolates gained huge demand in 3 other states. As a vice businessman, what he should do now? Like, it is good for him if he start manufacturing the chocolates in those locations also where he is having huge demand, so that he can reduce the transportation cost. Because most of the businesses, what they do, wherever there is a good demand, they will try to establish their branch there also. Hence, actually, when any business follows this kind of structure, let's say we can say that this particular company is following stability strategy. It is not there for you. The strategy is stability. Because only one business in one place. Now he want to expand his business to different other places. From stability, he is going to the other strategy called expansion. Hence, strategy have changed. What needed to be changed? Structure need to be changed. Because just now we said whenever there is a change in the strategy, structures will change. Now, if this guy is having branches in 3 different other locations, how the structure will be? He will be sitting at the top level as the head of a company. His position will never change. And head office will be in Guntur. But we have said that he started branches in different places. Right? Then under him, he will appoint divisional managers. Yeah, general manager or divisional manager. Divisional managers will be appointed under him, depending upon the branches that he is having. Let's say divisional manager Maharashtra, divisional manager Karnataka, divisional manager Tamil Nadu, divisional manager Odisha. In these 4 states, he started the branches. Now you tell me, under each and every division again, who will come? Very good. Functional managers will come, because in that division again production should happen, marketing, finance, all these functional activities should happen. Now under functional managers, who will come? Look, as he have changed the strategy, structure is becoming more complicated. Previously organization structure is so simple, top level, like all the managers are with him. But now he is having so many divisional heads. Under each and every divisional head again functional heads. Under each and every functional area again executives. Now tell me, in this kind of structure, how many strategic levels are there? Yes, this one is corporate level. This one is a business level. Because here we have general managers to take care of the business unit. And this one is a functional level. That's it. So this is called as divisional structure. M-form structure or multi-divisional structure. Now division can be of anything. Geographical expansion is also division. Manufacturing different products in different places is also division. And offering different kinds of services also division. What are offering different kinds of services? If you take airlines, airlines will have 2 divisions. One is customer planes and next one is cargo. Because in airlines there is separate airlines which are for cargo. They will also maintain divisional structure, one divisional manager for consumer flights and one divisional manager for cargo flights. Again, those divisional heads will be having functional heads, and functional heads will be having executives. As the strategy is changing, structure is becoming more complicated. Understood? Yes. Look at the term. Multi-divisional structure is built up of what? Separate divisions. Now, these divisions can be depend upon product, services, geography. Now, the example that I have said, can you tell me which basis? Here says it can be product, service or geography. The example that I have said now depend on geography, because the same product is manufactured in different geographical areas. Got the context? Yes. Without, that is what from morning I was saying, without knowing the context, if you read, it will not serve any purpose. So when you read that line, you should understand, when a divisional structure has been built, the divisional structure can be built on different bases. Now I said airlines provide two kinds of services, then their division depends on services. ITC manufacture different products in different places in FMCG. They are into FMCG, but in FMCG itself, different products in different places. Then it is also called as a division. So divisions can be depending upon products, services or geographical areas. So divisionalization often comes about an attempt to overcome the problems that functional structure have dealing with the diversity mentioned in the structure. If you have to effectively deal with the diversity, this division structure is must. Look at the diagram. So here top level head is set, and then two divisions. Under each and every division again functional heads. Under each and every functional heads again we'll have executives. That's what. Each division can respond to specific requirements of products or market strategy using own set of functional departments. Every division will have its own functional departments. As and when company changes the strategy, structures need to be changed. This structure understood? So functional is over, divisional structure is completed. Next we have a matrix structure. How this matrix structure can be built? In functional and divisional structure, if you carefully observe, one subordinate is having immediate one superior in both the structures. In the structure, let's say this executive is reporting to manager. This manager will report to divisional head. This divisional head will report to CEO. One subordinate is having immediate one superior. But matrix structure is something different. The very key term of matrix structure is one subordinate will have two superiors. This is the key term in matrix structure. So here, let's say only vertically superior and subordinate is there. Vertical, isn't it? Top, lower, lower, lower is coming vertically. But you know what? In matrix structure, vertical and horizontal, two superiors will be there. How come? What type of companies will be maintaining that kind of structure? Particularly the companies which deals with multiple projects. There are some companies which deals with different kinds of projects. Such companies will be having matrix structure. How come this matrix structure can be built? There is a company which is dealing with multiple projects. Let's say, you know a company called L&T? Yes, L&T deals with multiple projects. Only in infrastructure, L&T deals with multiple projects. Let's say you have been hired by L&T in one of the project as a finance executive. You have been hired for L&T in project 2 as a finance executive. Now you are employee of L&T which deals with multiple projects. If L&T maintains matrix structure, as per the key term that I have said, one subordinate need to report to two superiors, which means here this executive need to report to two superiors. Now who are those two superiors? As you are working in this project, until you work in the project, you are reporting to project manager horizontally, because project manager is the head of that project. You should keep on reporting to him. Now tell me which functional area that you are working under. Which functional area? Finance. Vertically you should report to finance manager, because who is your functional head? Finance manager. And we have project head. Look, one subordinate is reporting to two superiors, vertical flow of authority and horizontal flow of authority. When the complete organization structure is built, it builds a matrix. How come? In the same project, there is another HR executive is also working, same project. Now, does this executive report to two superiors? Yes or no? Horizontally reporting to the project manager, vertically report to the functional manager, to the HR manager. One subordinate will have two superiors. Like you can understand, same, another finance executive is working in project 3. For him also two superiors will come. He should report to this project manager and functional head. If we draw the entire thing, here a matrix can be built with vertical flow of and horizontal flow of authority. If any company deals with multiple, here we don't have these levels, top, middle, lower, such kind of thing will not be there. Here we just understand that one subordinate will have two superiors. Such kind of organization structure is suitable for the organizations which are dealing with multiple projects. As you can see here, here it is missing of the functional heads, project manager here, and here we'll be having functional managers. So the operations guy will be reporting to the functional manager, and sales guy will be reporting to the functional manager, finance guy will be reporting to functional manager. One subordinate will have two superiors. That's the point. Says, look at the key term. Matrix structure is a combination of structures. It could take a form of product and geographical divisions or functional divisions. Either product division or geographical division. Either of the cases, two superiors need to be reported. That's about matrix structure. Effective utilization of resources will happen. Conflicts will be high in this structure. Conflicts. Because sometimes one employee will be working in multiple projects. Then he don't know whom to report. Sometimes in the same example, this finance executive has been given with two projects. Like project 1 also he is taking care of, and project 3 also he is taking care of. Then this guy need to report to two managers. So that will lead to create certain kind of disturbances in the work. That's about matrix structure. Next we have transnational structure. Any particular format have not been given for this. A transnational structure combines local responsiveness of the international subsidiary with the coordination, which is nothing but there is a company which is international company, and for that particular company a subsidiary is acting in India. You know about subsidiary firms. So a transnational structure combines the local responsiveness of an international subsidiary. If there is an international subsidiary, locally what kind of structure that they are following, with the coordination advantage found in global product companies. The transnational structure seeks to obtain best from two extreme international strategies. Here two international strategies can be followed, the domestic strategy and the global strategy. Because as it is a global company, they are following global strategy. Acting in India as a subsidiary, they have to follow local strategy also. Best example is Hindustan Unilever Limited. Hindustan Unilever Limited is a subsidiary of Unilever Limited. Unilever Limited is UK based company. That's why you see on some of the products Unilever Limited will be written, on the others HUL will be written. Have you ever observed this? That's what. Hindustan Unilever Limited is a subsidiary of Unilever Limited. Now for HUL, it has to follow domestic strategy and global strategy. Both strategies it has to follow. That's about. And some characteristics have been given here. Each national units will be operating independently. For HUL, in India, it acts as independent subsidiary. Example, Unilever is given over there. And national units achieve greater economies of scale in independent countries. The corporate center manages the global network. For Hindustan Unilever Limited, the entire network is maintained by Unilever Limited, which is UK based. So the corporate center manages is a global network. So in UK, they will manage the entire global network. That's about the concept of transnational structure. So transnational structure is all about like multi-domestic strategy and global strategy. Better remember the example of Unilever Limited, then you can write the explanation. Next we have project-based structure. Actually this is something simultaneous to matrix structure, because in matrix the structure is created depending upon the projects. So here project-based structure also conveys the same thing, where the organization hierarchies have been maintained depending upon the projects. So let's understand. A project based structure is one where teams are created. Why these teams are created? To undertake the work and then dissolved. This is like something temporary. In order to do a work, a team has built to complete the project. Once the project has been completed, the entire structure will be dissolved. Temporary based, these are. Because once the project is completed, no need of that team. Those employees will be put into other project. Now, such kind of thing is called as project based structure. Many IT companies do this. In IT company, when they are designing any solution for any other company, they will establish a team. Once the product is delivered to the client, the team will dissolve. Now this guy will send to the another team, like that. These organization structure constantly changing, collection of project teams created. Whenever the project teams have been created, these organization structures will be keep on changing. So understood with the concept of project based structure, these are temporary structures. Whenever project changes, the team will get dissolved. That's about project based structure. Next we have a concept called tailor made structural solution. These are stated by Michael Gold and Andrew Campbell. Tailor made structure, which is nothing but as per the requirement of the organization, the structures can be changed. Tailor made, changing as per the requirement. A tailor made product is nothing but the product which has changed as per the taste and preferences of the customer. Now such product is called as tailor made. Here we have a strategy which is referred to as a tailor made structure in order to prepare different kinds of organization structure. Michael Gold and Andrew Campbell provided 9 design tests against which to check specific tailor made structural solution. The first 4 tests, stress fit and key objectives or constraint of the organization, which is nothing but the first 4 tests that have been stated in this, they are stress fit. Let's understand these designs. Overall 9 has to be here. So let's understand these tests that will help to create tailor-made organization structure. First one, the market advantage test. Why this test has to be done while creating tailor-made organization hierarchy? This test of fit with, which means we need to create certain fit between different things while you're doing this test so that you can create an organization structure. First, the market advantage test. The test of fit with market strategy is fundamental, following Alfred Chandler's classic principle that structure follows strategy. Good point. This is what I have started my concept with. So always structure follows the strategy, because what comes first? Strategy comes first. Whenever there is a change in the strategy, structures have to change. This is the first thing that needs to be kept in mind. The market advantage test, it has to be kept in mind that always structure follows strategy. Next one that we have is the parenting advantage test. This stands for this structure designed to fit the parenting role of the corporate center, nothing but the head office. For example, if the corporate center aim to add value to the synergy manager, then it should design the structure that place importance integrative specialism such as marketing and research at the center. Like it is nothing but there is a head office. That head office is deciding what kind of importance need to be given to the branches. Parenting. The parent is the head office. They will decide which area, what departments have to be there. It says that marketing and research need to be kept. These centers are kept in those branches. That's parenting advantage test. People test. Nothing but the structural design must fit with the people. You check the expertise that are available in that place. Depending upon the expertise that are available, you decide the structure. So structure is decided depending upon the people. That's about people test. Feasibility test. This is a catch-all category, indicates that structure must fit legal, stakeholder, trade union or similar constraint. Whatever the organization structure that is followed by the company, it should fit with legal, stakeholder, trade union and any other similar constraint. It should fit with all those constraints. Next, the specialized cultures test. This test reflects the value of bringing together specialists so that they can develop their expertise. Bring the specialist into the company and make all the work that is done by the specialist. That's why this test is called as a special. Now, I tell you why this test, you understand the context. All these tests have to be done by the companies so that they can design what will be the perfect structure from them, tailor-made. For any organization, if perfect structure need to be chosen, then certain tests need to be done. So they will check all these tests, they will conduct, and they will decide what is the perfect organization structure for them. Next one, the difficulties links test. This test asked whether proposed structure will set up link between parts of the organization that are important but bound to be strained. In this test, they will check whatever the proposed structure is there. Is this creating the proper link between the parts of the organization and the constraints? Next, redundant hierarchy text. Redundant, repetitive. You need to check whether previously any organization hierarchy has been used. Any structural design should be checked. Look, any structural design should be checked in case that has too many layers of management. In your organization structure, don't have too many layers. It should be simple but effective. Don't have so many levels. Like one subordinate is reporting to this guy and then to the other guy and then to the other guy. So many layers are there until the information reaches to the top management. That is not a right thing. Always have less layers in the organization structure. That's about redundant. Delayering have to be done if many layers are there. Look, delayering is the response to redundant hierarchies. Redundant means so many steps are there, unnecessary steps are there. Then remove the steps, delayering. Then you will have a perfect organization hierarchy. Next, the accountability test need to be done. This test stresses the importance of clear line of accountability, ensuring the control and commitment of managers. Accountability means answerability. You should prepare an organization structure in a way where someone has to be answerable. Every organization built like that. Someone have to be answerable. You have to create the hierarchy like that. When you don't create the hierarchy with answerability, no one will do the work. Create answerabilities, then only work will be done effectively. Next, the flexibility test. In fast moving world, an important test is to extent to which design will allow to future changes. You can't prepare your organization structure in a rigid way. How your structure should be? Flexible because of the future changes. Now, if any organization has to come up with a tailor-made structure, for the tailor-made structure, first they need to undergo all these tests, and accordingly they will decide what is going to be the perfect organization structure for them. This is about tailor-made structure that we have. Okay, next one is SBU structure. Actually, we have functional, divisional, matrix, 3 over. After functional and divisional, there is a one more structure called SBU structure. After functional, divisional. Now, same example. Chocolate manufacturing in Guntur. First he followed functional structure. As he established 3 branches, he went to divisional structure. Now his business becomes so popular. Now he is thinking of entering into new businesses. Previously he was manufacturing chocolates. Now he started cloth manufacturing brand. After that he started electronics. And then he entered into hospitality. And then he entered into pharma. Now, what are these called as? Portfolios, or technically it is called as SBU. Morning I have explained about portfolios. If any company is operating in multiple industries, each and every unit is called as portfolio. Other name of portfolio is SBU. SBU stands for Strategic Business Unit. SBU means Strategic Business Unit. Now, there is something called SBU structure. Now, how SBU structure will be? Even in SBU structure, the guy who have started the business, he will stay at top level. He will stay at top level as a chairman of group of companies because he has entered into multiple industries now. Under him, he will appoint SBU heads, isn't it? SBU head, nothing but CEO. If he is into a chocolate factory, SBU, and then IT and other industry, SBU heads. Now again, each and every SBU might be having different divisions. That's why there will be divisional manager. Now, under each and every division, okay, if that will be confused. Under each and every divisional manager, again, can you tell me who will have? Functional manager. Under the functional manager, we will have executives. Look how structure have become more complicated. In functional structure, the organization hierarchy is so simple. Only top level and functional levels. But as the strategies are changing, first he decided to do business only in Guntur. Then he decided to expand branches. And then he has entered into multiple industries. As he is changing the strategies, organization structures are changing. So that is called as SBU structure. If any business operates in multiple SBUs, even the structure conveys the same. SBU1, SBU2, SBU3. Under each and every SBU, there will be division. I have provided excess information. Under each and every division, functional. Under functional, executive. So that's how actually hierarchy will flow. So what is SBU structure is all about? A strategic business used in a part of organization. It is a part of organization for which there is a distinct external market. Every SBU is different from other. Every SBU need to have separate strategies. Every SBU need to have separate managers. Because every SBU deals with different industries. That is why the term is used like that. So here the identification of organization SBUs helps to development of business level strategies. Since they may need to vary from one SBU to other. Every business, like every SBU is different from other business. That's why first company need to identify the SBUs. That's about SBU structure. SBU is an organizational unit for strategy making purpose. If you have to prepare separate strategies for each and every SBU, you need to identify what that SBU do. It's a diversified unit of a company. It can be dependent on market based criteria or capabilities criteria. Market. If market is demanding the company have to go for multiple industries, then they will go for SBU. Or else capabilities. Company is having capabilities to start a new business, then they will go with the new business. These are the two things by which company will go for SBU structures. These are organization structures that we have. So what are all the organization structures that we have covered so far? Functional, divisional, SBU, matrix and tailor-made. 5 we have discussed. Clear? With this, organization structures are completed. So first formation of functional strategies are over, then organization structures are over. Next thing that we have is to understand about a small concept. This is not something related to organization structures. It's an independent concept. Stands for business process re-engineering. So this concept also can be easily understood. Here 3 terms are there. Business process re-engineering. Business process re-engineering. 3 different terms. First, we know what is business process stands for, isn't it? We all know this term business process. Marketing is a business process. Sales, accounting and finance, HR, all these are business processes. If you take a bank, for a bank, deposit is a process. Withdraw, transfer of money, lending loans. Now what a bank did, whatever the process that they are following, they have re-engineered the process. Re-engineering is nothing but changing the process drastically when compared with the previous process. Like banks have come up with a new set of process re-engineering. You don't need to go to bank to deposit money in the bank. Do you need to go? In order to deposit money in the bank account, do you need to go to bank? Self kiosk machines have come, ATM, process re-engineering. If you have to transfer money from one account to other account, do you need to go to bank? Do you need to go to ATM? We are doing through mobile banking and internet banking, which means what banks have did, whatever the process that they are following, they have changed and re-engineered the process. Concept understood? Business process re-engineering means radical redesign of the processes. Whatever the existing processes followed by the company, they need to be radically redesigned. Changing of a process drastically. Removing the old process, in that place bringing the new process. Every company, in order to provide better satisfaction to the customers, they are following process re-engineering because old processes have become outdated. Old processes will never provide better customer satisfaction. Now every business is focusing on how effectively they can re-engineer their processes. Re-engineering, changing the process. Whatever the previous process that has been followed by the company, it need to be re-engineered in order to meet the needs of the customer expectations in the market. This concept is called as business process re-engineering. Radical redesign of the existing business processes. In that place, coming up with a new process. Is business process re-engineering is possible without technology? When a bank have re-engineered deposit and withdrawals and transfers, they have taken the help of technology. Every process re-engineering is possible only with technology. Actually, BPR is a new tool that can be adopted by the company to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Because previous processes have become outdated. There are unnecessary steps are there in the process. Remove those steps and make the process more simpler so that better customer services can be provided. Purpose of concept is understood. Now we can check with the key terms. Look at the key term. What is BPR stands for? Radical redesign of business processes, where companies are giving up the old practices and coming up with the new practices. Why they are doing so? To cut the cost and to earn profitability. Hammer and Champy defines the BPR as fundamental rethinking and radical design of business processes. Fundamental rethinking, and radical means drastical redesign of business process. Why they are doing that? To achieve dramatic improvements. In which areas? Cost, quality, service and speed. Giving up the old practices and adopting new practices for the purpose of improving cost, quality, service and speed. This particular concept is called as business process re-engineering. Concept understood, meaning? There are so many reasons are there. Why do companies go for this? You can know when the company is in deep trouble, when they want to increase productivity, when they want to increase market share, they'll be using, many of the businesses will be using of BPR. So the characteristics of BPR says that combining several jobs into one. Don't have multiple jobs. All these jobs convert as a one job. And allow workers to make quick decision. Performing the steps of process in a natural order. The steps in the process have to happen in a natural order. Which means if any additional steps are there, unnecessary steps are there, should remove the steps. Make sure all the steps will follow in a natural order. That's about one other characteristics of having BPR. Reducing the checks and controls, minimizing reconciliation. All these are different advantages. And there are some concerns also in BPR. One major realization to emerge the BPR is that most business processes are complex. It is not that easy to re-engineer a business process. It's very complex. To redesign a process, one must first understand it. If re-engineering has to happen effectively, first everyone should have proper understanding. Many organization routine operates without any single person, then you can't re-engineer it effectively. These are some limitations that are there of BPR. So we are done with BPR also. So like let me say 3 parts so far. Formation of functional strategies, and then different types of organization structures that will help to implement strategies, and BPR. Then the next concept that we have, what is the last step in our SM process? Controls. So here we have management control, operational control and task control. So how to understand this? A briefing. We have the concept actually is organizational control. Organizational control. Organizational control, generally we have been given with 3 types. One is operational control. Operational control. The second one is management control. And then task control. So what is this? Generally in the organization, operational controls are assigned for day-to-day operations. Day-to-day operations, which is nothing but production control, cost control, inventory control, budgetary control. All these controls are with respect to day-to-day activities. Any kind of control that is assigned for day-to-day operations is called as operational controls. These are the examples: production control, cost control, inventory control, budgetary control, because all these activities happens on day-to-day, regular basis. If not, any kind of controls that are assigned with respect to achievement of goals achievement, any kind of controls that are assigned in order to achieve goals, such control is called as management control. When independent tasks have been performed, assigning controls in those tasks is called as task control. So entire organizational control is divided into three categories: about day-to-day operations, about goals, and about tasks. Then we can understand about this management control, operational control, and task control. These three will come into organizational control. So let's have a look. Strategic control is not only about monitoring. Generally, why do controls have to be assigned for the strategy? Just to check whether strategies have been implementing as designed or not. Is there any deviation is happening while implementing the strategies? The term says strategic control is not only about monitoring how well the organization and members are currently performing, but how well the firm is using its existing resources in order to achieve the goals. For that, controls need to be there. Strategic controls helps the manager to obtain superior efficiency, quality, and innovation and responsiveness to customers, because last step control is must. Efficiency can be gained, quality and innovation can be achieved, and we can create better responsiveness to customers also. So that's what says control and efficiency, control and quality, innovation can be controlled effectively, and control and responsiveness to customers. All these are different aims of having strategic controls. Next, there are 4 types of these are needed. Okay, instead of task control, okay, task control you can keep in the bracket, you can write something called strategic control. Strategic control. The purpose of strategic control is to ensure the strategies have been implemented as planned. Okay, whatever you have planned, in the same way strategies need to be implemented, and organizations are achieving their desired results. For these 2 things, strategic controls are needed. Strategies have been implemented as planned, and the results produced by the strategy is of desired. Desired means intended. For these 2 things, strategic controls are needed. Once again, strategic controls aims at whether strategies have been implemented as planned or not, and whether the desired results produced by the strategy is of intended, which means expected. Is this strategy is giving me expected returns or not? If it doesn't give expected returns, which means something happened wrong with the strategy that I haven't properly controlled. So that is why strategic controls are must. And there are 4 types of strategic controls are there. Here we have been given with this: premise control, strategic surveillance, special alert control, and implementation control. Understand the context. Premise control. Strategies are prepared for future of our past. I haven't asked a complicated question. You are thinking strategies are prepared for future is certain or uncertain, which means you are assigning controls for something which is uncertain, which means you don't know whether it will happen or not. Assigning controls to the strategy that are prepared depending upon the assumptions. Premises stands for assumptions. Strategies most of the cases build around several assumptions and predictions. That's why when you prepare the strategy depending upon assumptions and predictions, controlling the strategy is very important, and checking the validity of the assumption, whether this particular thing happen or you made an assumption. Now it is your responsibility to check whether that assumption happens or not, because it is just an assumption. It may or may not happen. What a manager need to do: continuously study the environmental factors to check the validity of the assumption, whether whatever you have assumed it is going to happen or not. Such kind of control is premise control. Next one is strategic surveillance. Strategic surveillance is unfocused. Why it is unfocused? This happens by general browsing of the environmental factors like business journals, trade conferences, conversations, observations. Depending upon these things, you have prepared a strategy. This is unfocused, no guarantee. Because whatever you have read, heard in a conference, it may or may not happen. It's unfocused. When a strategy has been prepared depending upon the elements which are unfocused, controlling that strategy is referred to as survey lines. Next, special alert control. Remember only two things. When any natural disasters or unexpected events happen, special alert control is needed. Unexpected events, terror attacks, sudden merger of competitors, government announcements, all these are unexpectedly happens. So then you need to control your strategy. Natural disasters, earthquakes, tsunami, floods, tornadoes, natural disasters. If any natural disaster or unexpected events takes place, controlling the strategy at that time is referred to as special alert control, because they need immediate reaction is to be needed. Next one is implementation control. These controls are with respect to when the plans has been converted into actions, implementation takes place, then controls need to be assigned. Now all these four controls are part of which type? Strategic controls. Actually organizational controls we have management, operational, strategic. Again strategic controls is of four types: premise, strategic survey lines, special alert control and implementation. Premise control, when strategies have been designed depending upon assumptions. Unfocused one is survey lines. Unexpected events and natural disasters, special alert. While implementing the strategy, implementation control is needed. There is another concept in operational controls. And what are the steps that are needed to the effective operational controls? What are operational controls are with respect to day-to-day operations? It provides post-action evaluation and control over a short period involving systematic evaluation. Short periods. Day-to-day operations will act for a short period. Involves systematic evaluation of performance against the standards. In order to have effective operational control, systems and organization must have the following step. So operational controls, if they have to be successful, certain steps need to be followed. First, setting of, actually controls purpose is you set a standard and your result is something different. So your result and standard, there is a huge gap, which means something wrong have happened. Your controls will help you to understand what are your standards and what is your result. Then you will take the necessary measures to close this gap. Your expected result is something, your standard is something, but result is saying something. That's why operational controls setting the standard. This standard could be of quantitative and qualitative. Once you set the standard, you can measure your performance. Your standard says something, but your performance is not meeting up with that standard. Controls will educate you what are your standards and the current position is meeting up with the standards or not. That's about measurement of performance. That can be done by different ways. Timing of measurement, at what time you are measuring your performance. Periodically keep on measuring. Your standard is this. You have measured your performance. Then you have identified deviation. Expectations are something else. Result is something else. Then you need to understand the deviation. Why this gap have lied. Once the deviation is identified, is it okay to just identify the deviation? Immediately understand operational controls. You are setting a standard and comparing the standard with the actual result. When you compare, you identify deviation. Once you identify the deviation, take corrective actions. In corrective actions, you need to check your performance and again check your stand, because sometimes our standard might be wrong. You know your capacity. Depending upon the capacity, set the standard. You have set a wrong standard. You know that you can't write both the papers at once. Group 1 and group 2 you can't write. You know that. And you have unnecessarily set a standard which you can't achieve. Now check with the standard. Now you change your standard. Only group 1 is enough. Then you will achieve. That's how. Then reformulating the strategies. These are the things. Setting a standard, comparing the performance, identifying the gap, taking measures to fill the gap. These things will come into which activity, which type of control? Operational control. Goal congruence is also agency theory. These things very newly added, but they will not convey much of the content that is needed for you. That's it. Whatever I have explained, better focus on these areas. This chapter consists of a number of concepts, so pay attention on this. Functional strategies are there. After the strategies are over, Functional level strategies we have discussed, then we have covered with organization hierarchies. Once the hierarchy is over, BPR is also there. After BPR, controls. These are the 4 categories that you have to focus for this particular chapter. What is the title of the chapter? Formation and, but even though title says implementation, one more thing is also there, controls. So which means we have covered all the steps of SM, right? Analysis, planning, formation, implementation and control. So this is how the design of chapters have happened. Previously, there were only 3 chapters. This one used to be the last chapter previously. But after this, additionally, what has been added? Digital strategy is added. So what is this digital strategy is all about? Even though, yes, one benefit is there in digital strategy, that is of some of the concepts are there in data analytics. Actually, rather than concepts, I can tell them as recent technologies, emerging technologies we call them as. There are new types of technologies that are available in the market. Cloud computing, big data, artificial intelligence, blockchain we have. All these are new set of technologies. Those technologies clearly you have there. The purpose of giving this in SM, first you need to understand. Today, companies are operating in a digital environment where entire thing is related to digital evolution. Without technologies, companies cannot implement anything effectively nowadays. Technology plays a very crucial role, let's say. Then most of the strategies that are prepared in the organization, they need to depend on the technologies. That's why in this chapter, they are called as disruptive technologies. Under the heading of disruptive technologies, all these technologies have been stated: cloud computing, artificial intelligence, blockchain. These are disruptive technologies which are changing the way how business can be done. And companies need to prepare the strategies depending upon these technologies. That's why it is called as digital. Preparing the strategies depending upon technologies. Use all these technologies to build your strategies. You might be thinking, sir, why for a CMA these things are needed to be? Tomorrow when you work in the organization, you are working along with these technologies. Probably a situation may come where your company is maintaining all your data in cloud. Even financial information is also kept in cloud, not literally in the cloud. You know about cloud environment. Yes. In order to protect the security of the data, your company may be maintaining blockchain technology. You are acting as a cost and management accountant profession in the company, but your data is kept in blockchain. But for that, you should have idea of blockchain. Like in future, let's say another technology has come where by using artificial intelligence, a particular company is deciding whether this company earn profits or not, because AI is generating so much of revolution nowadays. You might have heard about ChatGPT concept. Everywhere buzzing discussion is happening. This is creating a lot of threat to the employment. People are generating income through this AI, ChatGPT, where they are asking questions. People say that manpower requirements will be less. These are disruptive technologies. The reason it has been mentioned for you being cost and management accountant profession, you should understand how these technologies will help, or that you need to study if you're working in an organization. If not, let's say you have started your own business. Even there also you should know how these emerging technologies you can use to do your business. For that reason, these concepts have been given. So this chapter helps you to educate how strategies can be prepared in a digital environment. So I will just explain you the basics of this particular chapter instead of going in much detailed way. Initially, this chapter deals with the digital evolution, which is not that much needed, which talks about how the digital era has evolved over a period of time. It says that from 1950s to 1970s is the where transition of technology happens, where transistors have been developed. Transistors are the basic technological evolution. If you study about the generations of computer, there transistors are the area where lot of changes have happened. Transistors led to create a IC, integrated circuit. ICs have led to create LSI, large integrated circuit. The large integrated circuit is the chips that we are using now, microprocessors. So for all this, birthplace is a transistor. That's what the term says. Over a period of time, this has changed the way how digital evolution has begun, and we went into information age. Now we are in information age. Others believe that digital revolution has just begun. Some people say that we have reached to the pinnacle of digital revolution, and some people say that just now digital evolution have started, because new kind of technologies are coming. Let's say VR have come, virtual reality. After virtual reality, metaverse have come. Now artificial intelligence have come. Now this artificial intelligence may go to the other level. Neuralink may come, as morning we have said, where we can directly communicate from one human brain to other human brain. That's why some people say that we have just begun the technological evolution. Some other says that we have already reached the heights of the technological evolution. But companies have to fight in this technological environment by preparing their strategies which are meeting up with new technological demands. That's what the technological evolution is all about. In this, digital transformation versus digital strategy. Digital transformation means company is transforming from old technologies to new. When they are transforming, it's very important for them to prepare a digital strategy. What is digital transformation? Look at this term. Digital transformation drives changes in 3 years. If any company is digitally transforming, previously they might be doing any traditional way of doing business. Now they have digitally transformed using technology. By using technology, when they provide services, this will help them to enhance customer experience. That will help them to improve operational processes, and that will help them to build a strong business model. So the process of digital transformation requires coordination across the entire organization. So digital transformation, changing from old to new. When digitally they are transforming, that will enable customer experience, operational process, and helps to build strong business models also. Rather, another concept that we have is digital strategy. What is this? On the other hand, focus on technology. Here digital strategy only focuses on technology. It will not bother about culture. Digital strategy is most relevant to changes in business models and use technology to create capabilities a company needs to become a digital. All businesses are digital businesses nowadays. Even a small shop guy is sending WhatsApp notification about the new products available in there. Recently, when I have visited one of the organic shop, very small shop. From that organic shop, when I did some purchase, phone number, same, I think I have said this in the class. Now from the very next day, every day he started sending me the details of new fresh organic products available in the store. Look at that. Even a small business guy is creating a digital business because he wants to digitally connect. Nowadays, all these people have started this. Everybody is sending WhatsApp notifications. There are less friends notification more than the shopping notifications are coming. Reliance guy is sending, Chroma guy is sending, Cars24 guy sends. Loan applications will come, JioMart. I am searching where my messages are there. Even after blocking them, they are coming. I have blocked so many. Which means every business is now want to digitalize. Using technology to reach the customers. Previously, these promotional offers used to come via text messages. Isn't it? Promotional offers, discounts, new products availability, offers. But now they are sending through WhatsApp along with the images also. That's how the things are. Every business is transforming into digital business. Now this can happen with the help of technology. That's the point, says digital strategy and digital transformation. When any business digitally transforming, they should ask some questions. Let's say if any business from old technology to new technology, when they are transforming, every business need to put some questions to itself. Now what are those questions? Does digital technology change the business you should be in? Whatever the business that you want to be in, is that the digital technology is helping you to change? How could digital technology improve the way you add value to the business? If you use any new technology, the technology should add value to your business, or else what is the use of using the technology if it doesn't add any value to the existing business that you are doing? That's about the point. Add value to the business that you do. Like every small business maintain database nowadays. There is a small shop where I make my specs. I associate with him for such a long time. Now that guy is having a server and computer in his shop. Like no matter whichever the corner of the world that I am in, I just need to tell him that I am so and so. This is my mobile number. Send me a frame of glasses. He can send with the power because he's already saved all my data. He's having all my data. He knows my name. He knows my previous small shop. It's not a big, very branded store like Lenskart. Single shop he's having. But he maintains database of all his customers. Just he type the phone number. He'll get all my data. What is my eyesight? When was the last time that I have checked? What are the previous frames that I have ordered? Technology. Technology is must for every kind of business. That's what. Does the technology is adding any value to the business or not? Could digital technology change your target customer? Because when you are using digital technology, your customer target will also change. Previously, the guy who is having keypad phone, he will get all the promotional messages. But now you are sending through WhatsApp. Now your target customer is not the guy who is using a feature phone. The guy who is using a smartphone. Target customer changed or not? That's how technology changes the target customers. And moreover, companies are showing less interest to air an advertisement in TV because technology target customers have changed. Now for companies, customers are not those who watch TV. Target customers are those who watch mobile. Everybody is in that only. Less watching TV, more spending time on mobile. So technology change your target customers. Does digital technology affect the value proposition to your target customer? Is it adding value or not? How can digital technology enhance the enterprise capabilities that differentiate you from your competitor? All these questions that a business need to ask before they are going to digitally transform. Digitally transforming is nothing but adding new technologies into their business. For all this chapter, better understand connecting strategy with technology. That's it. Preparing strategies, considering technologies. The next point. Let's say any company which wants to create digital strategy. They have decided that digitally they want to improve. Then they have to keep some elements in their mind. There are some common elements that contribute for digital strategy. Let's understand these common elements. First one, the company need to have a proper leader. Choose skilled CEO. Appoint strong chief digital officers who are going to influence. Actually, morning I have said that big companies are trying to recruit new CEOs. This is the reason. Because they want, like Microsoft, Bill Gates have run the company for such a long time. Now he decided only when he keep a new guy in his place, technologically the company will grow. Because new people, creativity will be something different. The way that they think is some completely different. Nowadays you can see Gen Z kids have come. You might have heard about this. Present kids are Gen Z, we call them as. Gen Z kids are something different than Gen ABCD. It was not that just Gen Z is nothing but advanced kids. Gen Z kid is the one who eats food by watching mobile at the age of 1 year or less than that. It has become a trend nowadays. To small kids, while feeding, they'll keep a mobile. It's other side, just to escape from the stress. In my times when we don't have a mobile, it's a very hectic task for mother to roam the entire house, entire street, entire town. Make you to feed for more than 2 to 3 hours. It will take 2 to 3 hours to feed. Because kids won't eat that easily. You have to take them here and there, show them toys. But now no. Make him to keep in a chair, keep a mobile. Then play videos, eating. That's how. These are Gen Z. Attitude is also changing now. So my cousin's son, Murray, 10 months. This guy is laughing when Katrina Kaif song come in TV. Gen Z. If the song change, he changes his face expression. Suddenly, if the song changes, face expressions will change. Gen Z. So that's what companies are doing is that they want to recruit people, those who are more technology evolved. That's about one. Next one, attack versus defend. So while you are preparing digital strategy, you have two options, attack or defend. This clarifies whether a proactive or defensive choices. Attacking is nothing but come up with a new strategies, new technologies, or protect yourself against new technologies. Two options are there in digital strategy. And while you are preparing any approach, make sure a measured approach need to be followed. Digital strategy often incorporates a process of assessing whether new technology will really complement or grow the current business. Don't blindly follow the technology because everybody is following. Take a measured approach. First you check, if I adopt this new technology, is it helping me to grow my business? Will my efficiency improve or not? That need to be checked. Next one, future proof. Whatever the technology that you are using, it should help you to run effectively in the future. All these elements have to be kept in mind while a company is preparing a digital strategy. Yeah. Next one that we have is digital transformation. Actually, innovation and disruptive business models. In this, until the technologies come, I will explain. All the technologies I will hold. This thing will not come there. Digital transformation. Digital transformation is nothing but companies transforming digitally from old to new. Now there are 7 layers in digital transformation. While company is digitally transforming, first, data aggregation, nothing but collection of data from different sources. I think you know what is data stands for. Collection of raw facts. When you process this data, you will get information stands for processed data. Then while digitally transforming, the first thing that the company have to do is a data aggregation. Collect the relevant data from different sources. After the data management. Data management is nothing but organizing the data. And then first collect the data, organize the data, and then workflow automation. This is nothing but using any algorithms and utilizing the data for the business process. Next we have process component. Whatever the algorithms that you are using, application of these algorithms, and start utilizing the data for business process, which means using the data. First collect, manage, create algorithms while to utilize, and then utilize the data. Then platform interface integration. Integrating the digital system with your core system. You have a core business. This core business is integrating with the digital system, which means the digital technology need to be integrated with the core system. That integration have to happen. Technology is integrated to the core system. Then end-to-end process, like from starting to end-to-end process need to be connected with technology. And finally, you are ready with a front-end software. For any software, two things, front-end and back-end. Front-end is interacting with the user. Back-end will do the processing. Any software that you use, as a user, you interact with the software, which means you are interacting with the front-end. You are sending a message in WhatsApp, which means WhatsApp is a software. You are interacting with the front-end of the software. When you send a message, at the back-end processing will happen, and the message will be sent to the receiver. You don't know what has happened at the back end. Simply you have interacted with the front end, you have texted a message. This is called as front end software. Front end software what will do? Interacting with the front end of the stakeholders or end users device. So these are different layers, 7 layers that will help for digital transformation. For digital transformation, innovation has to be there. You know the meaning of innovation term. Yes, there is a need to come out of the aura of buzzword innovation. Next, digitization and then digitalization, two things. So digitization is all about analog data need to be converted into digital data. Conversion of analog data to digital data is called as digitization. Converting from old technologies to new technologies is digitalization. Look the term, the need to use digital technologies. So digitization means analog to digital. You know about analog data, which is in the form of numbers. Digital data, which includes all type of things, numbers, alphabets, everything. Like analog watch will show you only numbers, whereas digital watch will show you more than numbers. That's what digitization, converting analog to digital. Digitalization is entire transformation of technology and then digital transformation. So these are some of the aspects, the key tactics that are required for successful DT. What techniques that have to be followed to successfully implement a digital transformation. Yeah, big data, there you can understand. After big data, cloud also is there. Benefits of cloud, everything you will cover over there. Demerits. Once you learn about cloud, everything will AI, DL, ML, three connected to same thing. Artificial intelligence, deep learning and machine learning. Actually, DL and ML are the branch of AI. Business process automation is IoT is also there for you. There, in data analytics, do you have IoT? Internet of Things. Is it there or not in data analytics? Is it there or not? It is not there, IoT. Okay. Internet of Things is nothing but, previously internet is used only in computers. Now internet has been used for devices also. That is what Internet of Things. Air condition connected to internet. Watches are connected to internet. What not? Every device we are connecting it to internet. Car is connected to internet. Microwave oven, refrigerator. Every device that we are using, we are connecting to internet. Speaker is connected to internet. Digital camera is connected to internet. Internet of Things. So that effective work, it's a technology actually, IoT, there the answer lies. It's a combination of IoT is an interrelated of computing devices, mechanical and digital machines and objects. Like animal or people that provide us unique identifier. Every device of an IoT is identified as a unique identifier. Every device in IoT is having unique identification. That's the term. That's about IoT. Every device in IoT is having a IP, Internet Protocol, a specific address for that. That's what the concept of IoT. Application of IoT, if you check. What are the technologies that made possible the IoT? Because of what IoT has become possible? Because first thing is sensors. In IoT there are so many sensors. Even what is called? Vacuum cleaners are connected to internet. Robotic vacuum cleaners have come. Because the sensors, everything works on sensor. When you wear a smartwatch, do you know how it is measuring your pulse rate? Sensors. When you turn back the smartwatch, you see some lights, green, red color lights, sensors. They will sense. Some will properly, some won't work properly. But entire the concept of IoT depends on sensor technology. Because there is sensor technology, IoT has become possible. Next one, connectivity. Internet has become cheap. Easily we can connect with the devices. Even televisions are connected with internet long back. That's what. And cloud computing also is helping for IoT. What is cloud? You will understand. Next, machine learning and analytics, branch of AI. Machine learning means when you give data to machine think on its own. Used in medical field. You give entire data of patient, machine will tell you for how long the patient will live. Yeah, it is there. You give data, machine will decide what is right and wrong. This is called as machine learning. And then AI. AI is also been used in IoT, where machines are thinking on its own. These are the technologies because of which IoT has become possible. Clear? Done. Where you can use IoT, tube lights are connected to internet. It is there, you know this. Lights are connected to internet. Alexa, switch on the light. Alexa, increase the light, change the light color. You can do that through voice command, you can do. That's what. Smart parking. Even parking sensors, internet has been used. Smart, big cities it is there. Actually here parking is nothing but whichever the shop you go, you keep the vehicle in front of the shop. In Western countries it is not like that. let's say in a street you are going for shopping, nearby there is a separate building will be there for parking. In that building you have to park your car and walk 1 or 2 kilometers to the shop. That's how the situation is there in some of the Western countries. Now what they did, they have used internet for parking, which means before you move to that place, you can check in the internet whether parking is available there or not. In India yet it haven't come, but in most of the Western countries it is there. If you go to New York, in New York it is very much, because New York population is very high, the place is very less. There they use this. You can't go and straight away park the car in front of the shop like how we do. If permit, will take into the shop also. It is not possible there. You check nearby parking slots. They are connected to internet. They will show you in the availability. In which area parking is available. Immediately you pay money and book your parking. Even there you need to book your parking also. That's smart parking. And medical fridges. Medical fridge. Not even general fridges are connected to internet. Why medical fridge? Because there are certain vaccines, they need to be maintained certain degrees temperature. When you connect the fridge to internet, remotely you can access from anywhere. The benefit of connecting internet to devices is you can operate the device from anywhere. Some examples. In fact, every device nowadays connected to internet. The only benefit of IoT is the device can be operated from anywhere, provided by if it is connected to internet. There are so many digital marketing strategies have come. First one is social media marketing, which is nothing but using different social media platforms like this in order to do marketing. That is what I was saying. Old ways of marketing has gone. Now it is about digital marketing. Social media have been used. You search a product in Google and Amazon. The same product you can find in your Instagram and Facebook. Have you ever observed this? That's what they are doing. Rigorous marketing in all digital platforms. Influencer marketing. There are so many influencers out there on social media. Influencers. The people, those who have high followers. Now what you have to do, you give your product to the influencers and the influencers will promote your product. Do you know this concept? I think influencers. I think you might be following so many influencers in your Insta profiles. Sometimes they will be promoting the product. That's how influential marketing. They will partner with celebrities. Email marketing, you know this. Emails can be sent. Next, content marketing. It is nothing but in the form of proactive in answering the user's question. Marketing teams can create a content, videos and other assets to answer the questions. If you have any questions about the product, the creators will create a video where they are answering about your questions. Then there is a wonderful topic called SEO, search engine optimization. Good way of doing marketing. In Google, when you search for something, if your product result should come in the first page or first 2 websites, then you should pay money to them. That is called as SEO, search engine optimization. In Google, you search for a product, sports shoes. If your company is manufacturing sports shoes, the first link should be of your shoes. Usually what we do when we search anything in Google, only in the first page our purpose is fulfilled. You will never search for 2, 3, 4 pages under the bottom. Now if you are manufacturing a product, if someone search a product of yours, the first 2 to 3 websites should be of your product. Then you should pay money to them. There is a separate concept for this. There are some tech people are there. Even this happens in Amazon also. Let's say in Amazon search box, you have typed for earbuds. Now, probably you see only few brands will come first because they pay money to Amazon. Whenever someone searches, their product should come first. This is called as search engine optimization. There is a separate concept is there for that. Some trained people are there who will do this when you pay money to them. Sometimes it becomes successful, sometimes it won't, because they will follow some techniques and companies will allow them to do so. It's another technique. Next here, pay per click. Amazon, Google, it will happen. Pay per click. You have to pay to this people depending upon how many times the product has been clicked, how many times the product have been watched in online. That content is called as pay per click. And then we have affiliate marketing, chain marketing. You buy the product and you join the others. When they buy the product, you will get commission. You might have heard about this. Chain marketing we call. First you will join in that program. You will buy some products and then you will make others to join in the program. When they sell the product, depending upon their sales, you will get some commission. It's called as affiliated marketing. Chain marketing also we call it as. Next one is mobile marketing. That's, we all know that, because the importance of mobile marketing is rising. It is expected that by 2024 the number of mobile shoppers will rise approximately to 187.5 million users. Already it is happening. We are doing more of the shopping in mobiles. These are some of the recent technologies by which marketing can be done. This is a part of SM. So we are done with the 4 chapters of SM. Clear for now? Great. Then we have a small part is left, which is of ethics. So you are saying in the morning this is for 15 marks or so, or for 10? For 15 marks. Okay. Counterpart for this is law you have for 85. Okay. So on that context, I can say that in law very easily you can gain 15 marks for this ethics. Concept is simple. Content is also very less. So it becomes easy for you to get the marks, provided by if you understand what they are conveying. And for so many people, even this is also a big confusion, sir. We don't understand what it is conveying. It's more over general concept. Every topic that has been stated here generally explain the content, why ethics are needed. Particularly for professionals, why ethics are needed. In that context also a particular thing has been explained. So to understand what is ethics, importance, why it is needed for cost and management accountant professionals, first we have to understand the meaning of the term ethics. So for this, if you have to explain the concept of ethics, first you have to write where it is, from which word it is derived from, and what is the exact meaning of the term ethics. Right? So let us understand. Ethics is derived from a Latin word, stands for ethikos, which means character. That is where we say ethics is related to people, because ethics is about character. Character will be having to people. You cannot assign character for non-living things, or neither for animals also. You don't say that animal, he is not having good character. Animals doesn't have character build up things. Like that's why ethics more related to humans. Ethics always deals with right and wrong, good and bad, just and unjust, or good or evil. Dealing with these patterns is ethics. So once again, ethic deals with good or bad, right or wrong, just or unjust. You say injustice, just or unjust, or good or evil. These aspects related to ethics. So remember two things now about ethics. Derived from a Latin word ethikos, which means character. It deals with good or bad. Simple thing, right or wrong. At least remember these two. Ethics deals with good or bad, or right or wrong. Look at the key term, what it says. First we need to understand meaning of ethics, then we can know different types of ethics. So ethics deals with right or wrong conduct, good or bad, just or unjust. And this has been derived from which word? Latin word. And the meaning of the word is character. Introduction is completed. This is what ethics stands for. Next, ethical science deals with, you can see all the differences that I have said will come now. It is the concept that deals with right and wrong, moral and immoral, good and bad behavior, which deals with one and other. So ethics deals with good and bad, right and wrong, moral and immoral, just and unjust. All these things are related to ethics, which is nothing but wherever good happens, it is ethical. Whenever bad happens, it is unethical. Wherever right is happening, ethical, wrong is happening, unethical. Moral is ethical, immoral is unethical. That's it. When we segregate between these two, then we call it as ethics. And ethics always, just now I said, ethics are related to people, because ethics deals with character. People will have characters. Look at the second term. Ethics are set of moral principles that guide a person's behavior. Ethics consists of certain principles. Principles are stands for socially accepted norms, because every word is having a meaning there. Principles are socially accepted norm. Now, what is a socially accepted norm? When you are traveling on a road, there is a norm that in which way you have to go and which way you have to come. Left and right concept is there. Socially accepted norm. And when you are being a part of society, you have to follow it. When you are following it, it has become as a principle, socially accepted norm. As everybody has socially accepted it, we are following it. Respecting elders, socially accepted norm. From long it has been coming. When any elder comes, so many cultures have different ways to show respect. Some culture will touch their feet, some will wish them, different things. Western cultures will have shaking hands, different things. Socially accepted norm that defines the behavior. That stands for ethics. Ethics are moral principles that derives guided from personal behavior. These morals are shaped by social norms. That's what I have said. From where ethics come? Ethics come from social norms. These social norms are principles. And then cultural practices and religious influences. Sometimes ethics come from religious influences also, because religion teach what is good and what is bad. Religion teach what is right and what is wrong. That's why a part of ethics will come from religious influences also. Simplify the content and understand what it is trying to convey. After that, ethics reflects beliefs about, again the same thing says, what is right and what is wrong, what is just and what is unjust, what is good and what is bad in terms of human behavior. So you better understand first, ethics derived from a Latin word ethikos, which means character. That's why it is guiding the person's behavior. Then you write rest of the point. It deals with good and bad, like moral and immoral, just and unjust. You can write all these things. Then 2 points or 3 points are enough to understand about meaning of ethics. Now there are 3 types of ethics. The first one that we have is meta ethics. What does this meta ethics deals with? This deals with moral judgment, and moreover it deals with origins and meaning of ethical principles. Origin. For every ethical principles there is a birthplace, origin. Now meta ethics deals with origin of the principles, from where that principle has come from, what is the origin, what is the root. Understanding of the root of the ethics is called as meta ethics. That's what the term says. It deals with moral judgment and also it deals with origins and meaning of the ethical principles. Origin means from where the ethical principle has come from. That's about meta ethics. Next one, normative ethics. Normative ethics is concerned with the moral judgments and the criteria for what is right and wrong. This is very confused one. Moral criteria for what is right and wrong. Look, you are thinking something is right and you have a criteria for that to call it as right. I am calling something is wrong and I have my own criteria to consider it as wrong. We both are thinking about the same thing. But your criteria is right, my criteria is wrong. That's what normative ethics. It deals with moral judgment. That's why the term says moral judgment. Your moral judgment is different from mine. What looks right for me may look wrong for you, because your criteria is different from mine. Such kind of ethics is referred to as normative ethics. Next one is applied ethics. Applied ethics deals with controversial topics. Any controversial topic. With respect to animal rights, with respect to war, with respect to capital punishment. Do you know what is capital punishment means? Capital punishment. Killing people in the name of religion. Heard about this? People will be killed in the name of religion. It is called as capital. It's controversial topic. Dealing with such kind of controversial topics is called as applied ethics. Meaning of ethics and types of ethics. Meta ethics deals with origins. Normative ethics deals with judgment with respect to right and wrong. Applied ethics deals with controversial topics. Key terms. Clear with the first concept? Next. Why these ethics are needed? state importance of ethics. Ethics are very fundamental. Ethics are very fundamental requirement for human life. And ethics will help an individual to able to pursue the goals effectively. If you have to pursue your goals effectively as an individual, you should have ethics. And one more thing, ethics will help you to require the human life fulfillments. Next one, we are able to correctly organize our goals and actions only because of ethics. We can set our goals and actions perfectly when we have good ethical values. We can pursue our goals effectively when we have good ethical values. So ethics will help us to prioritize our goals. That is the term. Any flaw in our ethics will reduce our ability to be successful. That's what. Ethics will help us to achieve our goals. Any flaw in our ethics, which means your ethics are not good. Any flaw in your ethics will reduce your ability to get success. You cannot achieve success if there any flaw in your ethics. Next one, any system of ethics must consist of not only emergency situations, even for day-to-day choices. This is applicable for all humans. You only remember ethics only when any bad thing happens. Let's say if any problem comes, then only you remember early morning, waking up, taking head bath and going to temple and praying. Only then you will remember that God is there. Isn't it? Like prayer is done only when any emergency situation come. If anyone is trouble, you say that I will offer you this, God, if let me come out of this trouble. Why following ethics only in emergency situation? Actually, ethics have to be your day-to-day choice. Why are you only taking a particular day to pray God? Why can't you pray every day? Did any God say that only pray me on that day, then only I will listen to you? Rest of the days I have closed my ears. Is there any such thing? No. If you really want to pray, pray every day. But you will never do that. Only when you do well before the exam, well before the result. That is not praying, making deal. Contract. And that too, you will make the contract by like making a contract. If you do that, I will come there to you. To that place I will come and I will offer you whatever it is needed as per that religion. Making contract. That is, ethics is something not only needed when any emergency come. Ethics have to be your day-to-day choices. Whatever you do regularly, keep ethics in your mind. Let me tell you one more thing. I forgot to tell you in the beginning itself. Whatever I am educating here is up to theory only. Don't think that, sir, how practically it is feasible. Theory says that when I say this point, be ethical about your day-to-day choices. Next to impossible. From morning to now, you just question yourself how many times you might have lied till now. Still day is long. Isn't it? Still day is long. By this time, hardly you might have stated few lies. At least to yourself or to others if you talk. It happens with everyone. No need to worry about it. Like probably from morning, if I think till now I haven't. The situation haven't come. From morning till now I haven't made any single lie. Have to see until I go to sleep whether this can follow or not. Because so far I haven't spoke to many people. Because dealing with continuous classes, had my lunch, took some rest and came back. Morning from 9 it is happening. After your session when I talk to more people, then I have to decide whether how many lies it will continue until I go to sleep. Next to impossible to follow ethics in our day-to-day choices. You tell them frankly everything that you think. Sir, I am ethical. In my day-to-day life, I will be ethical. You can't live your life. But ethics is that kind of topic. It must include in our relations to others. While you are maintaining relations to others, you have to be ethical, recognizing they are important to your physical survival and well-being. This is about importance of ethics. Whatever the terms that I have highlighted, they are representing what kind of importance that ethics is having in one's life. Meaning of ethics, types of ethics and importance of ethics. Now this is general part of ethics. Now we are connecting ethics to business. Our topic is not to discuss about ethics for you and for me. Our topic is ethics for business. That's what our concept, relevance, ethics and its relevance to business. Yes, even for business also it's very important to adopt ethics. Now again a question is, sir, is it really that all the businesses are doing ethical business? No, practically no. But we have to understand what is ethics is all about. Several factors play a role in success of a company that beyond the financial statements alone. Always don't judge a company depending upon their financial statements. The financial statements will not represent the success of a company. You need to judge depending upon their ethical values that they follow in their business. That's why the term says, don't judge the success of a company depending upon the success that showed in a financial statement. Organization culture, management philosophy and ethics and business have very impact on the business performance in the long term. The long term impact of business will depends on ethics. So every business need to follow these ethical aspect irrespective of a size of a business. Look at this point. Building on a foundation of ethical behavior will help the company to create a long last positive effect on the company, which means when you run the company, the very foundation of your company needs to be follow ethical values. This will help you to sustain your company for the long run. That's why businesses need to be built on ethical values. And so many times it has been proven unethical businesses, if not today, tomorrow, they will have to be closed. So many examples that are there in front of us. Unethical modes of doing businesses in the long run, they have been closed. Now, it doesn't mean that the rest of the businesses are ethical. So far, they haven't been get caught. That's why still running. When they get caught, the same situation will happen for them. That's the same context here. And moreover, if any employee follow ethics, when management is leading an organization in ethical manner, if the management is following in ethical manner, employees also follow the same. And ethics will help to take better decisions in less time. Look, for an right decision, it won't take much time. For a wrong decision, you have to think. To come to the college, you don't need to think. To lie and bunk, you have to think a lot. The lie have to be perfect, which could be convincing to others, making so many arrangements here and there. Lot of effort is there. For ethical choice, no need to, it won't take much time. Coming to college, straight away come and sit in college. But for unethically, if you have to bunk the college, process is very lengthy. You have to prepare a good plan also for that. So first, if it is a girl calling to their home and convincing your parents, first tomorrow I am not going to go. When you get a call, tell them that I am not feeling good. Making your parents also lie for you. For boys, this issue is not there. Your friend is lifting your call as your father. And he says that our son will not come. So process is easy for you. Like that, look, so much of efforts. That's why ethics decision making will happen quickly. Next, if you follow the ethics, employees will complete the work with honesty and integrity, and whole organization will get benefit with that. All the business initiatives will have ethical operations that are connected to profitability of the business in both short and long run. Ethics will create a positive image. These are all the ethics relevance to the business. If any business follow ethics, these benefits they can enjoy. Next, 7 principles of public life. I'll come to that. So many, actually 7 principles of public life was there even in your foundation also. Same concept, ethics. In foundation also you have ethics, isn't it? Even there also you have 7 principles of public life. Just I'm checking what are the concepts that needed to be checked quickly, because we don't need to cover everything as question by question. Some of the concepts, common ethical issues, importance of ethics in business. Yeah, business ethics importance, customer movement is not advantageous. Okay, emotional intelligence is the last topic that is there. All right, 7 principles of public life. This one is an important one to understand in this. Actually, the concept is 7 principles of public life. Let me tell you, whatever the 7 principles that we are discussing here is not about public life. These 7 principles are for a holder of a public office, which means the guy who is working in government. Even though the concept is 7 principles of public life, these 7 principles are not about public life. These principles needed to be followed by holder of a public office, nothing but a government employee. When you are working for government, when you are a public servant, you need to follow these 7 principles. That's why for every principle, if you observe, the first term says holder of a public office. Let's understand the 7 principles. The first one is selflessness. The holder of a public office should act solely in terms of, when you are working as a government servant, when you are doing the job, you always do the job for the interest of the public, not for your own interest. Don't do the job for self-interest. You have to do the job for the interest of a public. That's called selflessness. Opposite to this is selfishness. Selfishness, you do it for your own. But as a holder of a public office, you're not supposed to do for your own benefit. You have to do for the benefit of a public. This is the first principle that need to be followed. The second principle is integrity. Whatever that has been done by a holder of a public office, you are not supposed to do the work under any obligation. If it is your duty, you have to do it, but don't do any work under any obligation. Someone have forced you to do that, you are doing this to achieve a benefit or unethical means of money that you are gaining, you are not supposed to do. Maintain integrity in your work. Avoid placing yourself under any obligation or people. So you are not supposed to do that. Don't do work under any obligation. Obligation means if I do this to him, he may do good for me. Right? Obligation. There is an obligation. You are doing this unethical work. In return, you are expecting something in return. You should not do that. As a holder of a public office, you are not supposed to maintain that. That stands for integrity. Whatever the decision that you take, solely the decision should be depending on you, which will in the interest of the public. That's it. You take the decision in interest of a public. Don't get influenced by any kind of obligations. Next one, objectivity. The holder of a public office must take the decision impartially. Take fair decisions. Don't show any partiality. If you are a government contractor, you have to assign contract to anyone. Don't assign the contract only because someone is your relative, someone is from your place, someone is belongs to same religion, caste or creed. You are not supposed to do that. Impartially you have to do the work. That stands for objectivity. Like you have to do all the work impartially, fairly on merit, using the evidence without any discrimination or bias. Do the work on merit. That's it. If he is eligible to take that contract, give it to him. If not, even though if he is your relative, you are not supposed to assign contract to them. So holder of a public office, you need to maintain objectivity. Next, you have to create accountability. Accountability means responsibility. You are responsible for all the actions that you take as a holder of that public office. You are not supposed to push your responsibility on others. When you have taken a decision, if anything happens with that, you be accountable for that. Accountability stands for answerability. That's what accountability. Holder of a public office, accountable to. Holder of a public office is accountable to public. For what? For his decisions and actions. And they must submit themselves for the scrutiny if it is necessary. If you have done anything wrong, if scrutiny needs to happen on you, you should be ready for that. Be accountable for the work that you do. Next one, holder of a public office need to create openness. Act and take decision which are open and transparent manner. Don't withhold any public information unless there is a clear law, reasons for doing it. Any information that you are leaking outside, make sure only when law says to provide that information to others, then only provide that information. Otherwise, you are not supposed to reveal any kind of confidential information to others. That's about openness. Next, you are being honest, like should be truthful. Then you should provide leadership. You being a holder of a public office, you should exhibit the principle in your behavior, have leadership in your behavior, which provide proper path to others. These are 7 principles. The concept says 7 principles of public life. But actually these are 7 principles for whom? Holder of a public office, nothing but a government servant. Context understood? Yes. While you are studying, even though it is 7 principles of public life, you understand them. All these are related to the holder of a public office, a government employee. Next, relationship between law and ethics not needed. Relevance to business. Okay. Explain the ethics and its relevance to business. Simple concept. Following are some of the examples of code of ethics to assist when creating business policies. If any company creates a business policy, they need to follow certain code of ethics. These code of ethics are related to ethical behavior for the company. First one, promoting green business practices, which means they should go for green painting to their buildings. Then, what is green business practices means? Very good. Follow business practices which create less harm to the environment. Let's say lower emission of CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons. You are being ethical. Don't emit, and very carefully emitting the industrial wastage. You have a factory. From your factory, a lot of industrial wastage will come. Don't throw this industrial wastage into the nature which create harm. So, following green business practices is a point of ethical business practice. Next, obeying you have to follow whatever stated in law. That is applicable for your business. And caring and consideration policies. So, which is nothing but consumer protection. You have to protect your consumers by providing good products. Consumer often feel that business are just in for the money and quick sales. But you have to prove that as a business, you are selling the product, but you are carrying the society also. There is a principle. When you do business, you have to focus on 3 things: people, planet, and profit. Get profit, like you have that in your BCK. Get profit. Take care of your planet and take care of the people. That's what the point says. Caring and considering policies. And then company needs to maintain confidentiality and privacy policies. Privacy policies. When you need to follow privacy policy, particularly when you are handling any kind of personal and private information about others, this thing is very much needed for social sites nowadays. Because all the social platforms are having your private information. They are not supposed to disclose it to others. So many issues we are witnessing nowadays where these social platforms are disclosing the personal information. That is unethical practice. Confidentiality they have to maintain. And then professional appearance policies. Your company have a dress code or dress policy. Sometimes it may have. So that need to be followed. Nowadays this thing has become outdated. Most of the corporates are coming out of having a professional appearance policy. Now all these points are with respect to what? Ethics and its relevance to business. In business, in all these areas, ethics need to be followed. That is one more term that we have. Okay, now ethics is over. Business ethics is over. Now ethics for you. For you means professional accountants. You people also need to follow some ethics. Technically it might be a bit difficult to follow, but as the concept says, let's understand. First one, a competent professional accountant in a business is an invaluable asset for the company. If you are a competent professional, then definitely you are a valuable asset for the company. Next, using your skills, understanding the company environment in which it operates, professional accountants in business have to ask certain challenging questions. Their training in accounting enable to adopt them practical and objective approach while solving the issues. Professional accountants in business therefore have a task of defending the quality of financial reporting right. Whatever the financial reporting that you are doing, it has to be in a very right way. Whatever the numbers and figures that you are producing, they have to be in a right way without manipulating them. These are some of the values and attitudes that you need to follow as a professional accountant. Role of management not needed. I don't know the reason why value chain comes in your ethics, but actually value chain comes in management. Just before we have discussed about value chain. Michael Porter's value chain concept we have discussed. Because value chain talks about what sequence of activities. Like, primary and support activities are there. In primary, we'll discuss inbound logistics, operations and outbound logistics. Yes. So when value chain analysis concept happen, the company need to pay on customer focus. Company need to spend sufficient resources in order to enhance customer satisfaction. Next one, company need to build some key success factor. Even this also previously we have discussed. Critical success factors. I have set some examples of restaurants and banks. They have to focus on that also. These are non-financial factors which will impact on the economic viability. Like if you maintain good key success factors, cost, quality, time and innovation could help. Next, continuous improvement. There is a Japanese word kaizen. Kaizen means continuous improvement. While your valuation analysis, one point says that you have to always focus on continuous improvement. That's not kaizen. Next, value chain and supply chain go hands in hand. That will help to create competitive advantage. This is managerial concept. You know about competitive advantage? Plenty of times we have discussed in SM. Yeah, that's about value chain analysis. Okay, now this is a perfect ethical standards for you people. Very clearly says state ethical standards of ethical conduct for cost and management accountant professionals. You being an CMA, what kind of ethical standards that you have to maintain? And the list initial topic says about professional ethics. Professional ethics is nothing but you follow all the guidelines. You maintain competency, confidentiality, integrity, objectivity in all your work. That is professional ethics. As a CMA, what kind of professional ethics that you have to maintain? First one, maintain all time independent of thought and action. These are needed for all the professional courses. You being a cost and management accountant professional, your actions have to be independent. Don't give any actions and perform any work under the obligation, under the stress of others. Someone have influenced you to take the decision. No, you are not supposed to get influenced. Whatever the actions that you perform, they have to be independent actions. They are not supposed to be get influenced by others. This is the first ethical thing that you have to do. Next, you are not supposed to express an opinion on the financial reports and statement without first assessing their relationship with the clients. Let's say if you have any client, first you need to understand what kind of relationship that exists with the client, and then you have to disclose the statement. It doesn't mean that if he is a friend, even though it is in losses, you say it is in profits. Not in that sense, but you have to express your opinion or statement. Don't express without first assessing his or her relationship with the client. Then only you have to express the opinion. When reporting, expressing an opinion, what you have to do is that disclose all material facts. Do not hide anything. When you are disclosing anything as a cost and management accountant professional, you have to disclose all the material facts. Don't hide anything. Such member, in order to take financial reports and statements, don't mislead it. And next thing, not to disclose any confidential information, because all of your clients will be bringing lot of their financial reports to you, confidential information. For your own personal means, you are not supposed to reveal this confidential information to others. That is considered as an unethical practice. Next, you have to report, inform to his employer or client of any business connections. Let's say as a CMA, you may work in a company or you may have your private clients also. To your company, you have to tell that, okay, these are the clients that I deal. Inform his or her employer. As a CMA, you are working in a place, your employer you need to inform, or client. To your client also you have to inform of any business connections that you have. Which means you are being very honest. You are telling your client, okay, these are my business connections. You are telling your employer, these are my clients. Be honest in the work that you do. That's the point says. And you have to maintain utmost courtesy to your fellow members. Those who are working along with you, maintain courtesy and have good faith on them. Next, not to accept any work or any review or work. Let's say if there are two people who are competitors to one another, for both the people you are doing the work, then disclose them that you are working with the both. That's what. Not to accept any engagement review to work of another member for the same employer except with the knowledge of that member. Right? You got the point? You have got the work who is already doing by someone. You tell them that I got the same work which you are doing. But rather, instead of doing that, you are hiding this information. It means that you are playing double game there. You are not supposed to do that. Next, not to attempt to gain any advantage over other member by paying or accepting commission to get the work. There is a big client is there and you want that big client for you. For that, in that company, you have bribed someone and somehow you have managed to get that work for you. So you are not supposed to do that. Don't offer any commissions or any other work to others to get the work. If the work genuinely comes to you, you have to do. That's why I said practically not possible. Not to act maliciously or in any other way which have adverse impact on the professional reputation. Don't do anything which create damage to your professional reputation. That is a one care that you have to take. Every time maintain standards of competency as stated by your board from time to time. And next one, undertake such work as it is competent to perform by virtue, by the training and experience or will. Take the work which is related to experience and will. Just for the namesake, don't take the whatever the work that comes in your way. Only take the work which you can perform by virtue. You are a CMA. You are only supposed to get all the cost management accountant work related things. Only take that. And moreover, what you are trained for and what your experience and will. Depending on this, take the work. Don't take any other work which is beyond these things. All these things are professional code of conduct that you have to follow as a cost and management accountant. There's another concept that you have to pay attention on. Like personal norms, these are general terms. What are the many kinds of business ethics? Kinds of business ethics is nothing but you have to be personally responsible. You have to follow corporate responsibility. Being loyal, showing respect to your clients, customers and employees, create trustworthiness with whom? Clients, customers and employees. You have to be fair and honest, fairness. And you have to maintain community and environmental responsibility. These are general terms. Internal code of conduct for you people. Explain internal code of ethics. Internal code of, according to CFA's website, members of CFA institute include CFA and candidate for CFA must adhere to the following code of ethics. That we have already discussed over there. Code of ethics, the same points will be there. These terms are 7 principles of business ethics. Okay, these principles, if you read, you can know about trustful, open-minded, meeting your obligations. Everything need to be documented very clearly. Be community involved, maintain controls and be very respectful, not technical things. Do you know about CSR? Areas in business ethics. The areas in business ethics are being corporate social responsibility. What does this mean? What a company do for the society without expecting anything in return. That's what CSR. And fiduciary responsibility to all your stakeholders. And you have to think about industrial espionage or surveillance, which means industrially whatever you do, you have to understand it very effectively. Surveillance of industry. Ethical behavior and corporate social responsibility can bring significant benefit to business. Ethically you should behave. At the same time, you have to follow CSR also. The CSR part says that doing benefit for the society without expecting anything in return. As you are using the resources from the society, what you do for the society without expecting anything in return. These are the 3 areas that are needed for business ethics. Look, these concepts I am skipping only because even if you read, you can understand them. That is the only intention of skipping this. Entire ethics, if you read, you can understand. If you can know what you are reading. Importance of ethics. Why again and again the same concepts have been given. Okay, let's understand this. This one is important to know. Need for business ethics. If any company follow business ethics, what benefit they get? Why businesses need to follow ethics? You might be thinking, sir, if this chapter has been taught to all business people, I think they will change and they will do all the work ethically. Don't ever expect that. Even they know what is ethical and what is unethical, but sometimes there is no other option for them than to do what they are supposed to do. So let's understand importance that why business need to follow ethics. First one, if any business follow ethics, that will help them to stop malpractices. What are malpractices? Unfair trade practices, black marketing, artificial high pricing. Artificially prices have increased. Adulteration of food. You know about adulteration. Using anything harmful chemicals in a food only to gain personal benefit. Like long back this has happened with Nestle Maggie. Some adulteration have happened with the food. They are adding some chemicals that to create enhance the taste. Like these things need to be stopped. That's why if you are following ethics, you will never do any of these things. That's why ethical practices will help you to stop doing this malpractices in the business. Next one, if any business which has been done ethically, this will help to improve customer confidence. Customer will believe that if the company is being ethical, their quality, quantity and price are perfect. They don't need to have any doubt on the company's product because that company is acting ethically. That's another need why companies have to act ethically. Survival of, technically it has been proven that the companies which follow ethics, they can survive for the long run. Unethically, short run success may come, but the long run company cannot survive if you perform unethical business activities. That's the point says. Next, safeguarding consumer rights. If any business which has been acting ethically, that will help to safeguard the rights of a consumer against any kind of unethical practices. Not only safeguarding employees, the company which follow ethics, it is protecting the employees and shareholders. Business ethics are required to protect the interests of employees, shareholders, competitors, dealers and suppliers. Business ethics every time, not only for customers. Ethics need to be followed while you are dealing with your employees, shareholders, competitors, dealers and suppliers. Next, business ethics will help to maintain good with every aspect, like maintaining the friendly relationship between business and society. Ultimately, if business is following ethics, it will create a good image. Definitely a kind of loyalty can be built in the market. You can create a positive image for your company in the market if business is following ethics. Business ethics create a good image for the business and businessmen, for both the people. That will actually last for long. In Indian business era, or if in Indian business, the moment we say a name called Ratan Tata, a good image comes in our mind. Always an ethical image comes in our mind. The same image will not come if I talk about Vijay Mallya. Vijay Mallya is also a businessman. Definitely a positive image will never come. This is what ethics will lead to, create a good image for business and businessman. Next one, smooth, no intervening of law will come. When you are ethical, you don't need to worry about law. Smooth functioning of business. No obstructions will come. Next one, consumer movement. Nowadays, consumer movement is gaining a lot of prominence. If you are unethically do business, consumer will sue on you. If you are doing ethically, no need of any consumer movement. Business ethics are gaining importance because of the growth of the consumer movement. Every company is thinking that if I do unethically, consumer may raise against any issues on the company. Next, consumer satisfaction. Obviously, if ethical business has been done, consumer will always be satisfied. Even importance to the labor in the workplace. Ethical business will create good satisfaction among the labor in the workplace. And finally, you are creating a healthy competition by using the resources along with the other competitors. If you do ethical business, you don't need to worry about your competitors. If you do unethical, then you have to worry. Hence, these many benefits are there. The concept says need of business ethics. So that is the concept says need. You better remember the headings. It depends on for how many marks the question has been asked. You check generally, like if it is for highest 8 marks, better write most of the points. Let's say if the same question has been asked for 4 marks, write 4 to 5 points, more than enough. Hence, so many points are there. You check for how many for how many marks it has been asked, and accordingly write your answer. Probably 8 marks is the highest one that it can be asked for. Then you pick 8 points or 9 points. That will be enough. It is 3 or 4 marks. 4 or 5 points will be enough. Like that, accordingly plan your preparation for such kind of questions. Like advantages, you can understand this. As you can say, company can gain competitive, and company can gain goodwill, and your productivity through rigid transactions. It will help to increase. It is a management terminologies. Publicity will come because you are doing all the activities in ethical. Actually, the key term will be here publicity. Advantage of ethics, it will help to create publicity will come, and all the public will accept your product. Overall growth of the society too takes place, and makes the management very easy when they do the business, and value integration with quality and strategy. All these are some of the advantages of business ethics. Need of business ethics, advantages, clarify the differences. Okay, previous concept is need of business ethics. This one is advantages of business ethics. So the last concept that is there for this thing is emotional intelligence, stands for EQ. Emotional intelligence. It is actually very newly added one. Previous in the revised one, this is the last concept is newly added. Emotional intelligence. Previously it was not there. So what is emotional intelligence is all about? You know about IQ? Stands for intelligence quotient, and independence capacity to think is called as IQ. Morning, I think somewhere we have covered about EQ also when we talk emotional stability, that how well a person is emotionally strong and stable. Look at the explanation. Emotional intelligence is also known as EQ, stands for emotional quotient. An individual's thinking capacity is IQ, and individual's emotional strongness is EQ. How emotionally you are strong, that you are not overreacting for small things, and you are not showing your expressions and let you understand, others understand what you are thinking of, which means emotionally you are very strong. So that stands for EQ. Ability to understand, use and manage your own emotions in a positive way to relieve stress, and you can communicate effectively, empathize with others, overcome challenges and diffuse you can do all these things when you have strong EQ. When you have strong emotional quotient, you can achieve all these things. You can relieve from stress, you can communicate effectively, you can empathize with others, you can easily overcome your challenges, and you can resolve the conflicts only when you are emotionally strong. Emotional intelligence helps you to build strong relationship in any of the place that you are in, school, work, and this will help to achieve your career and personal goals. It is also helps you to connect with your feelings and turn into action, make informed decisions, what matters most to you. Emotional intelligence have some attributes. Morning we have discussed about these attributes. Self management, sorry, not these attributes haven't come anywhere, only emotional intelligence I have explained. If you have strong EQ, you need to have attributes. First one is self management. Self management is nothing but able to control impulsive feelings, and you manage yourself first before you manage others. EQ is about self management. You should know about yourself, and you should know how you impulse your feelings and behaviors. You have to manage your emotions in a healthy way. Take initiative, follow your thoughts. Next one, self awareness. Morning we are talking about strengths and weaknesses of self, isn't it? Yeah, self awareness is must. You should know about what you are good at and what you are not good at. That's about self awareness. Not only about yourself, sometimes you have to know about others. But the problem is we only know about others, we don't know about ourselves. If I ask you, tell me about your friend, sir, if you are free, it will take time. I will explain everything about my friend. Now tell me about yourself. I don't know anything about myself, sir. Because our interest is more on others' life than ours. Every time we found good in others' life. Like you went to shopping and you purchased clothes. Your friend also did the same. Now you are thinking that why his clothes are better than my clothes. You have also purchased better clothes. There is a saying in English, the other side of a grass is always green. There is a saying in English. Like a guy who is having a lawn in his home and there is a lawn in his neighbor's home. Every day he is thinking that why that guy's grass is more green than mine. Your grass is also green. But he feel like other side of the grain is always green. This is called always thinking about others, not thinking about the good things that you have. That's the point. Social awareness, which is empathy. Morning I have said about empathy also. Understanding the problems of others. And next you should have good relationship management. If you can manage these four, you have strong EQ. First you should have your manage the things in your life, know about yourself, know about others, and proper relationship management. All these things will lead you to build strong emotional quotient. Understood with the concept? EQ. Then the last point says that why emotional intelligence is so important. How this emotional intelligence will work. This will improve your performance in your work. Be emotionally strong. Don't be emotionally so weak. If someone, like some people are emotionally so weak, if something happens, someone says something to them, they will start crying. Like even a small word, they'll start crying. If their parents said that at least you don't know how to do this small thing, done, start crying. They have said that I don't know anything. They said that I am useless. You have procrastination. Imagine everything about yourself. This will not happen when you have self-awareness. Yes or no? You know what you are, then you don't need to worry about what others says to you. That's why it says that for emotionally being strong, self-awareness is very important. Know what you are good at. What are your strengths and weaknesses are. That's the point says. This will improve your performance in the workplace. And this will help to motivate. Look, if you are emotionally strong, people associate with you. Because they know that you are emotionally strong and you can support them for their problems. And they're like you can understand the other's problem. Like you are emotionally weak. For every small thing you are breaking down yourself. Then others will never try to associate with you. That's why it's very important to build a strong emotional quotient. Like understand the thin difference between being emotionally strong and being a cold-hearted person. I am asking you to be strong emotionally, but it doesn't mean that you will become emotionless. Someone dear in your family have passed away. You are sitting and looking, should I cry now? My sir have said that I have to be emotionally so strong. I shouldn't be shattered for these things. Which means you have become a cold-hearted person. Understand the thin difference between these two. Emotionally strong means don't get shattered for everything. At the same time, you have emotions also. Got the difference now? Because I have to tell this because I'm saying that being emotionally strong, you forgot emotions. For everything, you have no reaction at all. Don't be like that. And your physical health also, if you are being emotionally strong. So, the first step to improve your emotional intelligence is to manage your stress. Physical strength will also help you to be strong mentally. That's the point. And your mental health, this is nothing but uncontrolled emotions, and stress can also impact your mental health. That's why never have uncontrolled emotions. Your emotions will be in your control. Others should not decide when you are going to be sad. You yourself need to decide when you are going to be sad. Got the point? So this is nothing but you are controlling your emotions, but don't be emotionless, as I have said. And with respect to your relationships, be understanding your emotions and control them. You are better able to express how you feel. These are some of the things that affects your emotional intelligence. That's the last concept of ethics, emotional intelligence. That's it. Whatever the concepts that I have explained, first focus on them. If time permits, then read the rest of the concepts. I have majorly focused on the important areas for you people. That's it. This is about ethics. So we are done with SM and ethics, both the contexts. So finally, the purpose that we are supposed to serve today as marathon have come to an end. So if you have any doubts and queries, you can ask now. Good amount of time is there. Prepare a strong preparation strategy for you. You are writing your exams in July. So whatever the decision that you have taken, stick on to that decision and put your efforts to achieve it. Have a systematic planning and spend lot of time for preparation, because morning I have already said the standards have been raised. Don't take the things on a lighter note. Hence it is a CMA. Even if I don't put the efforts, I can complete. Valuation standards, paper standards, material standards have raised like anything. Keep that thing in your mind. So seriously prepare it, and whatever the time that you are studying, don't deviate and focus on it. That's what I said. It is not the quantity, it is about quality. You said, sir, sir, today 10 hours I was with book. It is not being with book for 10 hours. So how many hours that you have seriously studied, that matters. So accordingly plan, no matter whatever the decision that you have taken, either group 1 or group 2, just stick on to it and have your preparation strategy. And while you are writing theory, keep certain aspects in your mind. Luckily, in your SM, you may not have any conceptual questions, direct questions will come. So you have to understand all the questions, and remembering what is the answer that you have to, if any question is having more side headings, try to remember what are the side headings are all about. Presentation is very important in theory. So better write the questions that you are very strong first, and you keep all the questions that you are not good at the end. And don't write in a hurry. I think what is the counterpart for you in SM, in OM, right? So equally you have to allocate time. First complete your OM, then come to SM. Like it's not that few questions have OM wrote, then sir I am feeling bored, let me write SM. Separately 2 sections. Section A and B is there. So first complete section A and then come to section B. In section B, first write the questions which you are very strong and confident at. Simultaneously keep the less confident questions at the end. Make sure good preparation, presentation has to be there. If SM is for 40 marks, if it is for 40 marks, it is not needed that at any cost you have to attempt for 40 marks. Even if you write for 30 marks, make sure it is going to be perfect answer. Writing for 40 marks, useless stuff. Writing for 30 marks, useful content. Both are same. So not necessary, because you will never get an attemptive mark if you are writing a wrong answer. Understand this. Irrelevant wrong answers will never give you attemptive marks and 1 mark for good handwriting. No such thing. Strictly content is reproduced or not. Don't write in a hurry. Good presentation. Let's say the question is define the term strategic management and understanding the process or steps in SM. If this is the question, first keep the heading strategic management, underline, under that write the points. And then advantages, whatever is there, then keep the side headings and write the points. Don't write it in a very clumsy way. Very clearly, evaluator should understand what you are representing. And I have said 60-40 principle in the morning. 60% key terms, 40% you can generalize. I'm not asking you to copy paste, but don't make it as 80-20. So keep this thing in your mind. So the key terms can be understood. Like some students will have a problem that, sir, I can understand the concept, and when I read I have understood, but when I'm writing I could not able to do. This problem will come for so many, because in the exam they can't write. They know the concept, but they couldn't write. For this, practice. When you're preparing, have a rough notes with you. You have prepared a concept, just write the key terms. The more key terms that you write, the more you remember. So while you're preparing a theory paper, must is to have a notes with you, a rough notes. A concept has been studied, quickly make the points. This thing you have to do while you are preparing. This is it. I wish you all good luck. Hope you are going to do the best for all your examinations, and hope the purpose is fulfilled for both SM and ethics, and your basics might have revised, and concepts have been revised, not learning revising, but for few it might be learning. But hoping that today's purpose got fulfilled and expecting that this will help you to plan your preparation effectively as you are going for your preparation. So all the best. Thank you.